Good morning! Good morning, everyone. You forget this music's from Astral Chain? I have no idea what Astral Chain is, but no! All of the music you hear on my stream has been custom made for me! You can find 3 of the BGMs on my channel, and the only one you can't is my current ending theme, as I am waiting on the artwork and animation for that one. But everything else you can find! Custom Foxu! Ay. Fox arrived, hide the coke. I already got all the coke, baby. Don't you mean afternoon?
Sally,
the afternoon is my morning. I wish I had 2 comes in the morning. Been enjoying the part-time terrorist series on Moonshine's channel. I fucking love Moonshine. Best supple Korean boy wife.
More milkies. More.
Good morning. Ay. Did I see that I can now clean Asmongold's room in Power Wash Simulator? Lord help me, I might buy that game. How come Twitch is starting us off with a warning now? I don't know. It should only give you the warning once. But I guess it's been hitting people a lot more frequently.
What have you done to me, Fox Woman?
Why,
I've not made any progress on my own games because I keep getting drawn back to the Rady Shady baby.
Oh my god.
I'm already level 30, but I just can't stop.
Oh my, this man's addicted to the Rady Shady. It's okay. We'll have a support group for people who need a Rady Shady Anonymous afterwards. Kirsche X Moonshine. He's a married man, you weirdo! His wife is a lovely woman. Did I remember to disable the stupid new knock feature? You know, because I don't use my Twitch dashboard, I don't even know if people have tried knocking me.
I have a tab for that. I have a tab about games.
I do everything through OBS, which is why my chat is so fucked too.
Equals tangents go in Friday.
Tangents do go into Friday. I will hopefully once again someday have a super cool fucking Tangent Friday song. Maybe we could cook up one of those AI ones like Pippa uses at her ending. Oh my god, Snove, thank you for the 25. Thank you. Warning, Kirsch's stream may not be appropriate for the modern audience.
You have 2 comms?
Smee, 23, thank you for the 14-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Need to break up Kirsch's tangents with more tangents. Oh, I got a lot today. I got a full fucking plate today, baby. Oh my god. Kirsche has no idea whether she's been getting knocked up or not. Well, you're just a dummy. What?
10 out of 10.
I'm scared. If I have time, want a good laugh, go on check out Madame Savvy's review of the Dustborn playthrough.
Psychopath.
Dude, she is a champion for getting through that. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through that game, dude. I've been trying to keep myself mostly spoiler-free, so that when I go into it, it is fresh. I try my best when I play games to avoid as many spoilers as possible, so my reaction is legitimate first time on stream. Can I tell Gamersubs to send you a fuckload of their sample packs? They're easier for traveling and climbing. People have wanted to be able to buy the sample packs in bulk for ages. I don't know if they'll ever eventually do that. Did I see Kamala's Bidenomics? I have not. So you're actually gonna play it? Probably. Probably. Did Kirsche already cover the Toasta document? You missed the last few streams? I didn't go over his documents. I don't know if I'll have time to go over his documents. Maybe I'll make time if, like, more stuff comes out, but I've seen a couple of other people read through the documents, and it seems like another scenario where, like, a lot of the people involved are kind of shady. You know, there's the typical, like, some of the women were very clearly like, I'm gonna use this guy for his connections, and so it's okay that he's being kind of creepy. I can put up with that. Rima did a doc stream. Yeah, I watched a few people go through some of it, and I was like, you know, I don't know if I really need to do this, because it doesn't look like anything... Doesn't look like anything too fucking crazy. Everyone involved is kind of crazy.
More milkies. More milkies.
Onion? Don't play Dustborn. It will cause damage to... Look, you guys come to my stream for the psychic damage, okay? You feel bad for Savvy having to do the game. Now Kibbs is trying it, and it's so cringe. Oh my god. If I buy I'm not gonna be giving them money. You saw Harmful Opinions playthrough, and all you say is that Dustborn will make you laugh and rage in equal amounts. Like, from what I've heard about it, I'm like, is this some sort of psyop, right? Like, there's no way it can be this on the nose. Was it secretly made by some, like, fucking far-right 4chan operatives, okay? Trying to pretend that they're giga woke so they can disseminate the information on how these people work? Or are they really so, like, lacking in self-awareness that they think this game makes them look good? You like to think it's real.
This is your song, thank you.
I love slaves! Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song,
Thank you for on hate. Thank you! Thank you for the 100 slaves!
Oh god, oh no, not our like gods. Also fox tax slaves.
Fox tax,
Hey
thank
guys,
you!
it's your
Thank
crime
you!
boss here, Kirsche, your favorite Rocky City streamer.
It is me! That's correct! Oh, the hype
Oh, I
train
thought I
widget looks so
thought you
sad
were.
and bland now. I don't like the new hype train widget. Twitch, why you like this? If you play Dustborn, you need to use ER's Black People TTS for maximum funny. I don't know what that is. That's Sala's Oshi, not mine. Sometimes you're glad that I don't read the Discord going live announcements that you make. What did you do? What did you do? The fox needs all of the squishes and also a himbo to incapacitate her with baby making. I'm sure she'd prefer both. Oh, so I just called that chatter a fucking weirdo. Oh, because he was going based off of your fucking announcement that I didn't know about. Mr. Sazerac unironically catching strays. I was like, what the fuck? Lumao, even another day, another reason to hate Twitch. True and real. True and real. Dustborn is rated 7 out of 10 on... There's no way! 7 out of 10 from who? It only had like 60 people play it. About half of them are like savvy and harmful onions. No, don't worry, you didn't see the message earlier. You got shot dead on! Oh, okay. Nim ain't wrong, though. Nerdy text an account, thank you for the $4.99. You sold a cake, so now you owe Foxu tax. Why didn't you sell the cake to me? Why wasn't I buying the cake? A Mad Motto, thank you for the member. Thank you. Thank you. Sparky, thank you for the 2R. Gooberment funded equals Gooberment propaganda. Avion Zero, thank you for the tier 3 3-month resub. Thank you. The Fox Crush do be funny. Here's to many more streams. Oh shit, slaves. They interrupted your announcement. Thank you, Avion. A wild fox who has appeared. I already have all the cake. Leave some for the rest of us. Oh man, I want to go to the bunt cake place again. I haven't been in months. Ram Bam 3000. Thank you for the £2. Can I please explain Prune and Munya?
Hey guys, smash that like button, leave a comment, push me in the algorithm. Gee, Sally, your boyfriend lets you have 2 comms?
Prune is Twitch Prime. I pronounce things wrong on purpose, and I like calling Prime Prune. That's like you're pruning. There's even an emote for it. Twitch Prune. And Munya is just a retard noise I make. That about sums that one up. Oh, look at all those dicks. Early morning dicks.
Oh my god.
Now every time I see this, I think of the cock destroyers and I get sad because one's dead. I'm loving this. Ah! Good God, you haven't watched streams for a week and you completely forgot how bizarre the soundboard stuff is. Amazing! When I go over the bridge stuff later, I will be pausing my alerts, so. What is my favorite kind of cake? I like red velvet cake. Kirsche, it's 3 p.m. What? I wake up at 2:30 p.m. Afternoon is my morning. Shaureel, thank you for the 3-on-3 sub. Hoi! You hope I'm doing well. You don't know if I saw, but the hockey world got hit with something terrible. I don't know shit about hockey. A star NHLer Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matt both tragically were killed while riding bicycles by an alleged drunk driver. Today was supposed to be their sister's birthday. You know a lot about this family. New waifu cup drop looks fantastic. What a weird thing. Hey, these NHL guys died. By the way, did you see the new waifu cup? It's all over the news. I miss all sports news. None of it ever crosses my feed. Like, the only time I would probably ever see sports news is if, like, one of them domestic assaulted their wife. Nerdy text and account, thank you for the $4.99. You could bake a red velvet cake from my birthday. Oh my god. Put a little Kirsche on it, a little Kirsche candle. That cup is just that good. I mean, Sensei brought it up, you know, it's, Gamer subs, they have a fucking bomber jacket, dude. I love zip-up shit. I love zip-up stuff. Let me grab the little promo image I was given so it won't, like, rotate. Okay, I was reading a casual sentence about, fucking... I got a prototype item in the mail today, and, I am very excited about it. I'm very excited! Hopefully, now that I have the prototype in my hands, I'll be able to make an official announcement soon. Where's my fucking Gamer Subs rep guy? Here we go, I found it. Here we go, I found it! We want this one.
Yeah.
The limited edition VTuber thigh label that Flork was talking about is released today as well. You can get VTuber thighs on your anime girl thigh Gamer Subs flavor. And they released some shorts and some stickers and waifu cup. I really like the cup. Zip-up bomber jacket, very exciting. I'm happy that there's a zip-up instead of a pullover, my guy. Foxu cup finally dropped. No, my cup has not dropped yet. There is a bit of a delay in that because I was not happy with the orientation of one design, so I went and got a second one. So this delay is my fault, but it's for a good reason because I only want to give you guys the best quality of things. Am I sad about 2 men tragically dying to a drunk driver? Feel better with a limited edition waifu cup. Wash the sorrow down with Gamer Subs. Use code Kirsche for 10% off. All your hockey deaths will pale in comparison. You're bald. You can't even wear a bomber jacket because then you look like an extra from American History X. I don't think you would because this has like a bathing suit anime women on it. Get cups. Yeah, they're very nice. I like the new drop, as it were. It's very nice looking. I'm enjoying the pastel colors on the white. It kind of makes me think of marble. But marble obviously doesn't usually have blue on it. We're a Whiplash chat for a Whiplash Fox. Chat truly does reflect the... True, it does. You guys do a very good job at that. So if you'd like to cop some of the new drop items, please use code Kirsche. I'd appreciate it. It helps quite a lot when you do. This shirt is primo conwear. It really is. Yet another reason she got kicked out of Boston. She doesn't care about hockey. Look, I've been to hockey games. People have taken me to the Red Sox games as well. I was like, if I'm asked to go, I will go. But I will never go out of my way to go to one. Code Kirsche does give a great discount. Washing away my tears. True and real. Already got your 10 off. Hell yeah!
Thank you!
The yellow will hide urine stains really well. Please do not get urine stains on your shorts. The shorts might be great pajama shorts. I've been using the same ones for like 4 months. 4 months isn't a long time. I just threw away a nightie that was like a decade old, you know? Do the fox things on your shorts. Speaking of doing the fox things on your shorts, I put this on my throne last night. And, Mr. Anonymous, someone wanted to be a Santa Claus without a name. So thank you for picking up a Blue Yeti mic for me. I saw a lot of confused people in the comments being like, you're just now getting a Blue Yeti? What? I use mine as cable management. A bit late for a Blue Yeti. I'm sure she has better by not chat. my current microphone, I will never part with it. If it starts going on the fritz, I'll probably want to replace it with whatever the newest version of this microphone is. I'm using a Rode NT1. I fucking love this thing. But the Rode NT1 is not a very portable mic. It's not portable. I couldn't dismantle my Rode setup and bring it with me. And I had a little message on this microphone. It was a secret little mic for secret little streams. I got some interesting shit planned for Spooky Month, and I needed a portable mic in order to do some of it. Blue Yeti is very portable. So thank you, Mr. Miss. You got one of those as a backup? It's not a bad mic. You love your Rode setup, though? Yeah. I needed something portable, and people were like, yeah, Blue Yeti is very portable, very good quality for being portable, so. Bring out the Kirsche. Urban exploration, you know? She's going ghost hunting. I wish. I would love to go ghost hunting. Gotta use it for a nose cummy reveal? What's wrong with you? NT1 isn't portable enough to stream from a Blackrock house you're squatting in. Not spooky ASMR. Are me and Pippa finally hunting Bigfoot? I don't even know where I would start hunting Bigfoot. Blue makes some great professional mics. The Yeti is not among them, but it's good at what it does. Yeah, I just needed something that was like good enough quality, because I did one stream with my laptop when I was up in New England visiting family, and the mic quality on the laptop was not good, so I needed something portable. Pippa's Longfoot, maybe she knows Bigfoot. What the fuck? Use the new mic for an archaeology dig. Now to good. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. So thank you again, Mr. Manama Miss. Want to make sure I did not forget to thank you, since that was giga fast and also giga sweet. Will the Kirsche Cube plushies be coming back, or are they gone forever? I mean, I can ask if they'll do a rerun, but probably gone forever. Potato mic quality is a vibe you enjoy sometimes. Well, it's probably going to be potato, because, you know, I'm not very good at troubleshooting things myself. Kirsche, isn't the Blue Yeti one of the go-to mics for beginner streamers and YouTubers? I don't fucking know. I know I got a studio quality mic when I started streaming. So I don't know, man. Will there be glass jars with any Kirsche figurines? No. No, there will not. Eating homemade deep dish pizza? Oh, I'm jealous. What's the deal with the cube? I love cube! It's our currency here. Put her in the jar. Don't put me in the jar! Why would you fill the jar when you could fill me instead? Don't drown me! Welcome, Nano. Speaking of cool-ass shit, though. Speaking of cool-ass shit! You guys might have seen me post this. Hey, yo! Even a real crime boss like me need help taking over the city sometimes. The Crime Boss game sent a little care package so I can hire the best for my team. No candy asses here! You won't be a part of my squad? Get your ass in the game. Meet me in Rocky City! Oh, shit. Crime Bombs, yeah! They sent a lot of fucking cool shit. I was super excited unpacking this. Like, I had a whole bunch of dollar bills with fucking Dollar Dragon and Da Bouse on them. #1 Crime Boss streamer. I got a couple of shirts, a couple of hats, a couple of pins. I mean, I might have to give out some Crime Boss swag at some point. Nice staging, by the way. Thank you. I was very anxious over my staging. Just got to thinking, if someone made an open source version of the game, Open Crime Bobs. I know it's an Open Bobs joke, but the game's devs do allow modding, and there is a channel in the official Discord for modders to discuss their mods in. Twitch warning me about your stream. Fucking laughable. I really fucking enjoyed all of this, like, paper swag they gave. Like, I was like a little kid on fucking Christmas. I am a huge sucker for, like, this kind of in-game lore style swag, you know? It's like having the fucking plane ticket to Rocky City. I know this is like, people can be like, but Kirsche, it's not like real swag. It doesn't cost anything to make, and it's just paper. I know, but like, I like that kind of shit. I think it's cute. You like the receipt? Oh man. someone else pointed out that, like, the zip ties are kind of ridiculously expensive, and I was like, look, man, it's like the people who resell water bottles at music festivals. They're upticking the price because so many people need them, you know? For $19.95, that's crazy. I was like, the zip ties are more expensive than 6 energy drinks, you know? But my one actual complaint here is that Rocky City is in Florida, but they oriented the date in the European way. Like, I know the developers, right? They're European. The game said in Florida, you gotta give us the American style timestamp, okay? American style timestamp. That's true, yeah. It breaks my immersion. People in Florida aren't gonna use European dates. I got $10. You can buy some gas station wine, true. You don't know if that went through. If what went through. Let me click on your thing, bring up your chats. You put your cube in a jar already? What the fuck?
Why did you drown the cube?
European dates twice and the 24-hour clock. Well, to be fair, people in America do use 24-hour time. I am just not one of them because I have brain damage. It said message failed to send. Oh, what the heck? What the heck? Especially when most of Florida are your primos from Cuba and Puerto Rico. Oh my god, shadow box that shit. What the fuck? I think the cube might actually fit in a jar because it's soft. No. Now I missed it! Oh my god. Oh my god. Reading chat is hard. This might be the millennial mom in you, but I should turn it into a fancy shadow box and display it on your wall. I'll do you one better. I asked the developers, I was like, hey, you know, in like the jewelry store and some of the banks, I took some screenshots of all these different picture frames. If any of these picture frames were made in-house instead of like a bought asset, could you give me the files for the image so that I could have a carpenter recreate the frame in real life so that I could put all of this swag that you just gave me in it and display it on my wall? Hey, fucking yeah, I kind of like this game, chat. Jump scared by Pippa. Almost dropped phone. Immersion broken. Date at bottom is different. Shh.
It's butt time?
That's so sick, man. I'm so fucking excited. You can tell I'm fucking blushing right now, dude. You can tell I'm fucking blushing. This Giovanni's card, I keep forgetting to do it. There's a QR code on the back, and I haven't scanned the QR code yet. It probably just goes to the Crime Boss website, but I need to fucking remember to scan the QR code. I need to see where it takes me. Every time I like picked up the card and I was like, oh yeah, I gotta scan that. I got distracted and then forgot completely. Do it now. It's not near me right now. Why do we get a playable fox? When do we get a playable fox woman in the game?
I don't know. I would love to be.
If they make the offer, you fucking bet your ass I'll take it, you know? Remember posting a pic of the cube plush in a jar? What the fuck? I have thankfully forgotten it because my memory is terrible. This newspaper, all right, okay. The fact that both the newspaper and the map came with like specific staining on it, that's a pretty cool fucking touch, okay? That's a pretty cool touch. It says hot and spicy news every day. That's literally me. Literally me. What if the QR code is an unlockable cosmetic? Oh, that would be really cool if they didn't tell me. That's urine and blood. What the fuck? We got, what's this say? Yeah, independent news source for Rock A and surrounding areas. Unbiased and unfiltered. Fresh news from Rock A City. A heist foiled by SWAT team. Another victory in Sheriff Norris's war on crime. Thanks, Jennifer Charles. No relation to James Charles, I'm sure. And then the back of the newspaper said, Rock A City Mall now reopened following crime spree. The Rock A City Mall is reopened following the recent string of break-ins and vandalism that caused closures for a total of 6 weeks. Police are still investigating the crimes, however, currently have no leads. CCTV within the mall was disabled, and mall security have so far been reluctant to talk about the incident. One eyewitness said, there was a gang of 4 people that rushed in with guns. I was terrified, and I was very concerned for my safety, especially as I just picked up my coffee. The criminals then started grabbing jewelry, stereo systems, anything they could get their hands on. It was chaos. Fiery, but mostly peaceful, I bet. Khan Industries, the corporate owners of the mall, have yet to comment on the incident. However, the construction work to repair and restore the businesses has been swift. Beluga Luxury and Diamond Roulette have received additional funding for a full revamp, including an all-new, state-of-the-art security system. This revamp should be completed in the next month, with a grand reopening planned shortly after. Valued customers of Rockay City Mall can rest assured that all other businesses are now open as usual, and that security has been increased accordingly. And I like how they have the ad for Giovanni's here as well. Rockay Seagulls, massive win. There's baseball ads in the game as well. Accurate Colorado depiction, true. Mostly peaceful vandalism. I mentioned to them, I don't know like when a game starts like deciding to sell physical merch or doing giveaways for stuff, but I was like, could probably make some pretty cool posters off of the posters that are inside the game. Sorry for being late, you just woke up. You're never late! You always arrive just when you mean to. This kind of thing is very cool. Yeah, I agree. Very, very cool. And I think like the coolest part, like I said, I was like a fucking kid on Christmas opening this. This box is what the wallet came in. And so this wallet was inside this box, and the Giovanni's card was on top of the wallet. Because, I mean, obviously you're going to buy a leather wallet at Giovanni. Like, where else are you going to go? And all of the money was folded in the wallet. The map was folded and tucked in a wallet pocket. The newspaper was folded and tucked in a pocket. The plane ticket was folded and tucked in a pocket. The receipt was folded and tucked in a... Like, it was like a little scavenger hunt to find everything in the wallet. I was so fucking excited. Didn't they do a giveaway? Did they ever announce that people finished the scavenger hunt? This was something I also advised on as well. I was like, hey, there was never any information about who won the giveaway. I did get a confirmation that the winners had been sent out their stuff, but I was like, in the future, communication, thumbs up. Like, obviously don't use real names of people. Like, ask them if you can use like their online name or whatever. But definitely announce winners. Because when you don't announce winners, it makes people suspicious of like, well, did anybody actually win? Was anything given out?
Notice your penis!
Penis! What the fuck was that alert? When did I say that?
Did they also put condoms in the wallet? I don't think I could ask them for a Rockay
Hey guys,
City
smash that like
logoed
button, leave a comment,
condom.
push me in the algorithm.
Is that new? I have no idea. I haven't heard it before. That fucking caught me off guard, dude. Penis! Pickle, speaking of penis. You made me very cute in that maid outfit. Thank you. That was very cute art. When don't you say stuff, to be honest, true? The Kirsche cube at the end of the table reminds you of Code Geass. I had to have the cube there. You know, he was chairman of Ooh Woo Market. Now he's a crime boss. Why not? Tana Mongu gave out condoms. I feel like a video game is a little different. Help. I'm gonna need you to bend over so I can spank you. What the fuck? Griffin, thank you for the 500 biddies. Have a good stream. You got IRL stuff to do today. We'll catch VoD later. Good luck. I hope you have a good day, dude. Rockay City condom that only fits the hyperbolized Norris. What the heck? Hey, yo. I haven't heard some of these alerts before, chat. This kind of stuff from the devs is super cool. It really is. I hope they make more paper merch like this. I want more Rockay newspapers. I want more business cards. Dude, give me like a promotional flyer from one of the in-game shops or some shit. Have the Rockay City Bank, you know, send me some physical mail, being like, we're trying to reach you about your overdrawn account. I don't know, like, it's just so cool to me. Crime Bob's Rocket City, the board game. Oh my god. Scott Roush, thank you for 25. Almost level 25 in Raid. I can't read that next part. After hitting level 25, you don't think you're gonna keep playing. Thanks for convincing me to test the game and confirm my theories on it. Thank you for your service, brave, honorable chatter. My strongest soldier. Thank you. You didn't know Kirsche could be cute.
What do you mean? I'm cute sometimes.
Too bad you can't wear this outside, as a true chatter will recognize the merch combined with the murder nails you have. Yeah, I can't imagine there's too many people walking around with Crime Boss t-shirts in the US, right? So what's the paper? Is the plushie nushy? I don't know what that means. Is there a way to download the alerts to use as notification sounds? If you want any of my alerts, I would say tag Ziz in the Discord. He keeps track of all of that back-end nonsense, so if you want an alert, he's probably got it. Kirsch's always hot or terrifying, or both! Aw, but you're so cute when you're scared. Do I have a video of my new model showing off all the facial expressions and emotion flares? I do not, no. This keeps track of everything. That's what a good archivist does! Honestly. So I was very, very happy to receive this stuff from the in-game developers. It was very cool, very lovely. I also don't think I'll have time to do it today, but I definitely want to do a how to stealth import-export. Because I was doing some import-export runs after taking some vitamins because I wanted to grind before bed. I had finished my work for the day, so I was allowed a little bit of relaxation time. And I probably did.
Daddy, I'm your little tulip.
I probably did like 30 runs of import-export.
And chat are super mega duper cute and wonderful, less than 3.
And not a single one was full stealth. Someone always fucked it up! And I'm like, please! Please, if you don't know how to do it, just let me do the door! Let me turn off the cameras! Just let me do it, because I can do it, and then you can just follow me! Just let me carry you, for the love of Christ! Like, I was losing my mind. I felt myself slipping back into my Terra PvP habits, and I was just like, that's fine. That's okay. There was one person that I gave them 4 runs to stop fucking up. And then after 4 runs, I was like, I cannot be mean to people, so I am just going to remove them from my group. How can people not stealth? Like, I get it, right? Like, I fuck it up sometimes too. I move too fast near a camera, I turn a corner and a cop fucking jump scares me, right? Like, it happens. It happens. But when somebody is playing in a way where you look at them and you're just like, I can't figure out if this is a literal child playing or if they have brain damage. You know, like, you come across the, like, in Predecessor, how we say, like, the subterranean mole people. You're just like, there's no way that this is just them not knowing how to play this map. Hey, yo, there's merch now? I hope they do some giveaways for these bundles, because these are really fucking cool.
So, 10 out of 10.
They could be both.
They could be.
Average Overwatch experience. I don't know if it was an average Overwatch experience, because I didn't have, like, an e-girl and her Discord daddy ERPing in my ear.
Butter dog. Dog with the butter dog. With the butter on the dog. Butter dog. Dog with the butter dog. Put the butter on the dog. Butter dog. Dog with the butter dog.
Findom Friday Fox you don't know.
Hell yeah!
My annual bonus army mommy. The game Kitsune Tales. Play as Fox woman that turns into Fox on day MG.
Ooh.
Got Steam Workshop support. Maybe commission a custom stage that's on bridge with various bridge themed enemies.
That would be funny. Mr. Video Gamer, thank you for the 69 butter doggos. Thank you. Valve's Deadlock is basically predecessor. You know, I was watching Pippa stream Deadlock, and I was playing it at the same time as her because I was like, hold on, I have a key for this game. Let's go through the tutorial at the same time. All right, let's get funky. I chose the same character as her, and I was like, oh, this is pretty interesting. You can fly up and kind of finagle your bagel around things on the map. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty fun. She does not like MOBAs. I learned. When Pippa break from the game, she hates MOBAs, yeah, I could tell. It does feel very fluid. Like, I definitely get what people were saying when they said it feels like Paragon specifically. Finagle your bagel sounds naughty. It only sounds naughty if you're like, yeah, baby, I'm in New York and you're a Jew. Come finagle my bagel. And Pippa buying Dustborn, making the thumbnail, and refusing to play it is the best post-nut clarity I've ever seen. Yeah, pretty much.
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
There was a chain called Finagle a Bagel in New England. Oh my god, maybe that's where I fucking learned it from when I was younger. You haven't played a MOBA since it was just a Warcraft 3 map? New alert just dropped. Others were trying to get you to play League 12 to 13 years ago. They're pushing so hard for it, you just refused. Oh my god. Is this how you seduce a man in Boston? No, I said New York, specifically. Kirsche raid. Hey, chat! Have you heard of a game called Raid Shadow Legends? They have over 5 million downloads! I've been freaking crazy! And if you use my special link to download the game, you directly help out me and the channel. We're at 151 out of 500 level 12 users and 85 out of 500 level 25 users. So I'm gonna need some new players to download this game and at least get to level 25. Well, gotta get 500 new players to level 25. That'd be beautiful and wonderful and great, and I would super appreciate it. It's a free way to support the channel. You just spend a little bit of time getting to level 25. Make the number go up. Show us your widget. How lewd. I'll show you my widget if you show me yours. Here's my widget. Here's my widget, chat. It's much easier if you start now because you get daily auto runs. Do it now! Touch the weed! Become a shadow legend! Nearly at 30, what a grind! Oh, if you're nearly at 30, that means you're actually enjoying playing the game. Congratulations! No levels after 25 count for any quests, so just need to get to level 25. Did a sponsored stream, so you gotta sit this out. How moist is the what the fuck? Pro tip, you get 30 uses of autoplay every day at 8 p.m. EST. Yeah. Should try out the game A Squirrel with a Gun. What the heck? You'll probably reach 25 today with daily login missions. Hell yeah, thank you! Munya. You did it, but on desktop, your phone is a brick? Don't worry about it! You can do it either on desktop or mobile. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Your widget is dripping. Hold on, chat. You're getting a little too wild, okay? You reached the goal already? You're fucking nuts.
To be attracted to
You're
a cartoon
fucking
fox
nuts.
you don't even know that well?
Oh my god, you have a fucking battle right icon. I haven't seen one of those in ages. Hit. Okay. Back to my browser. Where do we go from here? I've already shown off so many things. So many stuffs and things. I guess the first thing, so I don't forget, I asked Poltfan to do an impromptu translation as well, since I cannot speak Japanese. There was this Japanese post, and I copied the first part of it from a Google Translate. This guy said, "We will report violations committed by those involved with the VTuber agency Niji Sanji. The damage mainly involved secretly recording the VTubers who operate while hiding their faces. while they're at work and disseminating the footage to third parties. He also sends her messages making fun of her appearance. The mere existence of people like this in the industry will only increase the number of victims. And since the VTuber herself is unaware that she's being secretly filmed, at the whistleblower's request, the footage will be made public on a live broadcast at 10:30 p.m. on Sunday, September 1st. And just to read Poltfan's translation of it, Poltfan's translation, very similar. He said, "We will be reporting on alleged illegal activity committed by people connected to the VTuber agency Niji-Sanji. The alleged activity is mainly centered around individuals taking secret photographs of VTubers who hide their faces while working and disseminating those photos to unrelated third parties. In addition, messages disparaging their appearance were also alleged to be sent at the same time. The mere presence of people who would do something like this in the VTuber industry means the number of victims will only increase from here. Since the VTubers in question did not realize they were being filmed, and at the informant's request, we are waiting until Sunday, September 1st at 10:30 JST to release the video." So I'm assuming the reason that they said that they're waiting to release it is because they're talking to the VTubers in question. At least I am hoping that is what I'm doing. In my tweet, I had a few people, this Shini Hikari gave a summary here, and someone else in my post also mentioned the stream time. So I'm very interested in exactly what is going on here, and Poltfan also gave a reminder, where he said, "I saw that tweet, my best guess is the company culture at Niji-Sanji is really bad." I think all of us know that at this point. I think all of us know that. First picture looks like a selfie, not a secret picture. Sir. Not particularly. Not particularly looking like a selfie here. But also, the images are blurred. This one is double blurred. So it's not only blurred normally, but it's got an extra blur on the person's face. And I don't know the guy posting these, but I'm glad that he did blur them so fucking much. Because it would have been kind of weird if he did not blur them. And I understand why he would even put out blurred images. I know some people would be concerned even with a blurred image. But if he's going to come out and be like, people at Niji-Sanji are secretly recording VTubers and giving their real-life images to other people while making fun of them, if he didn't nut up and show something, people would be like, yeah, you're just fucking lying. You're spreading fake news, right? The first photo looks like someone took it while the talent was checking her phone. That's exactly what it looks like. Selfie, and the victim shot himself twice in the back of the head, kind of. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Poltfan continued, the alleged activity is mainly... I already read that. That was his... I was talking about his speculation. Hold on. I saw the tweet, and my best guess is that company culture at Niji-Sanji is really bad. Pure speculation, but I imagine this happened at their offices. Also, it's important to note that in Japan, the truth is not a defense against defamation. So Niji absolutely could sue the fuck out of this leaker, depending on what he/she said. He/she said. But also, the VTuber talents could sue the fuck out of Niji or the employees if this gets out or becomes widely public. And, yeah, Japan laws around defamation and slander are kind of fucking crazy, honestly. So I'm very interested in what this guy will come out with. I don't know when 10:30 JST is in the evening, right? I don't know when that is. I'm not good at time zones. But hopefully we will get more information from whatever the stream is. If he's spreading fake news, I will absolutely do a follow-up where I call him a piece of shit for doing so. But as of right now, all we have is this tweet, and we'll see what he says during his stream. And like always, when you bring up anything bad Niji-Sanji does, there's there's some mentally ill people who just go kind of crazy. 1 p.m. JST is midnight EDT. Yeah, I'm just not gonna remember these things, Japanese laws are usually some of the most retarded things ever. I would never want to have to worry about Japanese law, man. Like, normally 12-hour difference, 11 a.m. is 11 p.m. there. Japan is 14 hours ahead of us. See, chat can't even agree on the time zone. The crazy swarm starts. Can Niji even lose face at this point when they clearly have no face left to lose? This is extremely illegal. Niji-Sanji better have good lawyers because they're about to lose everything and a lot of execs are going to prison.
It's butt time?
I don't know about that. I guess it'll depend on what the guy shows in his stream. If it's a big nothing burger and he's just doing some, like, crazy drama baiting, yeah, I will obviously be like, this guy spread fake news and is bad. But we'll have to see what he has for his stream later. This person didn't even want to quote retweet me. They, took a screenshot. I like how their name is Bint. Bint is a derogatory slang term for women in Britain, so that's very, very apt, honestly, for this person. Kirsche, a noted defender of a hate-stalking campaign website, Kiwi Farms, who's banned from appearing at conventions, is uncritically sharing a drama channel disseminating straight-up dox info about Japanese Niji livers. They've been double blurred, my guy. He did exactly what news stations do to protect people's identities. Also, hate-stalking campaign website. Just because there are some people on Kiwi Farms who do hate stalking and doxing innocent people, those are bad people. I've maintained for years that the people who are equivalent to Twitter freak virtue signalers that are on Kiwi, and they do exist, are bad people, and Josh does himself a disservice by allowing those people to use his website for those campaigns, especially because he spent many years fighting people who wanted to slander and paint the website as only doing that. I was like, what was that fight for if you're just going to let people turn your website into a harassment box, right? It just seems a little weird. But as far as I'm concerned, I've gotten important information on current events there. There's important information archived there that has nothing to do with the Twitter freak adjacent people. It serves a purpose online, and it also, if it gets taken down, will pave the way for other websites to be taken down in the same manner. God, you want to touch the poo right now. This part, wait, it gets better. All right, it gets better. I'm not banned from appearing at conventions. This guy's been reading a little bit too much slander on the internet. All right, if people are talking about me, I've found out typically they don't watch my streams. They don't know my content. It's all just lies. It's kind of fascinating what they come up with, honestly. I'm not banned from conventions. I was blacklisted from appearing on panels at Offkai. I had an what is it fucking called? I had a meet and greet, but it was unofficial. Like, I was not... that was not something I talked to the Offkai staff about. I'm pretty sure I'm not banned from appearing at conventions, considering I've had several others reach out to me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't these V-tweeters also count as hate stalkers? They seem to be obsessed with shit-talking everything you do. Yeah, but I mean, who the fuck cares? Like, who are they? Anyone who believes the stuff that V-tweeters say is just as insane as they are, right? But see, it's free content to make fun of them. This person said, if you're wondering if you've heard the name Kore before, that's apparently the guy that I am quote tweeting with the information. He's the same drama channel that leaked a bunch of sensitive information that Rushia disclosed to them, which led to her losing her job. Then they profited off of Mafu Mafu sharing his relationship issues with her. I am mostly ignorant to that entire situation. So did Kore do something bad? Did he leak something he shouldn't have? Or was he informing people about what actually happened? I don't know, because I did not read that. Kore is basically JP Keemstar. That guy is apparently Japanese Keemstar. Jesus. What got Rushia fired was Rushia herself. I wouldn't know. I did not read the majority of what went on with her, because I just did not really care. Gonna be honest with you. Kore's not that great of a guy. He is Keemstar. I mean, Keemstar definitely gets stuff wrong occasionally. But he does just retweet, like, news sources on occasion. They didn't leak her info. They just found out she leaked it to them. Interesting. A lot of people have given them the name Japanese Keemstar, and basically they have a history of being extremely dodgy with sensitive info, and not having standards when it comes to doxing or discerning what stories are useful or how to convey them. Kirsche is cool with that. Well, I'm gonna say, if I go to this tweet, alright, it has 17.9 million views, 73k likes, and 19k reposts. I don't think my tiny ass is even a drop in the bucket of the stats I'm looking at right now. And if he's wrong, if he's spreading fake news, yeah, I'll absolutely fucking drag his ass for it. Because why would you lie about something like that? That's fucking awful, dude. Don't do that. But as it stands right now, we don't know if this is true or not. He's going to have a stream about it on the 1st. We'll see what he has. Bint, where are your facts, friend? Oh, that's the best part. That's the best part. Bint goes on to say, my cursory understanding of what's being said here is that an employee was filming livers without consent. Not clear whether it's a random employee or a higher-up. Not clear whether the whistleblower took this issue to any HR department before going to a drama channel. Well, weird little Bint man, I'm glad you agree with me! Are you gonna combust into flames for having the same opinion as some spooky boogeyman you've made me into? That's crazy! You said something I agree with, man! That's exactly my opinion! Undeniably, it's a very fucked up thing that should be addressed, absolutely. Any actual details besides, you'll have to watch to find out, are completely missing. You shouldn't be sharing a noted dodgy source who hasn't even provided an actual story yet. If it's true, that's crazy. Right? If it's true. This thing has, as I said here, 17.9 million views. 19k people have reshared this. Why the fuck am I important in this story? I don't feel like I am. Some people really like to dig their hole and not put their shovel down. Yeah, exactly. Adele Phaser, thank you for the 3-month resub, my guy. Thank you. God, I love when I agree with people who hate me. It forces them to either admit they're wrong or I'm right. It's actually crazy. Tiger Knock said, you frame your tweets like a journalist. Of course they do. Why are you lying about Kirsche? She said numerous times doxing is wrong. And this was in response to... I don't even remember who I was responding to, but they were upset that I was defending that Stone Toss got doxed. I've never interacted with Stone Toss, but I don't think it's okay to dox someone who just makes edgy comics. That's not a reason to dox someone and disseminate their information across the internet. That's crazy. You would think me saying I'm against doxing of innocent people, I don't care how edgy they are. He hasn't committed any crimes. He hasn't done anything worthy of having people harass him with his real-life information. Even if you hate him, even if you hate his comics, alright, it's crazy. So this was me, just being like, little bro's obsessed. He replies under every one of my tweets. Now he's upset that I am against doxing someone who makes offensive comics. Doxing someone is shit cunt behavior. Enjoy getting off on the attention. And someone else had mentioned, you're known as a doxer to some people that I've mentioned you to. Friends with doxers, too. I was like, imagine drinking the Kool-Aid that hard. I've never doxed anyone. I don't support doxing anyone. I even defended Fruit when it happened to her. People way too easily believe lies, which is why I correct stuff like this when I see it. Don't dox people. I was like, I don't know how that is a controversial thing to say. And so the Angie Bint goes on to explain, very honorable of her to concern troll in defense of an actual real-life Nazi. Is Stone Toss a real-life Nazi? You seem to know a lot more about him than I do. Are you maybe a fan of his? Why do you know so much about evil Nazi comic man? Who is the fox who ever doxed? These people are living in their own schizo worlds. During the Dragon Fat Deposits harassment campaign, Spooky and his friends would go around saying that I tried to dox Spooky, and I actually gave his information out to people. There was a guy who Dragon Fat Deposits also modded for, who was friends with Spooky, who went on side scrollers and super chatted to side scrollers about how I doxed his friend. So there are people who believed that because enough schizos were running a harassment campaign on me to get retards on the internet to believe them. Nazi doesn't seem like a word at this point, Jesus Christ. Dragon Fat Deposits and his chaser. The worst thing Stone Toss does is hide Among Us in his comics. I can't unsee it. Where's your proof? I made it the fuck up! Yeah, right? Sorry, buddy. Actions speak louder than words. If you say doxing is bad while praising a site founded on digging into mentally unwell people's personal lives to torment them, you're not anti-doxing. I would say I agree that the people that Kiwi does dig into are mentally ill. But when you're someone who perpetuates bad behavior, when you're someone like a mass shooter or someone who is just like a crazy person who does harassment themselves, I don't really see that as an innocent person, right? It's like Alyssa Mercante going out and doxing people and then wanting to cry when it comes back and happens to her. You played that game, right? You're gonna live by the sword, die by the sword. Why does that account have a slur against woman as its name? I don't know. I pointed that out as well. It's very weird. It's very weird, you know? And plus, if you did put it out on the public, you should be judged. It's just like... Kiwi Farms has crazy people who go on virtue signaling campaigns. They harass and they dox innocent people who don't deserve it. And it's unfortunate that there are those people who are able to stay on the site and do things like that. I do not like those people. I do not condone what those people do. And if Josh wants to keep defending his website as a place that doesn't allow that, he should not allow people to do it to innocent people. He's run his website for long enough, so, you know, he probably knows far better than I do. You don't think she would support this behavior? Stone Toss is a comic with a pride flag, a sticker on a person's face who represents wokeism. Another guy peels the sticker off to reveal a friendship windmill. So no, he's not a Nazi. Speaking of the Alyssa person, did I see that they threatened the Kiwis with legal threat? Yeah, it's fucking stupid. I went over that on my last stream. Imagine threatening a Jersh of all people with legal action over that. God damn, dude. And Binted has that name because it annoys Made Mints fans. They're a Niji sister. That's really weird. That's really fucking weird. You realize this now after knowing it's a slur? Probably not even go through with the case. I mean, he'll probably make fun of them. It's free content when people do really retarded things like that. Who the fuck wants to go to New York? What do you mean? Niji sisters are really weird, yes. It's like they live in an alternate reality. It's crazy. Use that word all the time. It's a good word. Rolls right off the tongue. I don't know. I don't think bint rolls off the tongue very well. Maybe that's just my accent, though. Wait, what's the slur? Bint is a derogatory term for a woman. No, Kirsche, I don't want you to explain yourself. I want to hate the image of you I have in my smooth brain. True. True and real. Well, let's see. Where else are we getting angry today? Oh, my favorite thing to get angry about, chat. My favorite thing to get mad about. And thank you again, Polt fan, for translating the JP text, since my smooth brain cannot read JP. Appreciate you, Polt man. When you've done extensive research into history, you realize the good never win. Oh no. Riley Odom, thank you for the 2-month member. 2 months of my favorite merchant of misinformation. Time has really flown. True. Live long enough to become the villain. Money is a speech of work. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to keep talking about Alan Wake, because that's a thing that still exists. Control, Alan Wake, video game set to be adapted by Annapurna, Remedy Pact. The partnership between the video game maker and the Night Bitch studio will see popular game franchises turned into film, TV series, and other formats. What's an Annapurna? I don't know what Annapurna or Night Bitch are. I'm gonna be honest with you. Night Bitch? Annapurna has partnered with games maker Remedy Entertainment to turn Control and Alan Wake video game franchises into films, TV series, and other projects. Annapurna will also work with Remedy as a co-production and co-finance partner to adapt the upcoming game Control 2. Remedy and Epic Games Publishing? Why does Epic also ruin everything? Also recently launched Alan Wake 2. Yeah, it was Epic exclusive. The news comes as Annapurna's latest live-action feature, Night Bitch, is due to premiere at the Toronto Film Festival. Recent Annapurna titles include Nimona, the Oscar-nominated animated film, as well as series like Prime Video's Dead Ringers. Alright, let's see Will these bring up like little trailers for these things that I can look at? What is Night Bitch? It's not loading. Night Bitch doesn't want to load. Never heard of any of I've never heard of any of these. Danny D, thank you for the $4.99. God help me, I almost called you Fox News best anchor in front of the normies. Wait, I click on Night Bitch, and it brings me to this page, and the only thing linked is the fucking article I have open right now. Okay, hold on. Okay. Annapurna Night Bitch. Videos. Searchlight teams with Amy Adams and Annapurna for Night Bitch. Is there a trailer? Night Bitch 2024, release date is December 5th. So it's not even out yet? It's not even out yet? What? Night Bitch trailer. Is there a trailer? Where's the fucking trailer? Night Bitch trailer. Here we. Why was that so hard to find? 21,000 views. This is not a trailer for Night Bitch. It's just a compilation of previous Amy Adams movies. Nice try. What the fuck? Why is there no trailer for this? Sounds like some furry shit. What about this one? What about this one? Night Bitch trailer first look. Is this a real trailer? Searchlight presents. Night Bitch tells the story. I just wanted to watch the trailer, not listen to this tool. Misleading title. This is not the trailer. Okay, so this is also not the trailer. Why are YouTubers like this? This feels fake. What is this? What is this? I'm trying to find literally anything on this fucking Night Bitch. And all I have are like YouTubers claiming they have the trailer. And then they don't. You do know a trailer would probably get your video claimed? Look, I can pause it every 3 seconds. What? Maybe fucking Hollywood Reporter. They have like a little interview here. What? I go to the Hollywood Reporter. Searchlight teams with Amy Adams and Annapurna for neo horror Night Bitch the news. And I got a briefly unavailable for scheduled maintenance. Check back in a minute. What the fuck? They really don't want me to watch a Night Bitch trailer. I'm losing my mind. What about this? This is 3 minutes 28 seconds. Kirsche Schizo arc. Is this? What? Random guitar string? Now this is like one of those weird AI videos. This doesn't have any information. Daily Motion video? Daily Motion? Why is this so difficult to find, chat? Are these?
Howl in Night Bitch. Searchlight.
Okay.
Amy Adams is ready to howl.
Wait, hold on. I
Night
can't
Bitch.
use
Searchlight has picked up
Daily Motion. I've never used their website. Well, I have. It's weird now. Okay. Okay. This looks like a legit source. Here we go.
Amy Adams is ready to howl in Night Bitch. Searchlight has picked up the worldwide rights on the feature project, teaming up with Annapurna on the adaptation of the Rachel Yoder novel. Adams is starring in the project that is being written by and will be directed by actress and Can You Ever Forgive Me filmmaker Marielle Heller. Filming is looking to take place in September. Adams will star as a woman who finds herself in a mind-bending and energy-sapping routine of raising a toddler in a suburban home while her husband is on lengthy business trips.
That just sounds like a normal life. What do they mean? What did they mean by this?
According to Searchlight, the woman slowly embraces her feral power, deeply rooted in motherhood, as she becomes increasingly aware of the bizarre and undeniable signs that she may be turning into a canine. The project looks at the
What? Is this just an elaborate white women fuck dogs joke? What is happening?
pressure women feel to be modern mothers and is described as a darkly comic neo-horror. Elsewhere for Adams, the actress next stars in Disenchanted, the sequel to Disney's 2007 hit Enchanted.
Okay, I don't really care about the Disney one. I really wish there was a Night Bitch trailer to watch, because this sounds like something we're gonna have to watch together in the Discord. My god, it's the Shaggy Dog remake. Is the book a bestseller? I've never heard of the book. I've never heard of the book. If I search for what was it? Rachel Yoda Night Bitch all Wikipedia. Night Bitch is a 2021 novel by American writer Rachel Yoda. The book is a magical realism-style story of a stay-at-home mom who sometimes transforms into a dog. Yoda had not written for 2 years when she began writing Night Bitch. Okay, alright. The novel received positive reviews. In a review for the Seattle Times, Jordan Snowden praised the novel as a stunning modern feminist fable that shouldn't be missed. In her review of the book for The Guardian, Laura Fiegel referred to it as an important contribution to the engagement with motherhood that rightly dominates contemporary feminism. Writing for The Washington Post, Beth Ann Patrick describes how Rachel Yoda's debut novel, Night Bitch, may feel as if the author stuck her hand into your brain and rummaged around. Yoda has a powerful understanding of the alienation that can set in for stay-at-home mothers and others. In her review for The New Yorker, Hilary Kelly wrote, "The two predominant strains of maternal commentary in the 21st century can be summarized as mothers cannot possibly do all that is asked of them, and mothers are capable of anything. Each affirms the other. Mothers simultaneously cannot live up to both maxims, and they have little choice but to try. Yoda believes both, and neither, and her novel happily occupies a floating realm between them." I found it! Oh, I found it. She got the dog. There's gonna be a sex scene in it, chat. Like, $100 says this author was never a stay-at-home mom. True and real. Does she have kids? Let me go. Rachel Yoda is an American writer from Iowa City, Iowa, best known for her novel Night... Okay, so she's literally best known for Night Bitch. Novelist, education, period, notable works. She grew up in the Mennonite community of the Appalachian foothills of eastern Ohio. Ohio strikes again. There's no mention of family here. No mention of family. She, selected as an indie next pick in August 2021, Night Bitch has gone on to be named a Best Book of the Year by Esquire and Vulture, and recognized as the finalist for the Penn/Hemingway Award for Debut Fiction, finalist for the VCU Cable First Novelist Award, and shortlist for the McKitterick Prize. Okay. She's a stay-at-home dog mom. This was I was reading Wikipedia earlier, so I wasn't gonna bring it up, but this is like a little about blurb on her. Essays, news, Night Bitch! One of the most anticipated books of the summer! I bet it is. Oh, man. One day, the mother was a mother, but then one night, she was quite suddenly something else! What kind of a fucking tagline is that? I don't care about spelling. I like the name Rachel Yoda more. Look, it's not my fault she has an R at the end of her name, okay? Read along for the book club. That's probably way too many pages for that. Alright, okay. Look at all this praise it's gotten, dude. Jesus. Entertainment Weekly just gave it one fuck it. They're like, electric. That's funny. Dude, just kill me. We're gonna have to watch this when it comes out in December. You know it's gonna be direct to streaming. Kai, thank you for the 5.
Plop, 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 plop. Get pregnant, get pregnant!
Also, body pillow, please. Soon, TM. Still working on it. Still working on it. All right, we got really distracted because I wanted to know what Night Bitch was. What was Nimona? Surely Nimona has more information. Why Megan Ellison saved Nimona. I needed this movie. Okay. And if I go here, Nimona trailer. Okay, Nimona has a trailer. It's a Netflix trailer. Ah! It kind of looks like Dustborn. Kind of makes me think of Dustborn. Hey, you get full screened, idiot. Let me turn down the volume a bit and turn on my background music. Let's just make this as complicated as possible. Nimona was the shapeshifter in a medieval world, right? I have no idea. I have no idea. They had to steal the name of a Pokemon character to hope to get any attention.
The Queen Killer is still out there.
Everyone is scared. He's a murderer.
He's a monster.
He's perfect.
What? Does women not fall in love with psychopaths? Mission Impossible? Cringe! I'm gonna mute it now because there's like music playing. Hey, boss! From the writer of Big Hero 6, Monsters University. Name's Nimona. Your sidekick has arrived! Every villain needs a sidekick. The real villain is still out there. And I do need help. Oh, she wants to kill people. Okay, alright. Wait, why is a child wanting to be a henchman for an evil adult? Hold on, wait a minute. Horn? Oh, she can turn into animals! This seems to be a theme here. There seems to be a theme in the movies Annapurna participates in. You remember Disney sold the rights to this because there wasn't an easy way to take out the DEI shit? Oh no. This is actually a decent movie. It has a fun premise, but based on who's making it, I doubt that the messaging wasn't very beat you over the fucking head. This is a ripoff. Remember the white women made Twilight successful, true? You don't know if there's a chance for her to be cool or not? What the fuck? What the hell was that? It was a book before it was a movie, and the book was pretty good. Of course, there's a... Why are you running around? Oh, it's like Star Wars imagery. Cat. You don't like the art style? Look, I would take this art style over the typical, you know, globalist art that we see often. I think like the papercraft thing is an interesting art direction. People, their fighting suck the earliest kills imaginable. I don't know. This seems like a very strange movie. Cal art style. The art style's fine, just nothing unusual. Yeah, it's a really low bar. It is a really low bar. Yeah, back to the article. Now we know a little bit about what Annapurna has done. Remedy's pact with Annapurna follows ex-Epic Games executive Hector Sanchez returning to Annapurna as president of Interactive and New Media, where he will work with CEO Megan Ellison to develop IP across multiple platforms. In addition, Paul Dole has joined Annapurna as head of strategy. At Epic Games, Sanchez led the publishing team and the Unreal Engine games business, while Doyle led the corporate strategy team. Interesting. This deal with Remedy isn't just about adapting great games. By great games, do they mean a game that's very beloved that they're about to ruin, and a game that was very beloved that they ruined with Alan Wake 2 that still hasn't recovered its cost? If you care about Nightbitch, you found a decent article talking about it in stream suggestions. I just wish we could have a trailer for it. That's what I want. I wanted a trailer, but I couldn't find one. The deal with Remedy isn't just about adapting games, it's about breaking new ground in how companies can collaborate. By backing Remedy's move towards self-publishing, we're putting our faith in their vision, Sanchez said in a statement about the partnership with Remedy. Annapurna founder Ellison, in her own statement, said Hollywood storytelling was evolving to new platforms. Today, people fall in love with characters and universes, not formats. And we're excited to leverage Remedy's beloved, immersive narratives in these new mediums, she argued. And you know what? I loved Alan Wake 1. Normies ate up Alan Wake 2 because normies love slop. And if they manage to make slop game into slop movie, I'm sure it's going to do decent. It might not break even, but they'll still call it a success. I guess they get to sink or swim once Remedy runs out of other people's money. It'll be interesting to see. Annapurna, launched in 2011, creates content across film, TV, games, and other mediums. Remedy, founded and headquartered in Finland, has franchises that include Control, Alan Wake, and Max Payne. If normies liked Alan 2, why didn't it become a commercial success? There's less people that will consume slop game than consume slop movie. Slop movie is a lot less of a commitment. Normies are cattle, yes. They will make a buck. Yeah, I doubt the Alan Wake 2 movie will break even. It'll be really interesting if it does, but I don't think it will. Alan Wake will become Alan Woke. Already did, man. Already did. I am sick of talking about Alan Wake 2 because I hate it so much, but they keep trying to push it as a success. If you don't wake up tomorrow, you'll not be disappointed that I cannot consume new product. Oh man, Annapurna has made a few interesting movies, a lot of woke slop. It sounds like it from what we read here, unfortunately. In a massive twist of weird irony, I saw this article, and I was like, fucking, why? That doesn't make any sense. Wealthy Americans splurge on luxe London properties as they flee the United States crime and political problems. They don't want to return. Who the fuck looks at the political problems in the United States and then looks at the UK and says, yeah, I'll be better there. They have better laws there. What kind of fucking drugs are you on? It's London calling for these minted Americans. Cashed up expats are increasingly investing in London's luxury real estate market. London, by the way. According to a new report from Bloomberg, with sales doubling in just 6 months. A strong dollar, plus various social and political problems plaguing the United States, have our citizens scouring the British capital to snap up the city's plushest properties. I just don't fucking believe you. There's been a few. You remember reading an article back in 2016 of an enclave of stupid people who went to Canada because of Bush? I mean, I'm sure there's a small amount of people who are basically, like, communist enough to want to move to a big daddy government country like the UK, but are there enough of them to make a fucking article about it? You had a friend before you now broke her out of this shit, and she was thankful for the Labour Party winning. Now she's like, oh god, oh fuck, oh no! You were actually talking to a British friend of yours earlier, and he said he'd rather be in the UK than America because of gun crimes. At least I can defend myself if someone tries stabbing me in the United States. Slow news day. Americans are being much more decisive with purchases, partly because they don't want to return to the US due to issues such as gun crime. Joe Eccles, the managing director of London property search service Ecord, told the outlet, there's no fucking way. Oh my god, these people are so silly. Imagine being able to legally defend yourself. Imagine! With exchange rates in their favor, Americans have already done their number crunching and are armed with their offer. Aware of tax considerations before they arrive, the expert added. There's a stark contrast to 3 years ago, when our American clients would typically rent before buying, taking longer to put down roots in London. Recently, Eccles represented an American buyer who purchased a $42 million home.
Hey guys, smash that like button, leave a comment, push me in the algorithm.
In the posh Notting Hill area, a transaction that would have once been notable, but is now more normal than not. There's no way you can convince me that $42 million is just your average Joe purchasing a home. Ain't no way, dude. This is rich, out-of-touch boomers and California tech bros. Yeah, absolutely. 42 million? Come the fuck on, dude. Come the fuck on. Who the fuck buys a $40 million house in the UK as an American? I was being shown that I can buy literal, like, 15th and 16th century castles in France countryside for, like, $500,000? When you can buy a castle for 500k, what the fuck are you buying for 42 mil? You don't know why I don't see this as a good thing? California's New Yorkers leaving for England is great. I mean, yeah. If these are crazy progressives leaving, like, yeah, sure. They can live in their utopia. Have at it. Less fucking weirdos for us. Notting Hill, that property just went down in value. Reminder that the head of Black Lives Matter for the UK was shot and killed at a London house party during an argument. Gun safety indeed. 500k, that's a crack shack in California. I've definitely had a few people being like, Kirsche's too picky. She doesn't need to get like a $700,000, $800,000 house. She can just settle for something that's more reasonable at like 300k. And it's like, my guy, I don't know if you've looked at the real estate in New England, but the crack sheds are 700k. I don't want to pay that much, but if I want to live in New England, that's just the normal price range, unfortunately. That means you can finally save California when all the idiots leave. A shed in the back would be 300k. I brought up, hold on, I know I sent someone a screenshot of it. I can't bring it up on stream, but I can at least say the stats of the house. It was what was the fucking price here? There's no way it's that far back. No way. Okay, here it is. This is under 1,500 square feet, so it's pretty small, right? It's a pretty small house, right? It's not a good-looking house. It looks like something you would have bought maybe 5 decades ago, and it's almost $800,000. Under 1,500 square feet, $800,000. That is the normal price in the area I would like to live in. It is unfortunate that I would like to live in an area where that kind of absurdity is normalized. You loved watching the video with me ranting about people remodeling old homes. Ugh, don't make me angry. They aren't silly. The police will defend them. They'll move into gated communities or reserved suburbs with private security and corrupt ties to local law enforcement. The gun is an equalizer. If almost nobody has them, you can buy much better security than if everyone has them. The UK still has a class-based society. You're never going to have to worry about rubbing shoulders with the filthy peasants if you're a millionaire like you have to, even in California. I guess that's also a fair point. If it's only like the out-of-touch, like, fucking far progressive left people who are going there with millions of dollars, they get to live out some, like, strange fantasy. They're like, oh, the US isn't becoming communist fast enough, but if I go to England, I can be the bourgeoisie above the little peasantry. I can watch them and their families get murdered from my beautiful ivory tower. Even the houses in your poorest shit part of the South have doubled, tripled into price over the past few years. It's sad. If you look at any chart for both house price increase and mortgage rate increases, and you look at how fucking violently they shot up after, like, 2021, it will make you sick. Like, I don't even know, right? Like, my brain hurts with numbers. I don't even know how it is physically possible for prices to have gotten that fucking crazy in that short of a span of a time. Like, houses basically tripled in perceived value. It is disgusting. It'll make you sing nice cock. They had to go up to slow inflation. Without that, we would end up like Turkey. Remember, Mark's got a private grave plot in London. You have to pay to see his Why do you have to pay to see his coffin? That seems really weird, to pay to see a communist coffin. We have family in northern Idaho and prices have doubled over the past few years. Oh my god.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat
Oh,
raid?
bioweapon. JKVT, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. The trend especially stands out at a time when London's market is facing a deficit of local or UK buyers as a result of stricter taxes on the wealthy. What did they mean by this? If there's a deficit of local and UK buyers, if there's not enough people buying houses, why are you importing so many people who also won't be able to afford the houses? Certainly not to give them those houses for free, now would it be? Your folks have a little farm plot in the middle of nowhere and are moving somewhere else for a better retirement plan before they even put the house up. They'd gotten 3 at-value offers. Oh, God. Stop noticing. Indeed, numerous luxury brokers are reporting that Americans are their main buyers in the current market. Bloomberg reported based on a survey by the researcher Lawnres. In the last 9 months alone, the amount of Americans buying in London went from 3.3% in the second half of 2023 to 6.1% in the first half of 2024. There is historical precedence for the pattern, however. Whenever there has been a financial or political upheaval over the last 50 years, the rich bees have always flown to the honeypot of London. Luxury real estate firm Glentree's managing director, Trevor Abramson, explained to the outlet, "We're nursing 3 inquiries at the moment, up to over 131 million, where clients are looking for trophy properties in London to house their families in their new British guise." I feel like that's a major red flag in and of itself, where they're just like, oh, anytime there's political upheaval in the last 50 years, all of the rich people from the countries experiencing political upheaval flock to London. To get an idea of how heavily divided English society is based on money, multiple members of Hamas leadership own multi-million properties in London suburbs. This is public knowledge, but nobody cares that they literally organize terrorist activities there because they're billionaires. The UK just does not sound like a real country. I hate learning about them. Buy when there's blood on the streets. Yeah, it'll deflate the value, and then you buy it, and then you can increase value. Even Europe is not safe from the California transplants. No one is safe from the California transplants, apparently. Apparently. I have a couple of more tabs on housing shit as well. Let's do all the housing shit all in one block, right? Let's be organized, chat. You don't like reading about people getting arrested for memes and social media posts? No, it makes me angry that they live in such an oppressive society. Should build a wall around California. Hard agree. Hard agree. Speaking of, residents face homeowner association fines as high as $10,000 for open windows in sinking San Francisco tower. Why is California? Homeowner associations are designed to keep their communities in ship-shape condition, but what happens when huge fines make the residents feel like they're sinking? That could be happening to the residents of the Millennium Tower in San Francisco, who are navigating fines of up to $10,000 per violation. The tower previously made headlines for its engineering problems and subsequent structural issues like leaning and sinking back in 2020. What a wonderful place to pay for!
Today I fucked up by trying to inflate my penis.
Isn't that the tower that's literally close to collapsing? It is, you are correct. Alusa Ferris, thank you for the 10. Just throw away your passport and come into the country across the southern border. You'll soon get free money and a free house. True. True and real. Bonus fact. Bonus! The author of the Satanic Verses, a satire of the Islamic holy book, was hidden in the heart of the Muslim quarter of London in one of the gargantuan mansions owned by the Saudi royal family, because it was the safest place on earth for him after he was declared a blasphemer and given the death penalty in the Islamic world.
Baby, can I have the cum cream?
What? That's actually kind of crazy that the Saudi royal family is harboring him so he doesn't get murderated. That's actually crazy.
Unlisted Ninja, thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you.
You're living in a tower that's literally sinking into the ground and about to fall over, but you set your thermostat to 74, so we're fining you $10 billion. I know, right? The tower's windows are also less than sturdy. In one incident, a window came loose from the 49th floor, slamming against the building and sending debris into neighboring buildings. Although nobody was injured, local authorities ordered the tower owners to install stronger support arms for the windows. 4 years later, the work is finally being done. Why the fuck did it take them 4 years to fix this issue? I hate bureaucracy. Meanwhile, the tower's homeowners association is attempting to prevent further damage through fines. Until all the windows are reinforced, the homeowner association is fining residents up to $10,000 for leaving their windows open when they're not home or during wind events.
Gee, Sally, your boyfriend lets you have 2 comms?
In addition to any damages the windows cause. Now, I don't like homeowners associations, and I think the $10,000 fine is absolutely absurd. However, hot take, if you are dumb enough to purchase an apartment in a building that is not structurally sound, and it's sinking into the ground and falling over simultaneously, and your windows have the danger of falling off and falling 50 floors to the ground, potentially killing someone, I can understand why the company would maybe be like, hey bitch, don't open your fucking windows. Right? Like, I can see the logic there, right? Come and take the money from me. Come and try to take it. They probably bought the property before it was built. It's just like, as soon as I would have been made aware of the structural issues, I would have gotten the fuck out. And it's crazy to me that they can buy something before it's built, right? And just be out all of that money because they were buying a lemon of a building. Make it so much that they can't ignore it. Just lock them in! Hey, we aren't China yet. You understand the fine's $10K for an open window? F no. They gotta do something, so they're just like, hey guys, don't accidentally murder people with your faulty windows that we were too dumb and too cheap to build correctly. They could have been scammed into buying it and cannot sell it. It's just like, I can understand the logic with please don't kill people with our faulty windows. What I can't understand is, ooh, hello Thunder. Zeus, please don't kill me. What I can't understand is why it took the company 4 fucking years to do this. Right? Like, you can't have this issue for 4 years and then all of a sudden be like, well, you were allowed to use your windows willy-nilly for 4 years, but now you're gonna be fined $10,000 because now it's a problem. It was a problem that whole time. What do you mean? Cindersons, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. You have triggered a golden scam train, the most elusive of scam trains. The window updates are getting out of hand. Azing Zarek, thank you for the 100 biddies. Cold Asa, thank you for the 100 biddies. Just Thunder, you've yet to see any rain. I got rain. From the phrasing you read, they're finding everyone until all the windows are fixed, including those with safe windows. This is a money grab to cover the work. They're only fining people if they open their windows.
It's your crime boss here, Kirsche,
not just because your windows are faulty.
City streamer.
JCL, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Huge Giga Chad, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly 110 biddies. Oh, my bad. I'm a little illiterate, cold acid. Motherfucking.
He was the Kiwi Farms Whisperer.
True. Noob Cobra. You're gonna scam. You're scamming. Thank you for the full fucking year resub, Noob Cobra, my guy. Thank you. Spider God 99. Thank you for the gift sub to QuickTime event. I'm not very good at those. Irshi, thank you for a 5 gift sub. Thank you. Chaplain Asmodai, thank you for the 100 biddies. No F's to give, thank you for the 100 biddies. Alerts going wild. Yeah, the gold scam train is here. You gotta molest it. Vouch, thank you for the gift sub to Mirogami. Thank you. Promethean Mind and Choo-Choom Fucker. Thank you guys for the 100 and 500 biddies respectively. Thank you, Choom Choom. Thank
thank you.
Golden Hype. Also, we must stop the Dems' plan to tax unrealized gains. I don't know how anyone agrees with that shit, dude. That's actually crazy. Very, very silly. Unrealized gains aren't real. Don't tax them.
Nom 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 nom.
Ooh, my power flickered.
Anna.
I have bridge to talk about, Zeus. Don't you do this? Logan's Game. Thank you for the 100 biddies.
His name is John C.
Honorable Grand Elder Chatter. Vingtor. I can't tell if that's a T or an L because I am blind. I am blind. Vingtor. It's a T. Thank you for the 4 months of pruning. Thank you for pruning. Will be Pecoino. Thank you for the 5 chat-ass gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Boziwan with more thick meat. Thank you for 5. Thank you. Thank you. 50 tons of cheese. I want that. Thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Mr. Dubious Badger. Thank you for John Cena biddies. Thank you. Thank you for the 1K.
John C.
Moldy Cola. Thank you for the 10 fucking gift subs. Thank you. Moldy Cola. Definitely a Pippa fan, honestly. JKVT, thank you for the 100 biddies for the Findom Foxes
Grand Elder
and the
Chatter.
Golden Scam Train. Thank you. Robodob Fiob. Thank you for the 100 biddies. We training in this hoe. Choo choo. Train noises. Mad Matter. Thank you for another 1,000 biddies. Thank you for John Cena, my man. Zeus does whatever Zeus does. Fuck him. Fuck him. Mr. Miss. Thank you for big 10 gift subs. Thank you. Keegs SK. Thank you for 10 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. All these people stuffing the Golden Scam Train full, dude. Was that 10 tier 3? Was it? Am I illiterate? Oh my god. Yeah, the anonymous. Oh my god. What the fuck? Anonymous guy. Anonymous. He did 10 tier 3s. What the fuck? Yeah, motherfucking Garbage Baby. My Last Swan Song. J-Dog87. Paula Fox. A Rubber Ball. Numicon. Unoriginal Memes. PDX Sasha. The Einhander. And Nubby Nubberson. All got gifted tier 3s. That's fucking crazy. Anonymous. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, fucking goddamn. Let me cook. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Why is this?
Happy Friday, Foxy.
Happy Friday!
Got myself a massage appointment in a couple of weeks.
Oh my god, I haven't had a
Can't
massage in
become
3
a
weeks. I'm
without
dying,
soreness.
chat.
Keep being awesome, Kirsche love.
Cave 12. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Science builds planes and skyscrapers, but faith brings them together.
Thank you.
Get it past 15, guys. What the heck? Pygmalion Prime. Thank you. 6 months in advance. God damn. Thank you for the 6-month pre-sub. Thank you. Happy September. Beautiful Fox News. I'll have to go over the September stuff at some point.
All of the men I like dick.
Oh, yeah. Odin Vaughn, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Fifth Venom, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you. Drunken Canuck, thank you for the 25. Happy Friday, Fox. You got yourself a massage appointment. I heard the TTS on that one. Hell yeah. I hope you enjoy your massage. I miss my massage. My massage therapist, she was sick with COVID, and then she had to get some surgery done, and I was like, oh my god, you're falling apart, lady. Stop it. Stop it, I need you. Eddie Spaghetti, thank you for the 900 biddies. You want to get scammed. Thank you. Thank you. I attracted someone from the Saudi family. Oh my god. Just some nuts. Thank you for the 2 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Holy shit, thanks for the tier 3. Nani Moose. Exactly. Glatorian Later. Thank you for the 2-month resub, my dude. Thank you. Fifth Venom, thank you for the gift sub to Wishing Zeno. Thank you. Odin Vaughn, thank you for the 300 biddies, my dude. Ikaron, hey, thank you for the 5 gift subbies. Thank you. The new clipping layout on Twitch PC is strange. I haven't seen it. Chiatos, thank you for the tier 3 3-month resub on a 3-month streak. Oh, that 333 was nice. Thank you. Shove all the Kirsche bits into the Kirsche holes. Hold on, wait a minute. Silent Hill, thank you for the 2-month resub, my guy. Thank you.
Munya.
It's not too bad. The Ninth Circle, thank you for the 10. You can't get Twitch to work? Here be a 10. Stuck in New York State, send helps. You may escape from New York. How are you stuck in New York, my guy?
Daddy, I'm your little tulip. It's me, I'm the little tulip.
Whoever less than 3.
Chiatos, thank you for the $45 doodles. Thank you. Who here would pay to massage Kirsche? You gotta have them big, strong hands to get inside my muscles. I almost read that emote name, but I didn't. I held back. I just made a weird noise instead. It appears the Kirsche has gotten into the Niji Sanji casting couch. I've dropped a new meme. Oh no.
Munya.
Fillion collab when? Can I give hints as to what we'll be doing? She has announced we're doing a shot collar collab. It is on
Wednesday. Upcoming Wednesday.
Oh my god.
Licky the muscles. I've never worn a shot collar before, so this will be interesting. What if I like it, chat?
The dick bitties.
Oh my god. Los Safaris. Thank you for the 1,500 dick biddies. Thank you. Avalanche Graham, thank you for the 100 biddies. Scam train this. I wish I should have been scam this train. It would have made more sense. Oh my god. You will love it a little too much. Oh no. That would be shocking. This fucking guy. On the YouTube side, Mr. Professor John Wolfman. Thank you for the 10 gift members. Thank you. One, I don't believe you. 2, you will like it. What the fuck? Run a gold scam on the Kirsche.
No, don't do that. I'm Quine Bobs.
You hope it's when you can control the shock intensity? It is. It is.
All of the men I like dick!
Falmatic Doge, thank you. Thank you for 5 gift subs, my guy. Thank you.
I should be quoting the zombie ninjas from Warrior Within. No, I won't, because I don't know what that is.
He was the Kiwi Farms Whisperer!
Luciferase, you're going crazy. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you.
Zeus be like, yeesh, and I thought Hera was a bitch.
Sally,
What?
your boyfriend lets you have 2 comms?
Canis Lupus Rex, thank you for the 4-month resub, my dude. Nano Mari _ EN Kirsche Fillion in a stream. You have no idea what would happen if this ever comes to be. But Fillion won't be the only one on the floor, because you'll be laughing a ton. Oh my god, that would be crazy. Crazy collabo. You quote stuff you don't know all the time, do I? If I do, it's on accident, because how can I know I'm quoting it if I don't know it?
Half-Life.
Hype chest? What the fuck is a hype chest? Oh, that's how you get the golden kappa. I can share my golden kappa now.
Half-Life, thank you for the 47-month resub.
My favorite airline pilot. Thank you, Hiffler. Event has been updated in the Discord. You can check it, and it will automatically receive an alert when the collab goes live. Yeah, we'll be on Fillion's channel. Look at all these scammers in the chat. All these golden scammers. Oh god, your swimsuit shows off a hype chest. This fucking guy. Hype chest is a bardic mimic. True. Back to the article. Now that our excitement has passed. Where did I leave off reading? The role of a homeowners association is to govern the community and ensure appreciation of property values through rules and regulations. This just explains what a homeowner association is. Is there any recourse from homeowner associations? Okay, the 2-minute move could knock... Okay, this is... I guess that was the end of the article, and then they went on to explain what homeowner associations are. So yeah, I think 10,000 definitely kind of ridiculous. But also, if people leaving their windows open causes the windows to fall and break, and it could kill someone, what else would you be able to do to prevent people from opening their windows, right? What else would you be able to do? The role of homeowner associations is to give Karens orgasms. Cause like I'm just thinking about like the doctors that came back from Africa knowing they had Ebola and being like, yeah, I don't need to quarantine. I'm just gonna go out and live my life as normal. Fuck that shit. So, you know, how would you prevent people from killing other people? Just remove the windows. Oh my god. Careful, DSP's looking for collabs. Some idiot mentioned you in Pippa in his chat. I doubt he'll reach out to us, first of all. Second of all, I saw that idiot's tweet. I think it was Trigger Point that posted it at me when I quote retweeted someone mentioning DSP wanting to do collabs with VTubers. Maulington YouTube raid. Maulington? Hey Raiders. Hey Raiders. Welcome Raiders. YouTube is very bad at telling me I got a raid, so thank you Binary Mind. Welcome Maulington Raiders. How large the block they control? Craig is doing a collab with DSP. Yeah, I want to talk to Craig and see what that email was, dude. I want to know. Maybe he already talked about it on Side Scrollers today. I'm not sure. You couldn't handle the king. I just feel like it's very obvious when someone is a tourist, right? Someone is not an actual VTuber enjoyer when they're like, hey DSP, do a collab with Pippa Pipkins or Mari _EN. It's just like, you don't watch those creators. You don't watch either of them. If you want to bring up their names to fucking DSP, that's some like fucking weird shit, dude. Craig did in fact read out the email entirely. Hell yeah. I'll have to look at that after then. It wouldn't even make sense, yeah. People are just like, yeah, but imagine it, it'd be funny. And it's like, it's never gonna happen, man. It's never gonna, don't bother people with your weird pipe dreams. I'll throw DSP on one of Bag's streams. Bags will use them for a punching bag. It'll be great. Do you think we could measure the depth of DSP and Bagman's head dents and see which one has the deepest? If DSP shaved his head and he had a similar dent to Bagman, could people do shots out of their head dents like that guy drank hot sauce out of Only Use Me Blade's leg holes? I'm just giving people free content ideas now. Head dents like Tyler One's. Yeah, exactly. You don't watch them or DSP, so you have no idea about this weirdness. You only know DSP is Gundam's punching bag. A Blade and his NTR. I didn't know he was into NTR. I only know him for the leg holes. Okay, Kirsche, maybe not that. The head dents are only temporary. Are you sure about that? I feel like the head dents last pretty long, you know? It says fans that have dents in their head. DSP's head is completely flat on the back. I did see that picture where somebody quote retweeted and they're like, where is the other half of DSP's skull? I was like, oh no. Oh no. Head dents might be temporary, but cringe is forever. Even if they're temporary, you can still do shots out of them, right? They just wait for someone to finish gaming all day and then do shots out of their head dent at night. Someone should write this down. Yeah, just like my Build-A-Brap idea. I only give you the best and most marketable of ideas. Speaking of most marketable, what all of us saw coming when I read about this fucking what is it called? The NAR, the National Association of Realtor lawsuit earlier this year. Report finds buyer agency agreements are incomprehensible and look to avoid the NAR settlement terms. Many state realtor associations' new forms, such as buyer representation agreements, are largely incomprehensible to the average home buyer or seller and have language that seeks to avoid the terms of the National Association of Realtors. I remember talking to you guys a little bit about the contracts that I was given and how the contracts made me feel incredibly uncomfortable because in the contracts there was wording until I was like, I'm not signing this unless this has changed. There was wording that was like, if this contract is canceled or otherwise, you know, disposed of for any reason, the buyer agrees to pay the agent's percentage fee on any home purchased through other agents for the next 4 months. And I was like, why the absolute fuck would I pay the agent actually working for me and your ass that I canceled a contract with? Why is there an arbitrary time frame where I would also have to pay you when you're no longer working for me? Scam clause, yeah, like it's actually, which is inherently not how contracts work on mutual termination. Yeah. People just need to learn to read, cross it out. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. That's a weird extortion clause. If I don't do my job, you still have to pay me. I was like, I don't remember everything in the contract that I complained about, but I did complain about a lot of it on stream previously. I know a scam when I see one. And I think the weirdest part was, and I guess this is a state-by-state thing, so some states don't have this, but like, if a realtor is like, okay, I'm the buyer's agent and my commission percent is 2.5. If the home sellers were offering to pay 3%, if the home sellers are saying, all right, we're willing to pay 3% to the buyer's agent, the way it works in some states is that 0.5% just evaporates, no one gets it, right? The home sellers just keep whatever that 0.5% amount of money is. And they only pay the 2.5 that is the buyer's agent commission. However, in other states, that 0.5% comes off the price of the home. So if your agent commission is 2.5% as the buyer, and the sellers are offering 3%, that 0.5% would come off the total price that you are paying for the house. And then, in the new contracts had wording that said the realtor agent, the buyer's agent commission is 2.5. If the sellers offer more, then the agent can take that percentage for themselves. So that was also a little bit of a different thing than what I was used to. Why would they offer to pay? Because that's how it's always been. The part of the NAR lawsuit was because sellers no longer wanted to be responsible for paying buyers' realtor fees, but buyers are going to be much less likely to buy homes if buyers are now responsible for both, like, let's just pick an $800,000 house, right? So if you pay $800,000, you also have closing costs and fees that you're paying as well. So that'll probably be somewhere around like $859,000, give or take, once you get through closing. I'm just ballparking this. I'm not like a realtor fucking number genius. But when it comes time to pay the commission fees, the seller will take that $800,000 that they get, and they will pay both their agent and the buyer's agent fees off of that $800,000 that they were given from the buyer. They're not all scams. You're involved in real estate transactions and often see deals turn into complete boondoggles if the parties involved don't have realtors helping them. I imagine very much so. Sparky, thank you for the 5R. You firmly believe TOS is made exceedingly long on purpose to wear out the average person, so you just sign your soul away. Fucking probably, honestly. SGT D4C, thank you for the member. How do you attract women 10 years older than you? I don't know. I don't know.
Ooh, baby, can I have the cum cream?
Lloyd Brown there, thank you for the 14-month tier 2 resub. Thank you. Hey, Fox, what's on the tangent today? There's a lot of things on the tangent today. There are about as many good realtors as there are good cops nowadays. True and real. I was always under the impression that most realtors are about the similar level of snake oil salesmen as, like, car dealers, right? They're kind of like a necessary evil, but I found a couple of realtors who are very nice people, thankfully. The seller's the one who ends up with the money to pay at the end of the transaction. Yes, that is exactly why that was the case. In your case, you use AARP magazines and Springsteen tickets. Oh my god.
Munya.
Am I confusing realtors with real estate agents? I use those terms interchangeably. Are realtors and real estate agents two different things? Women who are that old around here want a dad for their already established family. That's the dating scene. Oh my god. They are different things. Oh, well, fuck. I didn't know that. I just thought realtors and real estate agents were the same exact thing. They're two different how are they different, chat? I'm asking honestly. I'm not being facetious. Can confirm as a real estate agent, same stuff. Oh, okay, never mind. Alright, look, so everyone in chat is saying they're different things, but then a real estate guy says, no, they're the same. I'm gonna believe the real estate guy. He worked with a home builder. They tried to discourage buyers from using a realtor as much as possible because it cut into salespeople's commissions. Interesting. Never trust the real estate Asians. Oh my god. Fact checked in real time. F? No, I have a green square. I have green square. My internet's still here. No F. They're basically the same. One has like extra nonsense certification. Oh my god. At least in Australia. I mean, maybe in the US they're different? I don't know. I've always used them interchangeably. If I shouldn't be, I wouldn't know. You're a real estate agent. They are different. Can you, Mr. Real Estate Agent in the United States, can you explain why they are different in the US? One is part of the National Association, you think? When you were signing your mortgage papers, it was as thick as a book. You read every page. Well, they require 2 signatures per page. Your mom's pissed because she had to wait signing each page. That seems crazy to me. I wouldn't want to spend, I don't know when you bought your house. It was either tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maybe even millions. I don't know your financial situation. I would want to read all of that shit too. Why are you getting pissed at waiting, dude? AI says that realtor is a part of the National Association of Realtors. Okay, so a realtor just has like a special certificate, and then a real estate agent is one without that certificate? While all realtors are real estate agents, not all real estate agents are realtors. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm understanding. It all sounds like the same mumbo jumbo to you. Yeah. Realtor is a copyrighted term by the NAR, so only their members are allowed to be called that. Anyone else is just a sparkling real estate agent. That's really fucking silly. That's really goofy that they copyrighted that term. It would explain why someone in another country would think them interchangeable too. Oh yeah, absolutely, because I'm imagining in Australia you have the REIQ, but whether you join or not, realtor and real estate agent are always licensed in Australia, so there's no difference in Australia. I mean, yeah, all real estate agents have to get licensed in the states that they're going to be working in. I guess it's just a different licensing if they want to be part of the Realtor Association, I guess. Might be trademarked, but that's basically the same. Yeah, they're basically the same. One of them is just part of this organization that appears to be pretty shit. Where was I? Largely incomprehensible to the average home buyer or seller and have language that seeks to avoid the terms of the National Association of Realtors. Nationwide Commission Lawsuit Settlement Agreement, according to a report released earlier this month. The report was written and prepared by Tanya Monastir, a contracts law professor at the University of Buffalo. Monastir previously worked with the Consumer Federation of America on a new buyer agency agreement and listing agreement promulgated by the California Association of Realtors earlier this summer. Why is it California always ruining everything for everyone? Fuck, man. The realtor thing has nothing to do with licensing, it's just a membership perk. That's goofy. The latest report is not affiliated with the CFA. You should not need to hire a lawyer to understand a listing agreement or buyer representation agreement, Montesir wrote. These forms do not need to be this complicated. Lawyers and realtor groups have made them this complicated. They then claim that it's on the buyer's or the seller's responsibility to read the forms and that consumers are fully capable of figuring out the terms. I would beg to differ. Like, it took me multiple read-throughs of one of my contracts in order to fully understand just the depth of what the fuck is going on here. Alright, okay, like, it was bad enough to the point where I was just like, I don't want to sign this without some sort of an agreement that says, if I want to cancel this contract at any point in the next 30 days, none of these caveats listed in this agreement actually count. Right, like, I just want something that completely fucking nulls and voids it. Because this is ridiculous. And the reason that, like, I had to have some sort of caveat like that instead of just walking away from the contract in the first place was because now, with the NAR lawsuit stuff going into effect, if you are buying a house, your real estate agent, by their laws now, cannot show you a home without you signing a contract. It is now not legal for them to do that. So you have to sign a contract in order to be shown a house by your agent. I had a showing that evening for 5:30, and I got hit with the contract at like 3 p.m. So I had a very small window to read this contract and make a decision. And I even at one point was like, I really don't feel comfortable signing something like this on such short notice when I pick out so many things in here that I have a problem with. And she was like, well, I really don't want to lose my appointment, so let's figure out how to make this work. And that's where I brought up the, let's just make some terminology where everything is null and void, if we want to keep that appointment for today.
Are her legs like Moses at the Red Sea and give her the...
That's true, it is Friday, after all.
Riposte, thank you for the $50 doodles,
thank you. I signed a legal waiver for a house showing, so the HRA reserves the right to kill your himbo. What the fuck? They make it complicated on purpose to suck money, a bunch of scammers. They thrive on ignorance and pressuring people unaware of things. Yeah. Where you live, you must use a realtor. I feel like the other realtors I've been working with are very, very helpful. I could go without a realtor representation. I'm just gonna keep using the word realtor, chat. If they're having me sign contracts, I think they're very obviously part of NAR, so I just like, I don't care. I don't care to make that distinction when I'm talking off the cuff. The realtors I've been talking to have been very helpful, and I couldn't really imagine going into the kind of market that I'm trying to buy in without someone representing me, right? Like, normally I would say, yeah, you don't need a realtor. You could probably just go in and handle it on your own. But the seller is going to have a realtor representing their best interests. And especially in the market I'm trying to buy in, I would like to have an agent that is going to argue on my behalf for my best interests. Some states require a 2-day notice beforehand. Over here we can just call the owner. I mean, sometimes you can call the owner, but also sometimes there are notes on the property where it says, like, owner will not be accepting any mail or phone calls in regards to the property. So sometimes you just get entirely cock-blocked from even trying to contact the property owner. And a lot of times if you try contacting a property owner instead of an agent, people will assume you are trying to scam them. So they just won't respond either. People talk big about not dealing with a realtor until they start looking at houses, and then they change their tune real quick. If I was trying to buy a house somewhere not in New England, I probably wouldn't use a realtor. Some owners want the realtor to screen out the riffraff. Yeah. Why do people even need realtors? Why can't people just sell or buy things directly? Why the need for the third party? Because people are terrible at communicating. And so if you have two people who are communicating on behalf of the seller and the buyer, it just makes things a lot easier for the seller and the buyer to not have to communicate with one another. Convincing the seller that any direct contact is a scammer. The realtor propaganda runs deep. Yep. Thought we were talking about landlords barging and breaking into people's rented property. No, we haven't been talking about rented property at all. What the heck? The new laws put buyers on the hook to pay a fee even if you never buy a property. Buying will be much more difficult now. Yeah, that's what I'm reading in this article. Assertions like this fly in the face of common sense and everything we know about consumer contracting. In the report, Montestier singles out forms from 19 state and local realtor associations, identifying issues with all except those distributed by realtor associations in Rhode Island, by the way, Massachusetts, and Utah. And I will say the Massachusetts contract that I was given was basically sensible. It didn't have any, like, weird caveats. It didn't have any, like, you'll be on the hook for paying people. Even if you don't buy a house, you'll be on the hook for X amount of months kind of thing. Like, there was none of that in the Massachusetts contract. When you bought your house, you called the owner, had a look, met up at the bank. Mass isn't too bad, but the taxes are ass. Ideally, I could live in New Hampshire, but we don't live in an ideal world, so we'll have to see where I can find something. In addition to those 3 states, Montestier also analyzed forms distributed by CAR, Texas Realtors, Florida, North Carolina, New Mexico, Northwest MLS, Colorado, Tennessee, Western New York, Georgia, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Oregon, Northern Virginia, and South Carolina. The report did not touch on forms created by individual brokerages. So from this, it seems like that they can get a basic form sent out by the NAR, or they can make the agreement on their own, as long as it follows the criteria. I do not claim, excuse me, story continues. I do not claim that the forms are a representative sample of all the forms out there, but have reviewed enough of them to be able to identify patterns and problems. I've reviewed several dozens of these new forms. By and large, they are all very complicated and will not be understood by the average buyer and seller. Many of these certain terms that would come as a surprise to a buyer or seller, and terms that signal how realtors plan to circumvent the NAR settlement. Due to the terms of the NAR settlement, buyers' agents are now required to have a signed buyer representation agreement prior to going on the first house tour with their home buying client. And this is literally what I just said as well, is my experience. If I wasn't in the position of, like, looking at homes right now, a lot of this article would probably just be gobbledygook to me. If contracts could be understood by average buyers and sellers, we wouldn't need agents. Due to this, brokerages and realtors associations across the country have had to create and distribute forms for their agents and members to use in order to comply with the terms of the settlement. According to the report, many of the buyer representation agreements allow buyers' agents to collect more compensation than they agreed to with their buyer, in violation of the settlement agreement. I also said that earlier was part of my experience and why I felt kind of weird about the contract. Additionally, the report claims that many of the terms outlined in the agreements are confusing or appear to be designed to scare buyers to behave in a certain way. They absolutely are. They abso-fucking-lutely are. Like, the contract, when I read it on stream, was just absolutely ridiculous. And it definitely makes you feel a bit worried about putting your stock in the agent. If you ever decided to move out to the US for whatever reason, New Hampshire seems like one of the best options. New England in general seems good, as long as you stay away from New York below it. Yeah, absolutely. Massachusetts is known as Taxachusetts for a reason, though. They will tax you out the ass. Smug Go At, thank you for the 100 biddies. You hope that New Hampshire article you sent me went through my Discord tab. I'm not looking at my Discord tab at the moment, but it probably did, question mark? Since I'm talking about housing, did I see the Aurora, Colorado Venezuelans? I have them in a tab, don't you fucking worry. Montestier also noted that asking buyers to modify their existing buyer agency agreement so that the agent can be paid more is in violation of the settlement. And the buyers may feel pressured to agree to the modifications, and they may not understand the implications of what they're agreeing to. She also notes that these modified agreements are an example of the agent putting his or her financial interests ahead of the buyers. And this was another thing, right? When I explained, like, the percentages and how the agents in the new contract were like, if my commission's 2.5 but the seller's offering 3, I'm just going to take the 3. When they say in this article that the buyers might not understand the implications of what they're agreeing to, I'm sure with this sentence She is noting the states where that percentage is supposed to go back to the buyer in the form of coming off of the total home price. Twitch Mobile sucks. True and real. What don't you have a tab of at this point? In almost all cases, a buyer will be all too happy to sign a modified agreement after a guarantee of payment for the buyer's agent has been secured. After all, it's A, not his money, and B, failing to sign a modification could lead to an awkward or acrimonious relationship with the agent going forward. With respect to B, it's important to realize that the agent's request for a modification to the compensation comes at the same time the agent is submitting and negotiating an offer for the buyer. Why would a buyer want to alienate his agent at this pivotal moment in the process? If an extra 1% is on the table, why should that money go to the agent? How does Kirsche even keep tabs? On all of her tabs. They are my memory. Overall, the report highlights 10 terms and contracts buyers should be aware of. These terms include provisions that require buyers to pay compensation if their agent, or to their agent if a transaction does not close due to the buyer's breach. Potentially allow for buyers and their agents to modify the compensation amount upward. Allow agents to collect bonuses from sellers. Charge an extra fee if the seller is unrepresented, rather. So this is another one where you guys are just like, why do you even need to use agents? If the home seller is selling their home without an agent representing them, you as the buyer, under a contract, if it has this wording, can be charged an extra fee for the seller not having an agent. Like, this entire lawsuit, quite literally, has only worked to fuck over home buyers. Create a range of compensation or that allow for the buyer's agent to collect whatever is being offered by the seller's agent. I was literally told this exact phrasing. I was like, what the fuck? Like, all of this was in the contract that I was given. Except for this one. I think the unrepresented seller might not have been in there, but I do not remember. Allow the buyer's agents not to credit the amount sought from the seller to the amount of compensation owed by the buyer. Are challenging for the buyer to understand or are designed to scare buyers. Typically are not included in buyer agreements like those that the agent may or will receive compensation for referrals to third-party service providers. Montestier has also created a buyer's guide to signing a buyer rep agreement and a seller's guide to signing a listing agreement. I would ask regulators and those drafting these forms, do you think your mother or father would understand this? Montestier wrote, would you want your son or daughter to sign these forms? If the answer to either of these questions is no, then it is time for a do-over. Yo, dog, we heard you like fees, so we put a fee in your fees. You can fee while you fee. Yep. New Hampshire is also a very unique Democrat state, but heavily pro-gun. One of the few states with the lowest criminal statistics. Yeah, New Hampshire is a great place. Mass people are moving to New Hampshire in record numbers. Mass just passed the worst gun laws in the entire nation. New Hampshire won't have good gun laws for long. Yeah, I'm hoping they will resist the influence of Massachusetts. In other words, hey, you want to buy a house? Cool, fuck off, bucko. Yeah? Yeah? You don't tend to sign things you don't understand? Yeah, exactly. They made scam into law. Like, this entire lawsuit, like, when we first read through it months ago, I was like, this just sounds like a scam. Oh, this just sounds like it's gonna fuck over buyers. And a whole bunch of, like, real estate prediction mogul people were like, oh, this is gonna be wonderful. House prices are gonna go down. It's gonna be great for buyers. It's gonna be a buyer's market. And I was like, these people are just bold-faced lying. There is nothing here that makes me believe this would be good for buyers in any way, shape, or form. And lo and behold, the contracts I were given were not in my best interest. And also, lo and behold, now we have an article where people working with the NAR are like, yeah, actually, this is kind of fucking over buyers, ain't it? Wow, who could have seen this coming? I think everyone trying to use these abusive fees should be imprisoned for coercion and extortion. Spoiler, it was only good for the people who were saying it would be good. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, dude. It's crazy. It's good eventually, in your opinion, because it's causing more people to notice how fucked the market is. I mean, it's only good if people notice it and then demand the lawsuit be overturned, basically. Prices might go down because no one will want to buy a house under that kind of contract. Yeah, exactly. No one's gonna want to fucking buy shit, dude. Why do they take the brain rot with them? Speaking of brain rot, I have another housing article, I believe. Yeah. This one is on renting. How one company transformed the apartment rental market. And originally I was like, oh, is this gonna be some BlackRock shit? But it's a company I've never heard of, actually. What a segue! Thank you, I'm a professional. The Department of Justice dropped a giant lawsuit bomb on the apartment rental market last week when it sued RealPage, a company that makes software for big landlords and property managers. The surge in rent prices over the last few years, with double-digit annual percentage increases in many big cities, is one of the most stubborn pieces of the inflation puzzle. The DOJ's allegations could help explain what's happening. Not only did a huge rise in demand for apartments drive up rents as the pandemic dragged on, but RealPage stands accused of pushing landlords to raise rents higher than they would have on their own. Puzzle, yeah. Pretty sure we've talked about RealPage before. If we've talked about RealPage, I have completely forgotten about them. The name is out of my brain. I don't remember it. What's happening? You did, government! Oh. True.
I didn't even notice your penis!
Oh my god. Why did I say that? You talked about it. I don't remember talking about it, but I'll trust you saying I did, chat.
Repulside, thank you for the 690. Thank you.
RealPage has allowed landlords to price fix and raise prices so RealPage could point at their algorithm and claim not collusion. Yeah, right? That was the Azehara penis DM. Azehara sent me his penis? I don't remember this either.
Big Muatra, thank you for the 10. Hello, Fox Lady. Sorry for being a bother. Hope the rest of your day is wonderful. Wait, why are you a bother? How are you? What did you do? What do you mean? Thank you.
The micro penis from Twitter. Oh, the guy that sent us both penises. What do you mean? Kirsche didn't notice my pengus. Oh my god. According to the DOJ's antitrust suit and a damning ProPublica investigation in 2022 that drew attention to the company, RealPage strongly disputes these characterizations. Chat, when did I mention RealPage? You guys who said that I talked about this, what did we talk about? I don't remember. Poor Azehara. Oh my god. This was in a video shown by Asmongold a couple of months ago. Did I watch it on the stream? You don't recall Kirsche talking about RealPage? I don't know, multiple people said I did. I don't remember doing so. A realtors outsourced their collusion to a third-party app. Company just said that wasn't their intention.
Pingas. Oh, yeah.
It's okay, she was talking about me. What the heck? Yeah, it was on stream. I was like, what was the topic? Was it this? Were we talking about this before? I genuinely have zero recollection. It was a while ago. I don't know. RealPage is the leading global provider of AI-enabled software programs to the real estate industry. Oh boy. I don't know. I wanted to know the context. It's torturing me. You also remember RealPage? I talked about it on stream. You can't remember the context? You remember stuff about the home price fixing? Oh my god. He forwarded a penis pic he got to Kirsche. What the fuck? Inflation, high interest rates, and a housing supply shortage have driven up rent prices in America. Jennifer Bowcock, a RealPage spokesperson, told Axios. How is your name literally going to be Bowcock, please? Maybe we just watched the Asmongold one and assumed you talked about it since you're basically the same. Excuse me! I have way less styrofoam cups and cockroaches than that man! Is her name Bowcock? No, it's Bowcock. B-O-W, like archery. I pronounced it as bow, because I'm retarded sometimes. There's no bow food here, chat! She's already an inflation enthusiast! Wait, only less styrofoam cups and cockroaches. RealPage expanded its reach into the national rental market after a 2017 merger. The DOJ alleges that it holds a monopoly in the rental data industry. RealPage now controls 80% of the market for rent-setting software. These programs collect private information from landlords on rent prices, lease expiration dates, and even the details of applications from prospective tenants per the suit. RealPage says only 7% of rentals in the US are managed using its products, and notes that 2/3 of the data in its pricing algorithm comes from publicly available sources. RealPage is designed to help property managers and renters find the right price to fill their units, keep occupancy rates high, and manage seasonal fluctuations in demand so that there are units available at the times prospective renters need them. When a rental unit is priced too high, it sits vacant and doesn't help anyone. The company's data is used to recommend to landlords the rents they should charge. It almost always suggests an increase according to the DOJ's lawsuit. Not so, says RealPage. Often the addition of private leasing information leads the algorithm to recommend lower rents. I just don't believe them! I've quite literally never heard of anyone saying their rent has ever gotten lower. Ever. There's a yearly increase that all of us are fucking fatigued from. 36 billion in global development assets. Yo! You bet they're one of the reasons the one-bedroom apartment the wife and you have is now $1,600 per month. Yeah, fucking Moonshine was talking about how much he pays for his apartment. He unfortunately lives in California, and they're jacking up his rent again, and the amount that he pays is absurd. I don't know if it's okay for me to say it. I don't have him here to ask, so. Only 7%, like, as if that's a small number of renters. I know, right? More than half the time, Bocock says a property manager will set a price different from RealPage's recommendations. When that happens, alleges the DOJ, a RealPage pricing advisor will call up the manager and ask what's going on, and escalate their questions to the manager's supervisor. Oh, so it's like the fucking mafia. Like, hey, buddy, we were told you're trying to do some reasonably priced rental units. We suggest you up your price by $1,000, or, you know, maybe it'll be a little harder for you to get some renovations on your complex. You know, it's some mafia tactics here, man. That'd be a real shame if nobody ever rented out your units, buddy. The only reason you can afford rent of $3,500 in Boston is because the GI Bill covers it. If it didn't, you'd be fucked for sure. Jesus Christ. Temporary becoming permanent. You think the airline baggage fee was temporary after 9/11? For ages, I would only fly on airlines that gave you your first checked bag free. I don't even know if any airlines besides JetBlue do that anymore. And even then, it is so fucking hard to find JetBlue flights at this point in time. I don't know why. I love JetBlue. I would only fly JetBlue if I had that ability. Southwest does? Oh, I don't like flying Southwest, though. Make them an offer they can't refuse. Yeah, Southwest and American Airlines are, like, the worst airlines to fly on. Like, not counting shit like Frontier or Spirit, because, like, I actually want to live, you know? I don't want to get on one of those kind of flights and end up dying before I get to my destination. I don't trust those companies. JetBlue is hype. Love JetBlue. But like out of the real airline companies, I've only ever had problems with American Airlines and Southwest. Problems being they would like open my liquids in my suitcase and then not put the caps back on for like my shampoo or my conditioner or my perfumes. And then obviously it would just leak everywhere in my luggage and make a huge fucking mess. Also, I've had issues with both American and Southwest stealing items from my luggage. So I refuse to fly on those two airlines. That's crazy, yeah. You agree JetBlue is the least bad? Yeah, JetBlue is number one. If JetBlue is available, I will always fly them. And after JetBlue, it's just like, oh, well, you know, Delta, United, they're all basically the same. As long as I don't have to fly American or Southwest, I'll be good. You haven't flown since 1996 when you were a teenager? Jesus. Usually it's a TSA stealing your shit, not the baggage handlers. I've only, like, I don't know if the TSA staff is, like, different for each airline. Like, if the airlines hire their own TSA or if it's, like, a per airport thing. But for some reason, maybe people just give the, like, thieving TSA agents to specific airlines. I don't know how that works. the house you rented was $2,400 a month. Your house that is 10 miles away with escrow, 15 acres, is $805 a month. It's ridiculous. One of the airlines that overbook and then kick you off the plane because whoopsie daisy, we did a fucky-wucky. I guess we'll have to break your nose and arm or we forcibly remove you from the plane. Delta does that. Delta does overbooking all the time. The last time I was on a Delta flight, they were like, we have a bit of an overbooking problem. If we could get about 20 people who are willing to give up their seats, we can give you vouchers. And I was like, what the fuck? How do you overbook that many fucking people? Property tax increases the most likely cause of rents going up. In fact, your landlord even mentioned it in your notice to why it's going up again. Jesus. Yeah, just 20. Sorry for overbooking your $200 flight. Here's $30 back. How the fuck do you overbook one? They try to account for cancellations, but it's just like a nightmare, dude. And this is why you couldn't pay me to fly. In baggage, it's 100% the baggage handlers. There are cameras all over the baggage station source. You work with them. Oh, okay. Airlines expect a certain percent not showing up. Yep. No shit, you're scared of flying. I used to fly pretty often. Alright? I used to fly pretty often. But now, after all of the DEI craziness and all of the fucking Boeings falling out of the sky, I have become terrified of flying. Thankfully, the next flight I take will be on an Airbus and not a Boeing. So I have slightly less of a worry, but I am still terrified. Delta's only been your real issue, but Delta also just had 2 people die in a tire explosion 3 days ago in Atlanta. Yeah, I saw that as well. I was like, what the fuck? You had a United flight leave an hour early without calling you in any way, so when you were checking in, the flight was already taking off. You didn't get compensated. What the fuck? How did you get the one magical flight that leaves early? What is that luck? I mean, it's bad luck because you missed the flight, but like, what the fuck? Don't forget trapping people in space. Also true. You haven't been on a plane since you were a toddler before 9/11? Did I see how they died? No, I only heard the exploding tire. I haven't read the story. Whatever happened to those astronauts Boeing left in space? They're still in space. They're waiting for Elon Musk's company to be able to come get them. Gotta try business or first class on Qatar. You would strongly recommend it. You did it this year and it was great. I don't know if I want to spend the money on a business class flight, right? That's expensive, man. I've only ever flown like pleb class. Occasionally I got a free upgrade to the like in-between business and pleb class. Tim Peel, by the way. Tim Pool used to be a baggage guy. Wonder if he stole the Fox things. Probably not. SpaceX is not going to get to the ISS until February. Yeah, they're up there for a long fucking time. A long fucking time. Where were we? More than half the time, Bocock says, a property manager will set a price different from RealPage's recommendations. When that happens, the RealPage... I already read that extortion paragraph. Even when a market is softening and demand is falling, RealPage encourages landlords to hold rents steady, per the DOJ. When data reveals peers are raising rents, the DOJ says, the advice is also to raise rents. The bottom line is no one is saying that RealPage alone is responsible for the rise in rent prices, but that the company contributed to the phenomenon. I think what it did was add another layer of pressure to rents that wasn't market-based, said Jonathan Miller, a New York-based real estate appraiser who follows rental markets around the country. Attorney General Merrick Garland took aim at landlords using mathematical algorithms at a press conference last week when he announced the suit against RealPage. The framing perhaps downplays the fact that a lot of the behavior the DOJ describes in the lawsuit was driven by humans. The lawsuit alleges thousands of monthly phone calls by workers at RealPage to collect rental data, company pricing advisors that encourage landlords to follow the algorithm's recommendations, sponsored cocktail hours in which landlords met with each other. So why is it okay for landlords to discuss how much they're charging in rent, but it's not okay for employees to discuss how much their company is paying them? Why is one okay, but the other one's not okay? Even shared Google Drive documents for competitors to use to collect information. Even as software plays a central role in this case, that's nothing new. As ProPublica noted, the country's largest airlines were accused of using software to fix ticket prices back in the early 1990s. The Justice Department called the system an electronic smoke-filled room.
I'm sorry that I got fisted so hard it fucked up my sweep.
Reposite. I want to say riposte every time I read your name, but I know it's not that. Reposite, thank you for the 15 fistings. Thank you. Thank you. What a sound. You know, it actually isn't illegal to talk about pay with your coworkers. I know, but like your bosses try to scare you into being like, "Ooh, you better not talk about it." That was like when I got a raise when I worked at the insurance company, like my first raise. I was talking to a friend of mine. We were on our lunch break, and I mentioned how I got the raise to her, and she was happy for me because she was my friend. Some dumb bitch, I guess, overheard me talking to my friend, and went and told the boss woman, and complained that I got a raise and they didn't when they'd been working there longer. And the boss woman was like, you know, you're not supposed to talk about any of your compensation with any of your coworkers. It can create problems, and, you know, if we find out that it becomes a problem, we can actually rescind those promotions we've given you. It's federally protected to speak about your payment with coworkers. Everyone tries to scare you into not talking about it. Here, everyone knew how much you earn. People like to know how hard they're getting fucked over by the employer. Yeah, exactly. It can create problems for the boss. Yeah, exactly. That's illegal as fuck. Yeah, as we've learned, a lot of things that are seemingly illegal just fucking happen anyway. That's why bosses hate when you talk about raises. People don't think, why is that jerk getting paid more than me? They think, why aren't I getting paid more than that jerk? You went from working the floor to work in the office of a warehouse, and shortly after got a raise for keeping things efficient. Oh my god. Irony is, 3 of your roommates work for the same company as you, and they were all told to not discuss pay with employees. They need to know what I make for rent. Jesus Christ. The Justice Department's antitrust strategy is a part of the Biden administration's plan to bring down housing costs, and one that Kamala Harris clearly wants to continue. If true, wow, they did one good thing. I haven't heard them talk about it, but that just might be me not paying enough attention. RealPage is typically used by big landlords and property managers at more expensive rental properties. When prices rise in those kinds of buildings, it has a knock-on effect on the rest of the market. As higher income renters get priced out of high-end buildings, they trickle into lower-end rentals, effectively driving up prices for all kinds of apartments, even the little mom-and-pop places that don't use RealPage. True. Very true. They don't. She's had 4 years and done nothing. She's not gonna do anything. True. You have no proof of this, but you think they're trying to keep the common man poor so we can never accrue enough wealth to threaten their position? I mean, yeah. Volt Chaos VT, thank you for the 5. Your landlord wanted to raise the rent up to $1,800 from $1,300. Decided to buy a house. Mortgage is $750 a month, and the old house has been sitting empty for the past few months. Since we moved, he wants $1,700 for a 2-bedroom house. Help! That's actually really cheap for a 2-bedroom house. That's the most depressing part. Wasn't that the lady at your work that I regularly did better than? Yes. In her first economic policy speech earlier this month, the Democratic presidential candidate alluded to RealPage without naming the company. Some corporate landlords collude with each other to set artificially high rental prices, often using algorithms and price-fixing software to do it. Harris said, "It's anti-competitive and it drives up costs. I will fight for a law that cracks down on these practices." Exactly 1 week after her speech, the DOJ filed its suit. Well, that doesn't really make a connection here. I doubt the DOJ is going to file a suit like this in only 1 week. It was probably already planned. Basically, people who regularly made your job a hell by fucking theirs up got $3 raises, and you didn't get shit. And that's pretty convenient. That's pretty convenient. And I mean, again, like you guys in chat mentioned, she's been in the White House 4 years now. Why didn't they do something about this earlier? Why didn't they do something about all of this when the housing crisis started, like a couple of years ago when all the prices were skyrocketing? You know? And people are still realizing that inflation is so much worse than they think. It's a money supply problem. Prices have to skyrocket because they dumped trillions of dollars out of thin air. Don't worry, you guys. Communist policies will work this time. Truly. Truly, they will work this time. Was this my last housing article? I thought it was interesting that people who are renting are getting fucked over just as much as people who are trying to buy houses. Unfortunately. Something a little less number crunchy, a little more weird. It's a big club. You ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. It's the same big club they used to beat you over the head with all day when they tell you what to believe. True. True and real. Joe's been at the fucking beach. She could implement all this right now if it was so great. But if she implemented good things now, how would she get votes in November? Green new scam. Husband admits to... Why do you do this, website? Husband admits to adding cocaine and MDMA to wife's cokes in the hopes that he could marry her daughter. What a weird fucking article title. What? An Indiana man admitted to putting poisonous off-white powdery substances into his wife's Coca-Cola so he could kill her and marry her daughter, according to state court records. Alfred Ruff, 71, pleaded guilty to aggravated battery in July for trying to poison his wife. He was sentenced on Monday to 4 years in prison and 5 years of probation, Indiana court records show. Ruff told the officers in January 2022 that he had been spiking his wife's drinks over the last few months with a substance given to him by his wife's daughter, according to a probable cause affidavit obtained by USA Today. Dude, that is crazy! That is... I was just like, maybe this is a crazy old man who, like, thinks he can marry his daughter because he has weird incest fantasies. But the daughter was in on it! She was giving him the drugs! She's like, yeah, kill my mom so you can fuck me! What the hell? You just had an argument with a leftist when you asked why Kamala isn't doing any of the things she's promising right now, since she's in the White House already, and his answer was, the only powers the vice president have are breaking ties in the Senate and overseeing elections. How retarded do you have to be to think the second most powerful person in the most powerful country in the world can only do those two things? I mean, she can still bring issues up and have people write the legislation for it.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Hell and raid! So thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're talking about a guy who poisoned his wife right now. I hope you had a good stream. I wonder if she's actually gonna marry him or if this was just bait to get him to do it for her. I don't know. Either way, this is crazy, man. I'm not into the frog vomit butthole, but like, I'm curious if he's done it.
Rippleside, thank you for the 15! Thank you!
Is there a mugshot? I don't know. We'll find out. Ruff's wife, who called the Wayne County Sheriff's Department and told them about her husband's actions, gave the responding deputy a pill bottle that contained an unknown powdery substance. She also gave the deputy a Coca-Cola aluminum can that she drank and cut open. The bottom of the can was an off-white residue. The document continued. How did the wife end up wising up to being poisoned by her husband? Like, what made her suspicious enough to cut open one of her Coca-Cola cans? This whole story is crazy to me. Another deputy took Ruff's wife to a hospital where she tested positive for having MDMA, cocaine, and benzodiazepines in her blood and urine, according to the affidavit. She denied using the drugs. Once the state changed the nature of the offense, he took responsibility for what he did wrong. John Lawrence Tompkin, a Ruff's defense attorney, told USA Today, "That's the appropriate thing to do." How the fuck do you take responsibility for trying to murder your wife? What does he mean by this? When deputies interviewed a then 69-year-old Ruff at the sheriff's office in January 2022, he told them he was sexually involved with his wife's 31-year-old daughter from a previous marriage. So, it's not blood incest, it's just step incest. I don't think that makes it that much better, but like, what the fuck, man? Okay, 31. Take your pills. It's a Japanese anime incest. Yeah, it's anime incest. I was just like, why does a 31-year-old want to fuck a 70-year-old? Dude, what the fuck? Why do you always enter to these cursed things? You're hoping she was like 16 for story reasons? What a weird thing to hope. Step-grandpa has got it going on. Thanks, I hate it. He then explained that his wife's daughter gave him the pill bottle with the powdery substance in September and instructed him to put it in her mother's drink. Oh man, new wife's daughter copy pasta just fucking dropped. It's no longer just my wife's son. My wife's daughter wanted me to moiter my wife so I could fuck her instead. Ruff was the only person charged in connection with the crime. Nah. No. That fucking conniving bitch of a daughter woman should not be getting away scot-free for convincing her stepfather to poison mortar her mother. That's fucked up. Bitch set me up. That's crazy. Ruff told the deputies that the drug cocktail would make his wife go to sleep for 13 hours or so. He also confessed that he put the drugs in the drink to eventually kill her. The daughter and her female friend would call and tell Ruff to give the drugs to his wife, he told the deputies, per the affidavit. Alfred would then sprinkle some of the white powder in his wife's Coca-Cola can and then wait for her to fall asleep. The women would then come to Alfred's residence and put more of an unknown substance in Ruff's wife's drink and have her drink it. Once Ruff's wife was asleep, her daughter and her daughter's friend would put on a show for Ruff, according to the affidavit. The show involved the two women putting on Ruff's wife's negligee and then performing sex acts on each other. The court document continues. Alright, I'm just going to assume that Ruff's wife is either also in her early 70s or somewhere in her 60s, okay? Why would you want to wear your mother's negligee, your elderly mother's nightwear, and then perform lesbian sex acts with your friend to coerce your dad into killing your mom? And you're not getting any sentencing for this. We truly live in clown world, chat. I'm so fucking upset. Like 3 layers of NTR at once. Like Ed got, oh my god, if we get farther in this story and we find out the daughters are actually fucking men, I will lose my mind. Telenovela tier. Ruff also told authorities that while he was having sex with his wife's daughter or her friend, one of the women would steal some of his wife's personal items. How does this just keep getting worse? When does it stop? Why are these people allowed to exist? He also admitted to paying the women to perform sex acts. Oh man, I'm getting lightheaded. This guy's living his best 71-year-old life. No, he is not. What the fuck? If I was an elderly woman and my daughter, my flesh and blood, was convincing my husband to drug me to death while also fucking my husband, and her friend are doing lesbian sex games in my clothing for my husband, this would turn into a family murder spree real fucking quick. I'd kill her, I'd kill her friend, I'd kill my husband, I'd be like, all of you fucking gone, get the fuck out. Like, I'm in my 70s, what kind of repercussions am I gonna have? You know? If all of this crazy shit is the benchmark for being a person, you have no remaining connection to this world. Wow, Kirsche, have some compassion. I have 0 compassion for anyone but the wife in this story, dude. You need Jesus. I'm sending you all to him. Exactly. Zenik, thank you for the 70s. Czar. I'll be damned. Kirsch is flabbergasted. Yeah. Tiamat's Wave, thank you for the 1999. This fucking guy, no message. Thick meat energy. Hag violence. The victim's daughter told Ruff she wanted to get mom out of the picture once she found out they were selling their home. Oh my god, it was about money. The victim's daughter also mentioned a life insurance policy to Ruff that her mother had in place, the court document says. Man! Man, this fucking bitch was manipulating her father! I'm so upset. Alfred Ruff confessed drugging because he felt bad. Ruff confirmed to deputies that he gave his wife the powdery substance 12 times from September through December 2021. He also told deputies the victim's daughter said she and Ruff would get married after they took care of his wife. That was probably a huge blatant fucking lie. Imagine being such a disgusting shell imitation of a human being that you're willing to fuck your stepdad and fuck your friend for your stepdad's pleasure in order to get money from him selling the house. Holy fuck. Although Ruff acknowledged that he knew the drugs would eventually kill his wife, he also said he gave her the substance just so her daughter and her daughter's friend could come over and have sex with him, according to the affidavit. I genuinely hope this wife, like, fucking cuts all of these people off. Jesus Christ. Ruff came clean to his wife because he felt bad, he told deputies. He also detailed taking his wife to the hospital 6 times due to the symptoms she was having from the drug cocktail, including bad headaches, drowsiness, diarrhea, and lightheadedness. Can I find a picture of these people? Like, are there pictures that have been released? Fucking Alfred Ruff, 71. Let's fucking search, dude. The murder was irrelevant. He just wanted to coom. Oh my god. Alright, okay. There better be pictures of the daughter as well. Because, like, if they only show pictures of him, that's kind of fucked up. I found a picture of him. I don't think they even say his daughter's name. I don't remember saying it. They just fucking called her the daughter. That's insane, dude. She's not gonna face any repercussions for her role in this. She's a dangerous fucking person, dude. Oh, there ain't no way. Arrest photos, maybe? She never even got arrested. They were just like, it's only gonna be this guy. Let's see if Fox has the images. No. All right. Well, the only image available is of him. This is what Mr. Alfred Ruff looks like. No pictures of the stepdaughter, unfortunately. What the fuck? Did she and her friend fuck the DA too? I mean, she's clearly basically just a walking vagina. That's basically her only value at this point. Like, her and her friend are both guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. Why is he only getting into trouble? I don't know, man. I mean, he's a disgusting coomer who was willing to kill his wife in order to fuck his stepdaughter. I was like, he's not much better, you know? If the mom is 70 plus, there's no way she's under 30. How is she not an accomplice? Well, no, they said her age was 31. So she's 31-year-old stepdaughter. You hope you look that good at 70. Jesus Christ. Toxic masculinity. You assume Twitch support runs the police department, wants to fuck Walmart? What? Are schizo? Hello, schizo? I have no idea what you're trying to say in that message. I have no idea. What? Weird that the mom isn't pressing charges against the daughter. I hope she does. I hope she does. This just came out like a few days ago. It happened in 2021, but it's like, I hope the wife fucking presses charges or some shit, because this is insane. Oh, this is insane. How do you do that, man? You thought it said he poisoned the mom with cocaine? I mean, it was cocaine, MDMA, and then some other unknown substances that the stepdaughter and her friend would bring over. Jesus Christ. Let's see here. What else do I bring up? Oh, I should have brought this up with the homeownership shit. I forgot I had this tab. It was not in my cluster. It was not in my cluster. The daughter's getting these drugs from where? That's a good question. That's a good question. The daughter and a woman friend committed premeditated murder plot, incest, inheritance fraud, among other crimes. Need I remind you, they were going to kill the man to keep all the money, yet the man gets in all the trouble. Yeah, it's very fucked up. Very fucked up. Homeownership? Yeah, homeownership. It's homeownership. It's more to make you angry. Washington State's homeownership program offers loans based solely on race. Washington State launched a new housing program last month that provides loans of up to $150,000 with 0% interest to prospective homeowners solely based on their race. Launched on July 1st, 2024, the Covenant Homeownership Program offers home buying assistance to Washingtonians who were subject to discrimination before 1968, when the Fair Housing Act was passed. To be eligible for the program, a person's household income must be below 100% of the area median income of the county where the home is located. The person must be a first-time home buyer. The buyer or their parent, grandparent, or great-grandparent must have lived in Washington before April 8, 1968. That's kind of crazy, right? So, like, if you had a great-grandparent that lived in Washington prior to 1968, but, like, your parents and you lived your entire life somewhere else, you can now be eligible for this program. That's kind of fucked up. And the person who lived in the state must be Black, Hispanic, Native American, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, or other Pacific Islander, Korean, or Asian American. Why is Korean specifically separated from Asian American? That seems a little weird to me. You had an ancestor from the Neolithic era who lived on this property, yeah, pretty much. According to the program's website, applicants, or at least one of their family members, must have lived in Washington before April 1968 because state officials said discrimination persisted despite the passage of the Fair Housing Act. But because discrimination remained, the state did not have an official or legal role in enforcing or upholding the new law. I like how they also link to the California bill that we previously covered, where the illegal aliens were also going to get access to first-time homebuyer cash grants. Moonshine, looking through it as we speak. How do you claim this so you can sell it? The program also omits other groups that may have been discriminated against, such as Jews. The Covenant program's initial eligibility criteria are intentionally narrowly tailored. While many racial, ethnic, and religious groups in Washington were subject to unjust and egregious housing discrimination, the Covenant program considers not only this history, but also its current impacts. The Washington Housing Finance Commission said on its site, some of the groups discriminated against continue to show much lower homeownership rates compared with the general white population. These are named in the initial eligibility criteria. However, for other groups, such as Jewish residents, the data is limited when it comes to documenting the lasting impacts of historical discrimination. Why? Why would there be limited data for that? What about Irish and Italian? For those who are eligible, the program gives home buyers the opportunity to apply for 0% interest loans through their lenders to help fund down payments and closing costs. If approved, the borrower will receive a loan paid... Sorry, hold on. If approved, the borrower will receive a loan paid for by a $100 fee on recorded real estate documents. The loan is not required to be paid back until the new homeowner either sells or refinances the property. Just like with the California bill, they're just never gonna get this money back, man. Equity is so fun. I love equity. Homeowners who make less than the AMI must meet a broad definition of first-time home buyers. For instance, people who have not owned a home in the last 3 years may have only owned a mobile home, or are single parents who only owned a home while married to a previous spouse are all considered first-time home buyers. The Seattle Times reported that the program comes as America faces a racial gap in homeownership in places like Seattle. It's me. I'm facing a gap in homeownership. A study sponsored by Washington found the federal government, as well as state and local authorities in Washington, contributed to housing discrimination. Examples include forcing Native Americans from their land. We're really going back that far? We're really going back that far? Excluding black people during the 1800s and incarcerating Japanese Americans and others in the 1900s. While Washington has tried to increase home ownership using other programs, disparities continue to exist throughout the state when it comes to housing. Even though the Covenant homeownership program is race-based, the state has other programs in place to help people of all races purchase a home. Still, the paper reported that in 2022, only 32% of black people in Washington and 48% of Hispanic people owned homes, compared to 68% of white people. Fox News Digital has reached out to the Washington State Housing Finance Commission. The agency's executive director, Steve Walker, told the Seattle Times that race-neutral approaches aren't closing the racial homeownership gap. When the Covenant homeownership program was passed last year, lawmakers largely stuck to their party lines, with Republicans voting against the measure and Democrats voting in favor of it. Republicans expressed concerns about the cost of the fee that would fund the Covenant program. The $100 fee on recorded documents goes toward the program, and since January, the state has collected more than $20 million, much less than the $75 to $100 million projected to accrue each year. Well, no fucking shit. It's not about making money. It's not about making money. That's crazy. It's as if different races have different values. I would say we should all share American values if we live in America, right? I don't even know what to say about this, dude. How is having a race-based 0% interest loan program not illegal? How do they not have lawsuits out the wazoo? How do they not even have the same language as that one fucking company that were giving grants to like LGBTQ plus people? I think it was in like Maine or Vermont. I can't remember. Some New England state. And they were just like, well, everyone can apply, even if they're not LGBTQ. Like, if they used that wording, that would have at least protected them from lawsuits, right? But they're not even doing that. They're just like, no, race-based is necessary. We're not closing the racial homeownership gap if we're using race-neutral approaches. They're like digging their heels in. There are lawsuits. They've been sandbagged until after the election. Good.
Like the
This is absolutely insane. They're just breaking the law like they always do. That's just like, yeah, I know that's what they do, but like, thankfully we've had a lot of lawsuits coming out in the past year against initiatives like this. Just say you don't identify as white, right? True. We're all gonna be Nuka Zeus soon. Tiamat's Way, thank you for the $19.99. Thank you, Fox Lady, for all the entertainment you get from me during the work week. Friday rants are your favorite and get you through your 12+ hour days. Oh my god, that's a long ass day. I have taught you a lot. Also, spend your money how you want. Don't feel bad about it. Oh my god. Thank you. I hope you have a nice day at work, dude. And Pakistani National, thank you to 5 Canadians. Did I see the news story, woman dead at Wells Fargo? I have that in a tab. Jim Farm, thank you for the $49.99. Good morning, Kirsche. A quick question on Raid. How do you tell if it's associated with you? Usually have issues to get your phone to use links correctly. There's no real way to tell if it worked correctly. You just have to open my link and download through my link, hopefully with your ad blocker off, and hopefully it'll work. Hopefully it'll work. It's because the real racists look at others and go, oh, you poor, poor people. You need this handout from me, your white savior. True. That's the weird savior complex, dude. The fact that racism used to solve supposed racism isn't an idea that is immediately rejected by basically everyone is wild to you. That's because ever since we were young, right, when I was growing up, I was told that you can be racist to black people, you can be racist to Mexicans, you can be racist to Asians, but when it was towards white people, that was reverse racism. This was something all of us just accepted as normal. People unironically would call racism toward white people and Europeans reverse racism. There is no such thing as reverse racism. It is just racism. But since we accepted the change in terminology as reverse racism, it became a lot easier for them to be like, well, actually, you just can't be racist to white people at all. They had already eliminated in our generation's minds as children when we were taught in schools that racism against whites doesn't exist. It was reverse. So selling the next generation on, well, you just can't be racist to them at all, was a lot easier because the groundwork was already set. Small f, I do not have a red square, so if that was a hiccup, it was not on my end. grew up later than you and you grew up racism was discrimination based on race. I'm a little bit younger. I know my audience trend's a little older than me. It's called the white man's burden. It's pervasive. Oh my god. Now Kirsch's internet hiccups too. Well, at least it doesn't make pterodactyl noises. At least there's not two of us. Oh my god, my tits just freaked out. Had to fix my hair. Society's going backwards. Truly it is. Truly it is. Ah, no. Where did I stop reading? Where did I stop reading? The lack of funding could be because of an awkward housing market in which many people are not selling and buying homes. Still, with the funding that is built up, the state is only able to fund about 130 down payment loans of $150,000. It should be funding 0 of them. Washington is not the only state implementing or looking into housing assistance programs to help boost homeownership. There should be programs to help boost homeownership for everyone. Your race should not be a consideration. Your sex should not be a consideration. Your gender identity should not be a consideration. This should be for everyone. Because we are all in the same fucked bucket that has been lit on fire. Insane Linguist, thank you for the 50 CZK. They're just white supremacists with guilty consciences. In California, lawmakers on Tuesday passed a bill through the Senate that would allow illegal immigrants to apply for their California Dream for All first-time homebuyers financial assistance program. We already read about this. We already read about that before. It's just like... things are getting way worse, and I, as someone who is trying to go into 30 years of debt to have a home, seeing all of these race-based policies just makes me incredibly angry. Incredibly fucking angry. And especially when I was reading that, like, old New Hampshire article where they're just like, oh, we need to give more incentives so that non-white people will want to move here. And it's like, no, I'm from there, and I can't afford to move there. What do you mean? Literally fucking Boston born and raised, and it's a pipe dream to even think about being able to afford living there. You were never taught reverse racism when you're younger? Yeah, reverse racism just turned into you can't be racist to whites, which then turned into anti-racism, which is literally just, it's racism, but it's towards the correct people, so it's good. Increasing the supply will reduce the price. Build more housing. Stop being stupid, government. There's a lot of houses being built, but they're also far outside of affordability for most people. They spite their fucking children to keep their social welfare. True. You're in New Hampshire, housing's fucked. As fucked as housing is in New Hampshire, it's still cheaper than Massachusetts, which is crazy to me. That's exactly what happened. They've been playing these word games for many, many years. Many years. Alright, I don't know exactly how long it will take me to get through all of the bridge stuff, so I'm going to go into bridge thingamajiggies now. And since I'm going into bridge, I do want to turn my alerts off. I do want to turn my alerts off, shall we? Skipping protein. I am skipping protein. Is Kirsche's audio having small scratches? If it is, I'm not red squaring. My internet's not flickering. I'm skipping protein. I had agu before stream. Agu! Yay, bridge. Yay, bridge. Yay, bridge. How do I turn off my alerts? There we go. I think that should work. So, the first 2 articles I have are not from the Bridge Smart Brief, but these 2 articles came across my, like, normal mobile newsfeed, and I was like, because these are now just in my normal newsfeed, I wonder what the Bridge Smart Brief has to say. This is an interesting development. So, the first article I found, I've never heard of this website, Fast Company. Never heard of them, don't know who they are. But their article here, from August 27th this year, Attract, Engage, Retain, How to Build an Inclusive Workplace Culture. Embracing diversity of thought, experience, and background is essential for modern businesses. Here's what business leaders need to know. And now, the average normie who just reads article headlines and then moves on will be like, yeah, this sounds great. Of course we want diversity of thought. That's what people have been asking for years. We're finally getting it. They're listening. We're winning. We're winning, chat. Building a vibrant workplace that's bustling with unique voices and perspectives opens up a kaleidoscope of possibilities. Each distinct voice is one shade in a collage of colors that, together, are incredibly well suited for driving innovation, enhancing employee satisfaction, improving performance, contributing to a positive and ethical organizational culture. A dynamic business environment thrives when it's filled with diverse knowledge and experience. And that is the essence and true benefit of diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI. A lack of diversity has measurable drawbacks. My professional industry, physical therapy, has yet to fully tap into the power of a diverse workforce. Only 16.2% of employed physical therapists are Black, Asian, or Hispanic Latino. Per the Bureau of Labor Statistics, while nearly 42% of the U.S. population identifies with these ethnicities. The racial imbalance in the physical therapy industry does not reflect America's melting pot, and it creates a huge barrier for minority patients. One study of the outcomes of Black patients indicated that increasing the representation of Black primary care physicians by 10% increased life expectancy by 30 days. I don't know what kind of bunk study you have here. I absolutely refuse to believe that having a primary care physician that is the same race as you will increase your life expectancy simply by that fact alone. 30 days, what a deal! I get an extra month! It looks like I'm only getting white doctors from now on! One more month of suffering. Let me open this up and see what this is. Hold on, just in case the page loads some like weird fucking login with your Google bullshit. Okay. Question, is Black representation in the U.S. primary care physician workforce associated with population health outcomes? Well, that's a completely different question. That's a completely different question. Black representation in the primary care physician workforce and its association with population life expectancy and mortality rates. Findings. In this cohort study of survival outcomes for 1,618 U.S. counties, Black PCPs operated in less than half of all counties during each of 3 points assessed, 2009, 2014, and 2019. On average, every 10% increase in county-level Black PCP representation was associated with a 31-day higher age standardized life expectancy among Black individuals. Higher Black PCP representation levels were also associated with lower all-cause mortality rates among Black individuals and with reduced mortality rate disparities between Black and white individuals. Do they mean that they want each race/color of people to get treated by people only from the same race-color variation? Isn't that apartheid? Shh, you can't tell them that. Correlation does not mean causation. Does that mean you'll live shorter if the doctor's of a different race? I don't understand this, man. The only thing I can really think of that might make any iota of sense is that people were talking about, like, racism in the medical industry because there are things like certain organ donations and certain diseases that will affect people depending on their race, right? Like, I think it was like Black people had a higher rate of like diabetes and certain heart conditions than other races. And so if they're treated by a Black doctor, the Black doctor doesn't have to worry about being called racist for noticing these medical things that happen. So that's like the only like rational thing I can think of. Yeah, sickle cell's another one. Can't wait for all the DEI doctors to tank the life expectancy from incompetence. For the love of God, your PCP isn't the same race as you and you don't give a damn. She does her job well and that's all you care about. Like, shit, man. I saw a Korean male gynecologist for like the last 8 years or some shit. That's racist, Kirsche. Oh my god. Okay, back to the other article. Hold on here. Imagine similar outcome improvements with physical therapy patients who often struggle with acute or chronic pain and mobility issues. Hey, that's me. I broke my back. And who don't seek care due to the lack of provider representation or exposure to the field in general. I would be willing to bet that the majority of people who don't seek care from a doctor are not because, oh, well, I can't find a doctor that's the same race as me. I feel like it's more like all of us distrust doctors in general, regardless of their race or gender. Right? Like, and even adding on to that, right, black people have had to deal with the government meddling in their medical affairs, like with the fucking, oh god, what's the town called where they were given fucking syphilis? That fucking experiment that happened. Right, like, they have even more of a reason to mistrust doctors than the rest of it. Yeah, Tuskegee. Thank you, Chad. I'm bad at names. Yeah, the Tuskegee experiments. So I was like, I would imagine they have more reason to distrust doctors than your average person, right? They want you to be sick. Yeah, exactly. You avoid doctors as much as possible, especially from the VA. Yeah, I fucking hate doctors, man. It was a historically black college that actually performed that experiment for the government. I didn't know that. What the fuck? To that end, organizations can open the aperture via their hiring process and find and keep a fantastic array of employees by focusing on 3 areas: thoughtful recruitment, community engagement, and inclusive retention practices. Wow. We're not using the word equity anymore. We're using inclusive retention practices. It's almost as if Bridge and then Sherm and then other companies have been saying, you know, we're just gonna remove equity from the language. We need to obfuscate it so people don't notice what we're doing. Modernize your hiring practices. If your organization is struggling to recruit a diverse slate of candidates, then your hiring practices need updating. Start by setting clear guidelines about what diversity means for the position and the company, and subsequently tracking the success of any specific initiatives your organization puts into motion. These same goals may encourage your recruiters to interview candidates you might normally pass by. Diversity of experience and background can be game-changing while allowing you to index for similar skill sets. I don't like the phrase diversity of experience. Because when I, a normal human being, would think diversity of experience, I'd be like, oh, so they have actual on-field experience doing multiple different things in the medical field. But how I'm betting it's being used here is the same way it's being used in the gaming industry, where it actually means people who are not quite qualified for these jobs, but they can get hired and then learn while on the job and then go off on their own after. Is the range good to excellent? Consider casting a wider candidate net by connecting with professional organizations, minority-focused institutions, and social organizations outside of your traditional industry-specific context. Historically black colleges and universities and the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers are great examples of organizations that may not be on your radar, but could connect you with stellar candidates. Some scholarships may even offer employment connection services, like the Rising Tide Foundation. After expanding your candidate pool, take a magnifying glass to your organization's candidate recruitment and evaluation process. Does your website correctly represent your diverse team? Do you include cultural competence and unconscious bias training? Hey, we learned about that from Amazon. For your hiring team. Does your hiring process specifically take steps to reduce bias, e.g. blinding gender or names? Are any of your job requirements superfluous and prevent qualified candidates from applying? Let no process go unquestioned to help eliminate barriers to entry. Cultivating trust in the community. Wow. Oh my god. Whenever I see this, I just think about the fucking Bridge interview where they talk about how once you've embedded the tenets of DEI into your company and you've made it the DNA, that after it's become everyone's job to do this work at their job and at home, Eventually, they will be able to change consumer opinions as well with this ideology. Engaging with and establishing trust between you and your local communities, and with today's workforce, even national communities, is another great way to improve your overall recruitment. Plus, employees love it when their employers give back to communities. 86% of employees want their employer's values to align with their own. I just want company to sell me product. If I could never learn what a company has as far as like political affiliation and values go, just make good product, sell me good product. I just want company to pay me. Cultivate trust within your geographic locations and show your employees that you care by partnering with local charitable organizations that align with your mission and create opportunities for them to give back. Host a donation drive, offer company-sponsored volunteer days, or participate in a community event as a company. Aside from boosting company morale, these events, especially when aligned with the industry you serve, provide great brand awareness opportunities. Always get that PR photo op, baby. Over time, these types of activities and events will help you strengthen your ties to different cultural and business communities, expanding your general outreach as you try to diversify your candidate pool. Create an inclusive culture. The best way to retain new hires is to create an inclusive company culture where employees feel valued, understood, empowered, and ultimately have a sense of belonging. Is this like when instead of getting a raise, you get a pizza party? Is that what they mean? Codify inclusivity in the organization. A culture of inclusivity won't spring up overnight. While enforced policies and employee training are a given, culture must be lived by everyone in the company. Oh god, I love seeing bridge language out in the wild like this. It's so fucking vindicating to read. Like, I hate it, and I hope we stop it. But it's like, I've been screeching about this since fucking January. And people have been like, oh, well, she's pushing her speculation as fact. No, they're literally telling us what they're fucking doing. I'm not speculating shit. And that starts with the leaders. Demonstrating cultural competence in all hands meetings and communication, both internally and externally, is critical. But a laser focus on the business's mission is by far the most important method to foster inclusivity. When employees are able to lock arms around a common purpose, success is imminent. I like how they keep referencing the mission, common purpose, you know, doing the work. But other than talking about, you know, the vague senses of inclusivity, because we can't use equity anymore, they don't exactly tell you what it is, you know? Please put it in a text document so I can create a resource for others. Video game guy has been working on getting a website up to compile all of my sources and shit. Because I know I haven't been getting out, and I don't know, maybe I can get help with this. But like, I haven't been getting out any of the smaller clips, like cutting out these segments to put them like as standalone videos. And I think that's something that's kind of necessary with just how dense all of this information is. Very, very dense. But it's just like, I can't believe that they're just like, enforced policies and employee training are a given. Culture must be lived by everyone in the company. How long have I been saying, it won't matter if you disagree. The company's gonna force this shit on you, and if you want to keep your job, you will be living their culture, unless we can put an actual stop to this. It's just like, fuck, man. Fuck, man. You just need a plugin that'll give a live feed of what tabs you have open. Text is absolutely necessary? Oh no, I agree. Fall in line. Oh god, I can kind of taste blood. My throat's fucking awful today. Corpo cringe is how it all started. I was like, when you feel like you're a crazy person and all the people, I don't want to say all the people, because like, again, there have been people like Neon and like Lotus Eaters, and Craig has had me on his podcast. There are people who have covered this. But it's like when I'm screaming into the void And everyone's just like, oh yeah, it's just a rebranding of DEI. Don't pay attention. Like, it's not a big deal. Don't look at it. Like, even ARC, like, waved it off as just a simple rebranding. So it's just like, it makes you feel kind of crazy sometimes, right? Where you're just like, I'm saying this one thing, but all of these people that I would normally perceive to be smarter than me are just telling me it's nonsense. So it's like, it's real vindicating to be like, well, fuck, they're literally saying it again. Like, it's everything I've said that was going to happen back in January, back in March, back in April, has fucking happened. Crazy. I was crazy once. Prep Cook David, they give the 5. When did corporations become cults? Oh god, decades ago. D Hammond, they give the 5. They call us the fascist as they advocate for ethical corporations, right, dude? It's literally the same language that they use in NOAS, diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy. Yeah, it's the same. Offer professional development opportunities. Studies show that retention is 34% higher among employees who receive access to professional development, like leadership training, conference tickets, or comped skill or certificate courses. Create opportunities for mastery via structured career paths so employees can work towards a common goal. Well, this is a good thing if you offer it to everyone, but we know that's typically not the case. Kirsche is a modern Cassandra, it seems. I'm the Alex Jones of VTubers. Nobody listens to me, but my jar keeps filling up. Establish employee resource groups, or ERGs. ERGs are employee-led groups that meet on a semi-regular basis, providing a platform for employees to connect, share experiences, and support one another. If leadership meets with ERG members, they may also gain insight about the needs of their employees and the areas in which they can grow. And we have read so many different companies' ERGs, especially recently. We all know that ERGs are race-based, they're sex-based, so there's no European ERG, there's no male ERG, there's no straight ERG, it's all for the typical people. Someone please tell me Kirsche isn't going to become the modern Cassandra. Oh no. Success depends on transformation. Embracing diversity of thought, experience, and background is essential for modern businesses to transform workplaces into vibrant, innovative environments devoted to creating value for all stakeholders: customers, vendors, boards, and employees. Celebrating employees' differences and coalescing around a common purpose builds a stronger professional environment, empowering everyone to thrive. That was an interesting article about, I mean, it gave us a snapshot of some of the ways that they're going to be changing language going forward with thoughtful recruitment instead of blatantly calling it diversity. Community engagement is going to be how they're pushing the tenets of DE&I outside of their company onto the consumer. And then inclusive retention practices replacing the equity. They said stakeholders, of course they did. Of course they did. And then the other article, and I know KB pre-read some of these and pointed out some, like, fucking crazy nonsense. So I think one of the blurbs that he pointed out is in the next article. I don't pre-read, chat. I learn along with you. We have this one. DEI backlash. 4 legitimate concerns to avoid. Individualism is against their collective hive mind training. Very much so. Despite the perceived backlash against diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI efforts, DEI does not appear to be going away. Wow! What have I been fucking saying? Oh my god! Just send this article to anyone who fucking celebrates, man. This is all you need. Just be like, look at this article. Oh, go look at this brain-damaged fox woman. She hates soup. Insane Linguist, they give the 50 CZK. You know, the ones slated for promotion will be yet again Nepo kids, or the most tattling rectal alpinists. I don't know what an alpinist is, but yeah, Nepo hires frequent. The we're winning people sure are silent. Imagine. Organizations are either doubling down, or others who were never serious to begin with might be abandoning it altogether, studies show. 97% of companies have at least one DEI initiative. Like, we've known this, right? We've seen how many companies are involved, so we've known that it's all-encompassing, but to, like, have the actual percentage in front of you, man, it's almost like it's just going into hiding. Who could have seen this coming? It's completely unpredictable. 85% have a dedicated DEI budget. 82% of US organizations are measuring the business impacts of DEI. And this year, we saw many companies implementing their own DEI monitoring services so that they can better implement DEI policies without calling them as such.
Munya.
78% prioritized DEI more than the previous year, with 45% foreseeing increasing their DEI budget in the next financial year, up from 35% in 2023. Even with the DEI backlash, the imperative has not changed. Bridge has been saying this the entire fucking year. I've been calling this a moral imperative because that is their language. The US is becoming more diverse, and businesses need to stay relevant globally. What do you mean the US is becoming more diverse? I thought that was a far-right white supremacist conspiracy theory. What do you mean? What did you mean by this? Said Craig Welsh, head of traditional and non-traditional distribution at Westfield Insurance.
Munya?
Oh no, KB, I meant... Hold on.
This one. Munya.
Oh, that one came from the Smart Brief? Okay, so we'll get to that one after. Whether the DEI acronym stays or is replaced, or companies focus on inclusion and belonging to avoid backlash, or companies focus on inclusion and belonging to avoid backlash. But I'm just assuming things, chat. I'm just assuming. I'm not. There's no way to know. Kirsche is just crazy. The work does not change. Whether the DEI acronym stays or is replaced, or companies focus on inclusion and belonging to avoid backlash, the work does not change. It will take senior leaders supporting DEI and standing up to naysayers who are a part of the backlash for DEI to be successful long term, Welsh explains. I like how Welsh is similar to Walsh. Do you think he's like anti-Matt Walsh? Like I almost said the N-E-G-A word that's completely fine to say, but if I say it out loud, Twitch might get trigger happy. Wonder if the author of this article is a Kirsche watcher. I'm not sure. They sound like they're just reporting things, so I can't really tell if they're for or against it. Negative universe Walsh. Bizarro Matt Walsh. I'm often in rooms with the other older white men and find opportunities to surface issues of inclusion. For instance, if someone says people are being oversensitive to diversity issues, I can use my voice to question them and present a different viewpoint. I realize I'm heard differently in those situations because I'm also a part of that dominant group. It's one small step toward being an ally. This fucking self-hating cuck. Like, I cannot imagine being as much of a racist as these people are. Encouraging allyship at the highest level of organizations, especially for those with privilege and power, is critical to the long-term success of DEI. Somewhat ironically, the backlash is occurring because DEI efforts are succeeding. With any positive social change, backlash is likely to occur. Ray Vaughn, head of labor and employment for Wayfair, spoke at the Society for Human Resource Management's 2024 conference about the following DEI practices that may cause backlash. DEI programs that encourage hiring and promotion of underrepresented individuals, diversity training that portrays white individuals as the bad guys, individual suits by employees who lose their jobs or are denied a promotion and complain they were replaced by someone because of diversity goals. Shareholder or activist lawsuits targeting corporate DEI policies or initiatives, or efforts by state government leaders to clamp down on DEI programs in public education and employment. I would like to go back and remind you that these are the following DEI practices that may cause backlash. So these practices that I just read off are all things that are currently happening. Things that when you point out that they're currently happening, people say, you're crazy. It's not happening. You're just a racist. This is why they needed to move to that shift of equating DEI with the N-word. We saw in DEI After 5 that other human resources group CEO talk about how DEI has become the N-word. A week later, maybe 2 weeks, we saw CNN parrot that. They have to make it that way because when you point this thing out, the only way they have to silence you is to call you a terrible person for being against their ideology. It's not happening, but it's good that it's happening. Yeah, we finally entered the it's not happening, but actually it is, and it's a good thing phase of this. Any change will cause backlash. Why does he assume he's right? Concern number 1. Ooh, there's a little video here. Oh no, this has nothing to do with this maybe? I don't know what that is. Hiring quotas. Although DEI quotas can help level the playing field for historically marginalized group and help to send a message that a company is committed to diversity and inclusion, they may also be seen as discriminatory. That's because they are. When a company sets aside a certain number of positions for members of a particular group, which they should never do, it can send the message that these groups are not qualified to compete on their own merits. It absolutely does. Quotas can lead to resentment among employees who feel that they were not hired based on their qualifications, and they can be difficult to implement and enforce. It can be challenging to determine who is eligible for a quota position and how to measure the effectiveness of a quota program. Concern number 2 is bad guy training. Shaming people into feeling like the bad guy is not a helpful tactic in DEI training programs because it can lead to feelings of inadequacy, guilt, and defensiveness, which can make it difficult for participants to learn and grow. This is exactly what Sherm was saying in the video that I have on my channel right now. When we watched the Sherm presentation of how they're changing diversity, equity, and inclusion to just diversity and inclusion, he said that shaming white people has not been helping them to get white men on their side. The white men need to also feel included so that they will also accept this ideology. So, in the coming months, and probably beginning of next year as well, you're going to see a lot less agitational language towards white people and towards men. They still think all of these are bad, and they will still implement these diversity quotas, but they're going to use much gentler language so that you can learn and grow about how you're bad without feeling guilt and defensiveness. Who could have guessed? Yeah. Again, I don't remember how long ago we watched that Sherm video. I think it was maybe in June or beginning of July. But it's like this is already what we knew was happening. We already knew they were going to start rolling back the language to be more accepting so that people who aren't paying attention will then fight for these people, being like, look, they're being inclusive now. They're no longer criticizing white men. They're no longer leaving white men out of the equation.
Glacier Jake, thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders! Welcome, welcome. We're talking about Marxism in action and DEI.
You need to be guilty enough to give up, but not so guilty that you fight back. Hey, you gotta hit that Goldilocks demoralization sweet spot. You know, some demoralized men might want to break out of their demoralization and fight back for their own interests. And we just can't have that. We just can't have that. Why do you automatically keep getting kicked to a different streamer? Apparently that's an issue with the mobile app for some reason. Not an FBI, thank you for the 5. Brother, what? What? No. Pakistani National, thank you for the 5 Canadians. You'd contribute a good amount to a pool of money for billboards.
Billboards of what?
Additionally, shame can create a hostile environment where people are afraid to speak up and share their experiences. This can hinder the goals of a DEI training program because when people feel ashamed, they may be less likely to take risks, ask questions, or challenge their own assumptions. This can make it difficult for them to learn new information and develop new skills. This is also something both Bridge and Sherm talked about that we went over on stream before, where people will feel ashamed to speak up and talk about their experiences, right? If you're a white dude and you come out and you're like, well, I might have done something that, you know, could have been perceived as a microaggression. If you say that, you're going to feel like you're going to get attacked, because typically you will be. So they want to make it a safe place for you to air all of your sins to the priest, you know, a confessional of sorts. Concern number 3, diversity tokenism. Promoting people solely based on their diversity carries potential risks that organizations need to consider. 1, the perception of unqualified candidates. When the focus is solely on diversity, there's a risk of promoting individuals who may not be the most qualified or experienced for the role. This can lead to inefficiencies, lower productivity, and decreased employee morale. This is the first time that I have actually heard any of these articles that argue about how good DEI is, admitting that there is a risk of promoting people who are not qualified. Almost every single other article walks in lockstep saying, the risk doesn't exist. If you think there's a risk, you're just a racist. This is the first time they bring it up. You're surprised they speak that part out loud? I know. Tokenism, promoting people from diverse backgrounds solely to fulfill diversity quotas, can lead to perception of tokenism. This can undermine the credibility of the organization's commitment to diversity and inclusion and devalue the achievements of those who have genuinely earned their positions. Yeah, all of that is true, and all of that has been happening for decades. Lack of meritocracy. When promotions are not based on merit and qualifications, it can create a sense of unfairness and resentment among employees who have consistently demonstrated their capabilities. This can erode motivation, hinder employee engagement, and contribute to a toxic work environment. This is the most self-aware I have ever read something in one of these articles. 4, lack of long-term commitment. If promotions are driven primarily by diversity goals without considering the long-term implications, it can result in a lack of commitment from the promoted individuals. They may not genuinely identify with the organization's values or goals, leading to higher turnover rates and a lack of sustained engagement. People were already, at my generation, people were already not really feeling the same sort of loyalty to a corporation that people in the past used to. And the current generation entering the workforce is even more so. Like, they do not believe in being devoted to your corporation, which is a good thing. It's a very good thing that that's kind of dying out, because you do not get rewarded for being committed to your company. 5, limited opportunities for growth. Promoting people based solely on diversity may limit their opportunities for growth and development. When individuals are promoted without the necessary skills and experience, they may struggle to perform effectively in their new roles, hindering their career progression in the long run. Imagine my shock! Concern number 4 is public education overstep. Due to 2023 SCOTUS's ruling against affirmative action, higher education institutions face a complex and evolving legal landscape when it comes to supporting diversity. Colleges and universities must be careful not to discriminate against students or employees based on race, gender, religion, and other protected characteristics, while also not basing admission decisions on these identities. This impacts organizations in higher education specifically, and organizations that do business with the government in conservative states with anti-DEI legislation. While laws haven't been written that limit organizations from doing DEI work, corporate attorneys are nervous with the legal precedent that's been set in higher education and in some state governments like Utah, Florida, and Texas. Hiring quotas, bad guy training, diversity tokenism, and public education overstep will continue to be issues for organizations navigating the tricky waters of DEI. To protect the work and stay legal, stay the course, and mitigate these risks to weather the backlash successfully. Who's this author? Julie Kratz is the founder of Next Pivot Point and The Little Allies, organizations that work to promote allyship in the workplace, as well as with future generations. She champions diversity, equity, and inclusion using storytelling and business case studies to help leaders be better allies. Julie is a certified unconscious bias trainer. I didn't know you could get certified as an unconscious bias trainer. Kelly, MBA, certified master coach and certified psychological safety practitioner. She has authored 6 books, the newest being Allyship in Action, 10 Strategies for Living Inclusively, and is especially proud of her children's book, Little Allies, as a mother of 3 girls with diverse identities. Oh, she's a Munchausen woman! Oh, those poor children. Those poor fucking children. This isn't even a link. I wanted to look at the book. Hold on. I need to look up this book now. We're going on a side quest, chat. We're side questing. Julie Kratz. Little Allies, a children's story about inclusion, diversity. It's cut off. It's $16. Little Allies book reading. Okay, well, hold on. Let me go to Amazon. I'm not going to show the Amazon page, but oh my god. Can I open image in new tab? Okay, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. The description here. Ooh. Little Allies is a beautifully illustrated children's story that inspires kids to be their best with everyone, especially for those who may need an ally from time to time. As Ally navigates through her school day, or I guess it's Allie. Oh, really? Little Allies, the book about how to be a diversity, equity, and inclusion ally, and the main character's name is Allie? You fucking kidding me? As Allie navigates through her school day, she watches her classmates face bullying and discrimination. Allie realizes that they all want the same thing, to be accepted as they are. Allie learns an important lesson, brought to light by her teacher, that our differences make each of us as unique and special, and that we can be an ally to others to help them navigate through life. Little Allies is a touching tale that reminds us of the importance of accepting each other, celebrating our differences, and working to become an ally. Yes, children! You must also do the work! The colorful pictures show Allie's willingness to stand by her friends, even when she doesn't know how else to help. Adults in the story are also important allies, helping kids navigate challenges, learn ways to support, and cherish their uniqueness. The bonus material at the end of the book will spark discussion at home or in the classroom. 100% of online book sale proceeds will be donated to a nonprofit or organization focused on children's diversity and inclusion development, or providing equitable access to opportunities for all children. What did they mean by this? What is the nonprofit or organization that they donate to that focuses on children's diversity and inclusion development? What a dystopian fucking phrase. The work. It's crazy, dude. There are some. Let me look here. I just want to make sure. Okay. I wanted to look at some of the reviews here. I wanted to look at some of the reviews here. Let's look at reviews. How spooky. It's doing the schools for education. Yeah, it's like, dude, please. Author has a savior complex. Are the reviews real? You write your own reviews! And customers find the book well written and wonderful for helping the conversation with DEI and children. They also say the children's content is great for parents. Alright, let's blow this up here. Let's blow this up. Highly recommend! I have worked in this space for decades, and most recently, I am called in when quote-unquote allyship fails for individuals inside organizations. Let's not let that happen for the next generation of our workforce. If you have kids, or teach kids, or know kids, or even if you're an adult, exclamation point, I highly recommend buying this book. Our future depends on it. Congratulations, Julie Kratz, on this step you're taking to change the world. A must-read for parents and educators committed to DE&I. I loved this book. The author does an amazing job of educating kids about the importance of allyship and respecting people's differences. Building bridges starts with education, learning, and discussion. This book is a great starting place to facilitate those, often uncomfortable conversations. It even comes with an ally promise and discussion guide for adults. Highly recommend for any parent or educator committed to DE&I education. Yeah, our future depends on... Yeah, these... Here's the book. You can see the book now. Look at it. Look at all these little allies. Look at this art. It looks shit. Fantastic kids book of becoming an ally for diversity and inclusion. Looking for a great way to introduce inclusion, diversity, and allyship to children? Look no farther. Julie Kratz has written the book you're seeking. Little Allies takes an open, honest, and easily understood approach for kids, teachers, and parents. Julie's book provides a wonderful discussion and learning platform designed to introduce diversity, inclusion, and being an ally in an engaging and educational manner. Suitable for kids of all ages and even adults. People still think book burning was a mistake. I would never want to burn this book. I would want to let it serve as an example of just how crazy things got in this point in time. There's a video of a woman reading it. Oh yeah, I have that in a tab now too, don't worry. A children's book that adults should read too. Julie Kratz has written a charming book with powerful messages. Ally, the main character, takes the reader through several situations where she demonstrates how to be a friend/ally. The book even has a discussion guide for parents, guardians, and teachers. Hell, hate is carefully taught. Little Allies is a wonderful counterbalance to hate, bullies, and polarization among kids. Buy several copies and gift them to the parents and teachers in your sphere of influence. Great play on words with names, many short stories. Really? Really, Aussie girl Margie? After I just complained how they used fucking Allie as the name of the woman for ally? At first I thought this book was quite long for my child, but upon reading I realized it was perfect for a longer read or over a few nights. Every few pages is a new story focusing on a different aspect of diversity that might occur at school or anywhere, really. The ending sums it up well, and the main character's name, Allie, is a great way of explaining allies. I like how they had to explain this in the book because it would get confusing.
Then Mr. Clark said something really cool. Did you know that Allie's name also has another meaning? It's spelled the same, but you say it like this. Ally. Do you know what that word means?
Everyone was quiet.
An ally is someone who helps others who are different. An ally is there for you when you are teased or when someone treats you unfairly. It can be a teacher, a parent, or a friend. Does that make sense?
Who's Mr. Ally? Oh my god. My ally promise? What the fuck? We love this book. It's a step-by-step on how to raise empathetic kids who will stand as allies to their friends. What a great way to foster conversation with our little ones about honoring our differences. Ugh. Thank you for such a well-written book that helps start or continue conversations that we need to be having, but are sometimes hard to start. I read the other night to my 7-year-old. She loved the book and it kept her attention. I felt relief because I want to have conversations about inclusion and diversity, but I don't always know where to start. As a teacher myself, I feel this is a wonderful resource. Thank you. There's a lot of 5-star reviews here, right? This is a nice book. I also think it's a great way to teach kids about equality, But there's a lot of books like this. I think with the new things we've been learning over the year about privilege and unconscious bias, we need to implement this into our teachings. For example, not all black people are athletes. Not all Asians are good at math. I give this book a 3-star rating for the good intention, and not 5, because it still isn't bringing awareness that catches up with the awareness most people are having today in 2020/2021, due to all the events happening around the world. Oh my god. What? 3 stars because it isn't woke enough! Game-changing book. Alright, so I want to see the, like, really low reviews. Look at my painting. Sorry, no reviews match? What do you mean? It said that there were things here. 3-star? That's the one 3-star? I guess 80% of people enjoyed the book, so you know. Needs more the work! We need more of the work in the book. Let's get a little peep here, because there is that, so you can't read the offensive reviews.
Hi, I'm Julie Kratz, and I am the author of the new children's book, The Little Allies, illustrated by Ed Mayo. Little Allies is a children's story about inclusion, diversity, and becoming an ally.
How many views
Let's
does
read
this have?
together.
1.6k? None of these videos ever have any views on them, chat! Every time I find one of these, man! Introduction, Henry, Jack, Yasmin, Allie, the Ally Promise. Oh boy.
Hi, my name is Allie Rogers. I am in Mr. Clark's 4th grade class at Friendship Elementary. I love school, especially math and science. But what I love the most is playing with my friends on the playground.
No, just kid shit. Normal kid shit.
I learned something really important this week. It all began on Monday during recess when I was playing with Prisha and Tommy.
Oh my god, look at that white man chasing that indigenous woman! This is violence, chat.
Tommy chased us around the swings, pointed at Prisha, and said, "You don't belong here." Prisha stopped running and turned to Tommy. "Why don't I belong?" Tommy said, "You're different. You are not from here."
The kids would say that shit if you were from the town over. Are you kidding? Kids fucking hated the students that would come in the middle of the year. Oh my god. Things that never happened for 500. KKK's gotta be seething because they'll never be 1/100th as racist as these people. The KKK seethes in jealousy at how racist these people can be. Also, yeah, I agree. It does look like a self-insert.
You see, last week, Prisha brought in Indian clothes for show and tell. It was really cool to learn about her family. They have a festival called Diwali. It is important to them as Christmas is to my family.
When I was in the 4th grade, there was only one Jewish girl in the class, and she brought in, like, dreidels and other assorted stuff about, like, Hanukkah. Nobody was just like, "Get out, Jew!" Like, it was, like, we were all kids! We were just having fun! She was teaching us something new! Nobody got up! It was just like, "You don't belong here!"
Yeah, I learned the dreidel. I made it out of clay. Dreidel. Something. So I don't remember the words. I was in 4th grade, okay, Chad. I remembered the song. Go home, gamer girl. Yeah, I know, right?
Did Tommy think Prisha didn't belong because her family was from India? This made me feel weird.
This is not how children think.
I didn't know what to do. Tommy hurt Prisha's feelings, and I wanted to make her feel better. What would you do? Finally, I said to Tommy, "Prisha is my friend. She belongs as much as I do. She's fun to play with, and I like learning about India and her family." I think Tommy was surprised because he just stood there looking at us.
That's like something you should do for anyone who gets bullied, but no kid is gonna be like, "Oh, it's because she's from India." They're just gonna be like, "No, she's my friend. Why are you being a bully to my friend?" She suddenly got tiny. She had to shrink to be an ally because otherwise she would have been taking up too much space. As a white woman.
Once we were back in class, Tommy did something neither of us expected. Tommy said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, but I don't understand why you don't celebrate Christmas. Everyone I know celebrates Christmas." Tommy's apology helped Kirsche feel better. She was even brave enough to tell him.
I would be impressed if a 4th grade boy apologized for anything, to be truly honest. No kids apologize. Yeah, unless they're like forced, right?
More about Diwali. Diwali is a lot like your Christmas. We celebrate as a family and light diyas that are like candles. Diyas outshine the darkness. Like your Christmas, it is a special time for my family.
I don't remember jack shit about it, but we also learned about Kwanzaa when I was in school. I don't know why we learned about Kwanzaa, because we didn't have any students who celebrated it, but we learned about it. Hear me out. What if kids are just assholes? I mean, they are. I'm not saying, like, kids being assholes is the correct thing to do, but it's like kids are assholes, which is why you have to sort of teach them to not be assholes, but not teach them race consciousness. Because it shouldn't matter what race anybody is. It shouldn't matter what holidays they celebrate. You shouldn't be an asshole to them. No one celebrates Kwanzaa. I like how Kamala mentioned Kwanzaa, and even black people were like, this bitch, she should know nobody fucking celebrates that. Beep beep! Smug Alana! I have my alerts off. We're learning about how to make your children good little allies to the cult of DEI. Well, welcome to story time. Thank you for the raid, other fox lady. We could mix our piss into a potent cocktail later. The smugglers attack. Thank you for raid. Welcome, raiders. Your raid failed. You want to kill yourself? Maybe Twitch has been having hiccups today. So I had a few people telling me there was like some audio glitches earlier, but my internet and everything was fine. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. Children,
Amazing! I watched 2 kids become friends right before my eyes. Tommy and Kirsche's new relationship was not all that happened that week. Let me tell you about my friend Henry.
Henry?
On Tuesday before language arts class, my friend Henry looked a bit confused. So I asked, "Henry, are you okay?" You see, I knew Henry was supposed to go to a special day class while we had reading. His teacher must have been late meeting him. Henry nodded. "I'm okay." He didn't look okay. He looked scared. Henry looked like he needed a friend. I asked, "Henry, what is it like to go to your special day classes?" Henry's face lit up. "I love going to my special..."
Why does Henry, the kid that goes to the special day classes, and the previous asshole I forgot the name of, why do they look basically the exact same? Why are they both just generic white male in a red t-shirt? The only difference is one has like a yellow collar. Because all men are the same. True.
Special classes. My teacher says that I have special powers. I'm so glad I waited with him. Instead of being scared, Henry was excited to tell me about his class. Now I wait with him every day and he tells me funny stories. This is how I see Henry now.
What?
On Wednesday during snack time, Mr. Clark read a story. It was about different jobs like firefighters and bankers, and then he asked us to share where our parents worked. This sounds like a regular day at school, right? Well, it wasn't at all. It was a really big deal. Let me tell you about my friend Jack.
Does Jack have 2 daddies?
Jack raised his hand. When Mr. Clark called on him, he said, "My moms are both doctors."
Oh,
both your moms.
Oh, double mom, not double dad, but he is wearing a rainbow shirt. That kid's in danger. I'm surprised he's still a he right now. So close, I know. There's a 50-50 chance, and I chose wrong.
Kirsche asked. She was probably thinking Jack just said it wrong. Jack said with a huge smile, "Yep, both of them. They're the best moms in the world." Jack is my friend. He invited me to his birthday party this summer. I learned that instead of having both a mom and a dad, Jack has 2 moms. Isn't that cool?
No, that's not cool. It's the same amount of cool as having a mom and a dad. Why would that be cool? That doesn't make any sense.
Yasmin.
Man, that reminds me of back when I was in high school. And they were pushing the, like, oh, being straight's not that great. Being gay is the way. You know, it's like you weren't cool unless you were some flavor of the rainbow. And that's why my friend and some other people started identifying as severely bisexual. Because that was the cool, trendy thing to do. You don't want to be straight, do ya? You fucking dumbass.
Pulled on Jack's pant leg. What about your dad? How does he feel about two moms? The whole class watched quietly, confused. I don't have a dad. My moms are my parents, Jack said, sitting back down. Smile was gone. I feel
like that's a very rational question, right? If most kids are used to mom and dad because they are kids, and then they encounter a kid that has mom and mom, a very rational question would be like, well, how's your dad feel about having two moms? The simple answer is the one that he gave, but like, why would he get upset? What? As a wannabe dad, you would hate to have two moms. Way too much work.
Other kids looked at each other surprised. You know what I thought? This was just like what happened between Prisha and Tommy on the playground. My friends needed to learn more about Jack's family to understand. Mr. Clark knew just what to say. I was glad because I was too shy to say something with the whole class listening. Every family is different. And isn't that what makes each one special? What is most important is that families are filled with love. Thank you for sharing your story about your parents, Jack. I bet they know how important it is to do your homework and to eat your broccoli.
Just don't mention domestic violence statistics around them. They probably wouldn't like that.
Class groaned. I guess they really don't like homework or broccoli. On Thursday, I spent time with my friend Lucia. Lucia and I like to color together during free time. Her family is from Mexico and she speaks another language. Isn't that cool? I only speak English, but Lucia is so smart she speaks Spanish too. Sometimes kids tease Lucia because she doesn't always know the English words. I think this is why she is quiet at school. Lucia told me she likes when I help her find the right words when we sit and color. I love it when she teaches me Spanish words. Later in PE class, Coach asked us to line up. The girls were on one side and the boys on the other side. My friend Stam stood in the middle of the gym, looking at from one side to the other.
Oh boy.
Coach pointed for Stam to join the boys' side. What Coach didn't realize was that Sam did not identify as a boy or a girl.
Oh, they're bringing the non-binary bullshit to the children! someone just put a sheet over my anime avatar and said this to Matt Walsh, right?
Sam had explained to me that this is known as gender non-binary. Sam looked really scared, so I stood next to Sam for
I want to remind everyone who wasn't here for the beginning of the book, these are 4th graders, by the way. This is a 4th grade class.
Coach looked confused. Then Coach announced, kids born before January and June on my left, those born in July through December on my right. We're on the same team now. I was so happy Coach knew how to make Sam feel more included. Sam walked past the coach and smiled. Thanks, Coach. You're probably wondering.
Thanks, Coach, for feeding into this child's delusions. The woman looks and sounds so creepy.
Why I'm telling you about what I learned. I'm almost there. Just let me tell you about my friend Yasmin. Last week we had twin day. We were supposed to dress up like another kid in our class. Yeah.
This is 1st grade material? No, the book is for all ages, so you can read it to your 1st graders. I'm saying the fake children in the book are 4th graders. This is a 4th grade class claiming that there is a 4th grader who is gender non-binary.
Yasmin and I decided to be twins. We both have long hair, the same pink shirt, and royal crowns from our matching Halloween costumes. Remember Tommy from Monday's story? Well, he didn't have a twin. I guess he wasn't as excited about twin day as some of my friends.
But what about the other boy that looks identical to him?
When Mr. Clark was taking our picture, Tommy asked, Allie, who are you supposed to be twins with? I looked at him like he had 3 heads and pointed at Yasmin. We even wore matching sneakers and jeans. From head to toe, we match. You can't be twins. Yasmin's nothing like you. She's black.
What the fuck? I literally hit him with the "why are you black?" question. What the fuck? This is like when people get mad at like black cosplayers for some reason. I was like, there are unironically some people that are just like, you can't cosplay that character. And it's like, who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? Never ask a Tommy who his twin is. True.
I was so glad Yasmin knew what to say to Tommy because I did not. Yasmin said, Tommy, we know we don't look exactly alike. How could we? Nobody is exactly the same as anyone else. Tommy looked confused. Yasmin continued, my skin and hair are beautiful, and so are Allie's. We can be twins because we are both beautiful and smart.
I think you mean stunning and brave.
Still felt really weird about what Tommy said, but I didn't know how to make it better. I wanted to say Yasmin is exactly like me. She's smart, brave, and my best friend. Her black skin didn't change any of that.
That is the truest thing this book has said so far.
Thankfully, Mr. Clark said something that helped all of us. It's okay to call someone black, Tommy. What is not okay is to say it in a way that makes someone feel they are less because of the color of their skin.
Yeah, maybe we should stop doing that to the white children. I don't know, maybe just a thought. Maybe I'm crazy.
Tommy must have felt bad because I saw tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, Yasmin. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Now that I think about it, you and Allie are a lot alike. This is the part I've been waiting to tell you about. I promise all of my stories will make sense in a minute. Every Friday, Mr. Clark asks us to share what we learned during the week. For once, I'm ready with an answer. Mr. Clark said, class, let's share what we've learned this week. Do you have any volunteers? I raised my hand. Mr. Clark pointed at me. Allie, why don't you tell us about what you've learned? I learned that my friends aren't exactly like me. They're unique and different. I think that's what makes us all more interesting.
Your friend group, I feel like this is a false equivalency, right? Because, like, you can be in a friend group. Like, if you're a white dude and you have mostly white dude friends in your inner circle, you can all still be incredibly diverse from one another. Like, I have friends who have very different chains of thought than I do, who believe in things that I don't believe in. I'm still friends with them, right? Multicolor hive mind. It's just like, it doesn't matter who is in your friend group. It doesn't matter. Why are the illustrations ugly? I don't know, man.
Mr. Clark nodded. That's really good, Allie. Tell us more. We all have different abilities, skin colors, and religions. Some of us have different kinds of families or speak different languages. Our differences make us unique and special, but we are all kids who like to have fun together. We all like to play hide and seek on the playground. We like to eat lunch and laugh. We want to have friends and tell jokes. I took a breath. That was the most I've ever said in front of the class. I sat back down. My face felt weirdly hot. I don't talk like that in front of the class, but I had something important to share. Then Mr. Clark said something really cool.
Oh,
Did you know that Allie's name also has another meaning? It's spelled the same, but you say it like this. Ally. Do you know what that word means? Everyone was quiet. An ally is someone who helps others who are different. An ally is there for you when you are teased or when someone treats you unfairly. It can be a teacher, a parent, or a friend. Does that make sense? Everyone looked a bit confused, even me. Mr. Clark said, it's funny, Allie taught us something special and important today. We can see how we
read her own book.
We're different, but that doesn't mean we don't have to treat people differently. Then he asked, how can you be an ally to kids who are different from you? I decided right then that I'm committing to be an ally to my classmates. I will listen and learn more about them. When I know more about my friends, I can see how alike we really are. This makes me a better friend and an ally to everyone. Together, take the ally promise. And look at our caregiver.
Wait, no, not the end.
Take
the ally promise is, I believe in equality. I commit to being an ally for others. I want to be there for people that are different from me. I ask questions in a way that is respectful. I am curious. I empathize with others. I listen to learn more. Wow, chat, today I learned I'm an ally. I do all of those things. I do everything on the... I ask questions in a way that's respectful, usually. I'm very curious. I have empathy. I listen to these people to learn what they're doing. Wow, I'm an ally. Please, no more. My sanity. I like how we got this reaction face here though.
Ally Promise. And look at our caregiver, parent, and educator discussion guide for more.
Discussion guide is what is one new thing you learned in the story? So these are questions to ask the children after hearing the book. What is one new thing you learned in the story? What characters do you identify with most? When Tommy said Prisha did not belong, how do you think that made Prisha feel? When Allie sat with Lucia, she let Lucia know she was there for her, but didn't make her feel uncomfortable by asking a lot of questions. Doesn't that counter the pledge from earlier where it says that you should be curious? Like, if you want to understand someone, the best way to do that is to ask them questions. I don't really... What are some other examples in the book where Allie was a quiet ally to her classmates? 5. Name a few ways Allie showed she values her classmates' differences. Name a few ways that you could stick up for a classmate when another child is being unkind or unfairly treating others because they are different. How can you learn more about kids who are different from you? How do you think knowing more about a friend can help you be a better ally? What goals could you set to help your classmates with, that may be the word with, the challenges they face?
More information can be found at thelittleallies.com. There you can download the Ally Promise, take it together, as well as go through the discussion questions. Thank you for being an ally.
God, that was so fucking weird. That was so fucking weird, dude. Also, I had to like, while she was doing her closing statements there, I had to think back. Was it only the little white boy who was bullying everyone? I don't remember anyone else saying anything disparaging. So I'm wondering if people said that they like identify with Tommy, if that would cause a problem. Because it looks like it's Tommy being the one who's just like, you're kind of weird in like every scenario. It sounded like we were listening to a cult member. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, well, yeah. Well, that was the end of that second article I read. That was at the end of that. I wanted to look up her book. I forgot. Which brings us, finally, turn my BGM back on, to the Bridge Smart Brief. Consumers want businesses to embrace DEI. Despite broad public support for corporate diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, brands are facing rising conservative activism and skepticism about the authenticity of these efforts. Public opinion strongly favors internal actions, such as hiring and promoting employees from minority groups, over external-facing efforts, according to new data from Morning Consult. Oh boy. Shadow Cyber Demon, thank you the 5 Canadians. His friends later found out he watches Asmongold and Wendigoon. He's an ally no more, pretty much. Pretty much. And this article, I had to open in an archiver, I'm pretty sure. Beep, beep, beep. Hold on. Yeah, so when I opened this article, it says, on DEI, consumers want corporate America to put its money where its mouth is. And then it just, even on a regular archive site, it just kind of cuts off here. It makes you sign up for an account. So KB got us a screenshot. U.S. adults believe hiring and promotion of minority employees are the most meaningful ways brands can support DEI, according to new Morning Consult data. Oh boy. I bet this is just like the McKinsey study and most of it's fucking bullshit. Key takeaways are going to be a plurality of U.S. adults believe companies are only somewhat genuine in their efforts to support minority groups through diversity, equity, and inclusion-related initiatives. The wokeness does not go far enough, chat. Focusing DEI efforts on internal staffing may be a way to improve this. Clear majorities of U.S. adults said recruiting, 57%, and promoting, 55%, employees from minority groups are effective at achieving workplace equality, while less than half, 47%, said the same about companies supporting inclusion in an external manner, such as selling LGBTQ+ pride merchandise. Alright, I got some questions here. Help. If clear majorities of U.S. adults are saying that recruiting and promoting minority employees is effective at achieving workplace equality, if the majority at this current time are still white people, how are white people the racist ones who promote an oppressive culture if they're also the ones say in the majority to say that we should be recruiting and promoting minority groups, unless you've got a skewed template of people you've identified here for your study. You're asking too many questions. What is their metric? It keeps changing. As attacks on DEI by conservative politicians and pundits show no signs of stopping, it's more important than ever for brands that wish to promote diversity to have a firm understanding of what initiatives consumers view as most impactful. Poll after poll, including our own, continues to show that a majority of Americans support companies engaging in efforts to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. Despite this, conservative activism against the practice has reached a fever pitch in recent months, forcing brands to reevaluate their DEI investments, which, for the most part, began in earnest following George Floyd's murder in 2020. Saint Floyd of the Fent mentioned, take a shot. New Morning Consult data offers guidance for those brands looking to implement, maintain, or grow DEI commitments amid such hostility. We found that, as is the case with many other corporate engagement areas like philanthropy, consumers want corporate America to put its money where its mouth is. Literally. U.S. adults ranked hiring and promoting employees from minority groups as the DEI-related actions that most effectively support workplace equity. Well, hold on, wait a minute. Didn't you say it was equality up here? How did you go from it supporting diverse equality to calling it equity down here? Did you maybe have a little slip? I mean, we already know that you changed equality to mean equity and that neither of them ever meant actual equality in the first place, but there's a little funny slip there, guy. DEI legitimacy questions linger for some. Even outside of Republican political circles, corporate DEI practices face some skepticism. A plurality of U.S. adults think that companies are only somewhat genuine in their efforts to assist underrepresented groups through DEI programs. Meanwhile, nearly 2 in 5, or 38% of U.S. adults, believe the work isn't coming from a genuine place. Pluralities of most consumers think that corporate DEI efforts are somewhat genuine. So we have, let's see. Wow, that's crazy! That's crazy! I would have thought that women would have been a higher percentage than men. So, under the gender here, for men who believe that DEI efforts are very genuine, it's 11%. 32% of men believe it's somewhat genuine. 14% don't know. 25% think it's not too genuine. And 18% think it's not genuine at all. Women, 8% think it's very genuine. 35%, so a little bit larger than the 32% of men, think it's somewhat. 24% of women have a don't know opinion. 23% think it's not too genuine. And 11% have not genuine at all. Interesting. Maybe they think it's very genuine and that it's 100% happening and it's bad. They're talking about it being genuine in the fact that their companies are committed to helping the minority and underrepresented groups. So when they talk about it being genuine, they're saying, this is a good thing, I'm glad this is happening, I believe the companies are committed to doing this. So when they say it's not genuine, they believe that the companies are doing it performatively, which, when we looked into Bridge in January, that was initially what Cheryl Dijah said was the reason that they set up Bridge in the first place. They realized that companies were only doing performative DEI. DEI wasn't working. People were unhappy with DEI. And so they wanted to figure out a way to operationalize DEI as a business practice in order to make it more genuine. 11% of women and 18% of men have brains. In generations, all right, here we go. Gen Z adults, 7% believe it's very genuine, 30 somewhat, 29 don't know. Millennials, 13% think it's very genuine, 34% somewhat genuine. Gen Xers, 10% very genuine, 34% somewhat. Yeah, baby boomers, they got the highest percentage so far for not genuine. That's crazy. 7% of baby boomers think it's very. 36% think it's somewhat. For ethnicity, 17% of black adults believe the DEI efforts are very genuine. 35% believe it's somewhat genuine. 21% don't know. 20% it's not genuine. 7% not genuine at all. Hispanic adults, 12% think it's very genuine. 30% somewhat. 24% don't know. 21% not too genuine. And 13% not genuine at all. On white adults, 8% believe it's very genuine. 33% somewhat. 19% don't know. 24% not too genuine. And 16% not genuine at all. That is an interesting spread. Why don't they have Asian adults there? Shh. Political party. The Democrats believe it's 13% very genuine, 40% somewhat genuine. The somewhat genuine people have got to be the like, this is a good step in the right direction, but it's not going far enough. 15% don't know, 26% not too genuine, 6% not genuine at all. And on Republicans, somehow 8% believe it's very genuine. 29% somewhat genuine, 17% don't know, 24% not too, and 22% not genuine at all. Perfect illustration that the people it concerns the least have the worst opinion on it. Though these findings hold true for every major consumer cohort, men, baby boomers, and Republicans are the most doubtful of DEI authenticity. They're also the most likely to support DEI rollback efforts. However, one dimension of DEI that isn't up for debate, at least according to public opinion, is its overall value. A clear majority, 58% of US adults, believe DEI initiatives are either very or somewhat important to the success of most businesses. Another large majority, 66% of employed US adults, believe the presence of DEI programs positively impacts their organization's culture. According to data featured in Morning Consult's recent report on consumer appetite for corporate engagement amid the 2024 election cycle. All of these Americans wouldn't be incorrect. External research consistently shows that companies committed to diversity eclipse their counterparts on a number of business outcomes, including financial performance. I know I can't click on these because it's a screenshot, but I am willing to bet that this consistently shows either links to another article that doesn't have sources, or it links to something talking about the McKinsey study. If they included diversity of opinion, then the question is misleading. And all of these Americans wouldn't be incorrect. I already read that. But even with heaps of empirical evidence, negative narratives around DEI still persist and can pose big brand reputation risks if they migrate from conservative circles to the mainstream consciousness, which is rare, but has happened. Don't worry about those silly conservatives. They never have any impact on anything. We can just keep doing what we're doing. Just change the language a bit. They'll celebrate like the idiots they are, and we'll eventually have cultural dominance. Just don't even worry about it. Making staffing a centerpiece of DEI programs is one way brands can ensure resilience against this kind of event and instill confidence among consumers that inclusion efforts are being made in good faith. Direct support is the best support. It's a generally accepted principle that employees are the lifeblood of most businesses, and it appears that this sentiment exists in the context of corporate DEI programs too. US adults believe that staffing-centric actions like recruiting, 57%, and promoting, 55%, employees from minority groups are the most effective at achieving workplace equity. DEI actions tied to internal hiring are most likely to move the needle. US adults were asked whether they think the following corporate DEI actions are effective at supporting workplace equality. Oh, they did it again. They did it again. These are... US adults believe staffing-centric actions like recruiting and promoting from minority groups are most effective at achieving workplace equity, whereas this information talks about workplace equality. Man, funny how that works. Recruiting employees from minority groups, 57% said that this was effective. Promoting employees from minority groups, 55% said it was effective. Hiring diverse actors for ad campaigns, literally 50% of people want diverse advertising. Who did they poll for this? This is not real. Supporting diversity through product lines, e.g. Pride merchandise, 47% of people said that that's effective. And creating identity-based affinity groups, 37% said that that was effective. In contrast, external-facing work like selling inclusive merchandise or featuring diverse actors in an ad campaign is viewed by the general population as somewhat less meaningful than internal initiatives. Still, this doesn't mean these efforts are moot. Inclusive marketing is appreciated by most Americans, and it can even drive purchases among younger, non-white cohorts. We read an article about this during one of my previous Smart Brief dives, where they mentioned that Gen Z fluctuates to diverse content creators, and a lot of Gen Z and the generation under them, their purchasing is driven by these diverse content creators encouraging them to buy what they're pushing. So it's very interesting. Once again, content creators have been brought into this sphere, and they're saying that the more diverse the content creator, the better they will be able to sell to Gen Z and the younger generation. Me when I lie. The fact that whoever they polled from Gen Z especially, and they were like, yeah, we care a lot about the diversity in our content creator. I take diverse content creators more seriously when they try to sell me product. I wish I could remember exactly what that article was so I could bring it up briefly, but I know it was in one of my previous bridge dives. I really need to get all of those cut up and put up on my channel.
No.
And while things like... Oh, wait, sorry. Brands should be mindful, however, that any diversity-focused creative features, specific experiences that reflect the real lives of minority consumers. And while things like identity-based hiring programs or standardized inclusion scores have become best practices for DEI-driven employment, there's yet another new frontier brands must now consider: artificial intelligence. Several popular automated hiring tools like resume scanning bots have been found to possess biases related to gender, race, age, and disability status. When we were reading through Amazon's white page talking about their DEI initiatives, Amazon mentioned that they are training specifically AI to implement tenets of DEI. They are going to be using AI to help with their unconscious bias training. So there are companies who have already put into action training AI models in order to push this kind of stuff. The more DEI forced into AI, the worse it will be. Knowing this, brands should be extremely conscientious when choosing HR software vendors and consider setting quality standards. Clearly, disclosing what hiring tools are being used on a job application landing page may also earn brands some goodwill among candidates too. DEI durability. 41% of employed US adults said their company either currently has or has had DEI programs in place in the past, but only 20% reported ever being involved in one. And this is because the DEI teams were either basically isolated and only talked with like marketing and HR, or they were outside consultants like what we see in the gaming industry. Most DEI initiatives are opt-in and not meant to cater to every single employee, but involvement figures were equally low among the underrepresented groups that DEI programs typically target, such as women 16%, Black 20%, and Hispanic 20% adults. This data suggests that while corporate DEI efforts are broadly popular, the actual practice is in somewhat of a precarious position, especially against the backdrop of an ongoing crusade by Republicans. Wow. This is basically just saying there's not enough people participating in these initiatives. Let's just make it the problem of everyone at the company. Where have we heard that before? So, the data suggests that while corporate DEI efforts are broadly popular, I already read that sentence. I have a hard time reading images, chat. That said, industry experts resoundingly agree that brands often do more harm than good by taking a position and then backtracking on it in the face of scrutiny from a small group of consumers. So whether the goal is to increase internal adoption or withstand potential conservative attacks, brands' best bet is to activate on DEI in the ways that are perceived as most impactful. In 2024, that means attracting, retaining, and elevating minority employees. Of course, more holistic programs can be built up around this, but a staff-centric DEI nucleus offers brands some insulation from politically charged news cycles and consumer behavior. I really dislike their use of holistic programs. It makes it feel even more culty than they already sound like. Probably don't want to participate because they find it offensive, I know, right? The staff-centric DEI nucleus, we need to embed this as the DNA of the company. A very interesting wording. Back to the Bridge Smart Brief. Corporate boards positioning for anti-DEI efforts. Anti-DEI activism against companies like Harley-Davidson, John Deere, and Tractor Supply is prompting corporations to reassess their diversity policies and communication strategies. In response, boards are focusing on managing digital reputations and transparent communication with stakeholders. If it quacks like a duck, true. Corporate boards brace for DEI backlash. Corporate executives and boards are ramping up communication efforts to prepare for attacks from activists linking business performance to DEI policies. For some public companies, it is not a matter of if these politically motivated attacks will come, but when. Harley-Davidson and John Deere have both walked back their commitment to diversity, while Tractor Supply has pulled the plug on diversity and environmental efforts following a social media campaign led by conservative activist Robbie Starbuck. And we already know that Harley-Davidson and John Deere didn't actually walk back anything at all. The only thing they've done, once again, is remove themselves from the Human Rights Campaign reporting. I don't have an answer for why everyone is pulling out of the Human Rights Campaign. Again, maybe the HRC has outlived their usefulness, and now the HRC is like a badge for conservatives to attack, so if they just drop out of it, they can still keep their internal metrics, but they don't have a public one? I'm not sure. No. As a part of the anti-DEI campaign, the activists have scrapped the social media accounts of executives and board members in search of comments about LGBTQ rights, sustainability, and DEI. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. They're just like, you can't use our tactics. You can't go back. You can't go back in people's social media feeds and look at what we're saying. To prepare for this new type of professional doxing with 2 X's, corporate boards are sharing more about their operational decisions and personal credentials with investors, employees, and consumers. What the fuck do they mean by this new type of professional doxing? If you have made a statement on social media, that's not doxing. That's just looking at your tweet. What do you mean? What did they mean by this? Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. These people aren't real, chat. What they're saying, board members often seek to challenge management and provide robust oversight, said Townsend Belisle, founder and CEO of strategic communication and production company Haystack Needle. First of all, what the fuck kind of a first name is Townsend? Ironically, though, they might be the ones facing challenges because of their online presence or lack thereof. Belisle says the business of monitoring and enhancing the digital footprint of board members has doubled in the past year. Controlling and managing digital reputation is crucial for executives as their public image can significantly impact their career and the organization they represent, he said. If they don't control their own personal narrative, others will. And this is more of a problem in like the actual professional sphere, right? Which is why they're probably trying to liken it to professional doxing. Oh no, you can't pull up my tweets where I said I hate white people and you can't be racist to them. That's doxing professionally. But it's interesting to me because the acolytes that want to push this in the gaming industry aren't even smart enough to control and manage their digital reputation. You see the people at Sweet Baby outwardly attacking people. You see the journalists making crazy statements in defense of them. You see people like Alyssa Mercante straight up threatening to fight people. These people that we're reading about in the actual corporate professional industry understand that if they're going to do evil things, they must promote themselves publicly as not evil. And just hope enough people are dumb enough to believe it. You can't make a list of all the things we've worked on that's professional doxing. Holy shit, you're right. The Sweet Baby talking about the list of their public games that was available publicly on their website, saying how that's a problem. That would probably fall under professional doxing in these people's language mind games. I wonder if we'll see people trying to use that in articles coming up. Right-wing activists have now forced a reversal of policies for 3 major American brands, and this will likely embolden them to target others. We already know that these brands have not actually about-faced. There's also been an uptick in activist investors challenging ESG and DEI-related policies. Some companies are more susceptible to anti-DEI pressures than others, says Gravity Research President Luke Hartig. Any B2C brand with a conservative-leaning consumer base should definitely be worried, while brands with a more progressive consumer base are generally safe because the base is not as receptive to the anti-DEI arguments. Yes, but going back on a commitment or appearing wishy-washy is likely to damage corporate reputation. This can be the kiss of death because it alienates everyone, one crisis communications expert said. While I agree with going back on commitment appears wishy-washy, what did we see after the Bud Light boycott had gone on, quote-unquote, long enough? Tim Pool came out and said it's okay to patronize them again. They realized they fucked up and they apologized. Kid Rock came out and said, I'm ending the Bud Light boycott because it's just silly and childish to keep it going. We have people celebrating right now that DEI is going away. They're taking these statements that they haven't even fully read at face value. So people are believing the smokescreen. Keep the boycotts up, exactly. The decision by Tractor Supply, John Deere, and Harley Davidson to revoke DEI policies have garnered more attention than the attacks coming from its top critic. The policy reversals show 77% more media mentions and roughly 40% more social media interactions than Starbucks' initial anti-DEI campaigns, according to news ship data shared with Axios. Alright, I might think that Starbucks is preemptively celebrating too soon, but for them to, like, number friend this guy in their article is absolutely insane. The journalists are number friending on Twitter now. What timeline is this? Fucking reality check. Research continues to show that companies with diverse workforces outperformed their less diverse competitors by an average of 29% per year. Man, I am so sick of reading this. It's just like per capita. I can't tell if these people either don't understand or purposefully obfuscate, right? I'm sure there's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. But like, how do you not understand that the causation does not necessarily correlate to this? This is what a lot of old Gamergate elites did. They said to fight, but only as long as they could make money off of it. Once they couldn't, they started saying, you're not better. And they tried to sell you something if not the same brand. I was like, I want this shit to go away. I don't want to still be here fucking screeching about Bridge 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. I want this to actually start going away, man. Plus, the majority of employees, 56%, believe that diversity in the workplace is a good thing, per a Pew Research study. In the same way companies have started to change how they tout ESG, they are also starting to change how they talk about DEI. And I thought this article, it says go deeper. I like the go deeper. This the backlash is real. I wanted to skip this one. I'll read the little blurb though. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, was the hot thing in corporate America a few years ago. Now, not so much. The business community, long averse to political risks and controversies, backed away from DEI programs over the past 2 years in the wake of widespread attacks from lawmakers, high-profile rich guys. Oh, so there's a high-profile rich guy? They're not even activists anymore? Oh, and conservative activist. Who are the high-profile rich guys? Bill Ackman? Oh, Elon Musk, of course. Like former Trump aide Stephen Miller. This is what I wanted to read. Companies rush to define DEI. Share who say that select words are divisive by party. Corporate diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts are even more under scrutiny in 2024. Oh. Corporate DEI strategies will continue, but boasting about them will not. Chat, how long have I been saying it's going underground and they're being quiet about it? Words are divisive by party. Progressive, apparently, is a divisive word. DEI, very divisive. Pride, somehow not as much divisive. Interesting. ESG, very divisive here. Conservative, also divisive. Latin, how is Latinx such a small little bar here? Depends on how quiet people can actually be. A good commie stay underground. Hot damn. Hot damn. I guess cancel culture is one of the most divisive words. 73% of Dems say cancel culture is divisive. 80% of Republicans say cancel culture is divisive. The fucking Gringexes! Oh my god. Woke has really high divisivity. That's also very strange. Alright, this graph hurts my woman brain. Because they did it with the highest at the bottom instead of at the top, but then the bars are also, like, the margin of difference between them. Oh, man. We need more Latinos against that word. True and real. Corporate diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts are under even more scrutiny in 2024. Corporate DEI strategies will continue, but boasting about them will not. Billionaires like Elon Musk, Bill Ackman, and Chip Wilson have created a lot of noise by publicly debating the merits and legality of DEI initiatives. I feel like it's a little weird. I don't know who Bill Ackman and Chip Wilson are, but I'm sure it's probably weird to describe them that way. But to just reduce Elon Musk to, like, rich guy instead of like a company owner or an entrepreneur or a businessman, I don't know, that's weird. That's weird. This paired with the recent Supreme Court decision about affirmative action at universities have corporate communicators, human resource professionals, and in-house counsel working to better define and explain their inclusion practices. The terms affirmative action and DEI have been conflated, says Valerie Capers, Workman, Chief Legal Officer for recruiting platform Handshake. Those who practice DEI need to clearly explain what it is and what it is not. It is not about preference or prioritizing one group over another, like affirmative action, for groups that have been historically discriminated against. We literally just read an entire article about how companies need to prioritize doing this. What the fuck do you mean? Like, lying to this degree is not going to work in current year. It's about ensuring the best candidates are found. Talent is everywhere. Excellence is everywhere. But access to opportunity is not equal, which means you have to widen the search. These fucking weasel wordy people. According to a recent study by the Harris poll, a vast majority of adults, 81%, believe that corporate America should reflect the diversity of the nation. If corporate America was to accurately reflect the diversity of the nation, I don't think they would like the direction that goes in. They're admitting that affirmative action did that. They've been very mask off this past year. Meanwhile, young job seekers are still motivated by corporate diversity and inclusion efforts, with 50% of college students seeking out companies that prioritize and practice DEI, and 77% preferring companies that have a diverse leadership team, per a Handshake study. Plus, chief human resource officers do not plan to scale back their DEI strategies, according to a recent survey conducted by the Conference Board. Instead, they are reframing how these strategies are marketed, similar to how companies are pivoting away from phrases like ESG and sustainability in favor of terms like impact. We already know about impact funding as well. We knew about that change earlier. According to the Harris poll, roughly half of Republican voters view the term DEI as divisive, while only 27% of Democrats agree. A majority of Republicans polled also believe terms like BIPOC, Latinx, and ESG create more division. Voters from across the aisle find terms like cancel culture, woke, and underrepresented to be alienating. This linguistic disconnect also transcends generations, according to the Harris poll. 75% of baby boomers view the term BIPOC as divisive, followed by terms like underrepresented, 70%, and Latinx at 67%. Meanwhile, Gen Z is more likely than any other generation to find quote-unquote conservative, 65%, patriotic, 53%, and progress, 31%, to be the most divisive terms. Target the children, chat, and it will be all they know. DEI, like many of these acronyms and phrases, have devolved into ideological dog whistles. Americans hear and sort them like voters instead of consumers. They're either red or blue, said John Gierzerma, CEO of the Harris poll. I love that he said this. They hear and sort them like voters. They've devolved into ideological dog whistles. When we were talking about the Sherm nonsense, and Robbie Starbuck was like, look at how angry these people are that their sweet equity is getting dropped from the DEI acronym. And I was like, these are true believers. These are people who believe the message of DEI is genuine and not just some kind of Marxist subversion, and they just don't know that their utopia they're trying to usher in will not be what they think it is. These people have been taught to respond to stimuli. They hear words and they know what those words mean, and when that definition changes, they will think they are getting rid of something that is important. So these true believers, seeing the word equity leave, this was an ideological dog whistle, they believe that these companies are actually changing what they're doing when they are not. And they blatantly say that they are not. But because that trigger word is missing, some of these people will believe that they are lacking in their efforts. Which is why a little bit of rebranding needs to happen, and these true believers need to be brought into the fold to understand the language may change, but the work stays the same. The commitment to this imperative stays the same. Because of this, DEI branding is now being replaced with terms like well-being and employee experience. Plus, some companies are expanding how diversity is defined by including demographics like religion or socioeconomic factors. I like how one of the words they chose is employee experience. Like both of these, right? Well-being and employee experience are so robust and vague that if I wasn't reading this article, I probably wouldn't pick these up as changes in terminology for what these people are pushing, right? Because it's like you don't see well-being and be like, oh yeah, I know that the Marxists are using that now. Like it's they really are making it incredibly difficult for people to notice what's happening. We're seeing companies be more clear that diversity is about equal access to opportunity, and so we're seeing the terminology change a bit. But the desired result has not changed, which is a diverse employee population. There is a blurred line between where good strategic business decision-making ends and where more risky corporate activism begins, says Mission North co-CEO Tyler Perry. That name sounds familiar. I think we'll see companies focus more on getting their house in order and less on promoting external work unless it is truly authentic to their brand. This means taking a closer look at their internal policies, supporting their employees, focusing on community engagement, and prioritizing causes and issues most relevant to their employees and their business. Bridges framework is a 72-axis framework where a lot of the change starts internally and then eventually bleeds out into the consumer sphere. While companies might stop publishing lengthy DEI reports on an annual basis, the commitments will continue. What does this link to? Little briefcases? Executives say they're still committed to DEI, new survey finds. Executives remain committed to DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, despite rising backlash against it. Survey's results come as the anti-DEI noise is getting louder. 57% of 322 U.S. executives surveyed in November by the employment law firm Littler You're really gonna name your law firm Littler? Okay. All right. Said their organizations have expanded their DEI programs over the past year, and 36% have maintained them. At the same time, 59% of execs, a mix of chief legal officers, chief diversity officers, chief people officers, which is what we've seen some of the diversity officers' titles change to obfuscate them, and other C-level folks. So they believe backlash towards these efforts has increased since the Supreme Court's June decision that race couldn't be used as an explicit factor in university admissions. The court's ruling wasn't about employers, but in its wake, companies grew anxious that any programs that take race into account would be vulnerable to litigation. Since then, activists have filed so-called reverse discrimination lawsuits against law firms for their minority fellowship programs. I just don't believe that they're calling it reverse discrimination. There's also ongoing litigation filed by the same group behind the Supreme Court affirmative action case over the Fearless Fund, a venture capital firm that focuses on black women. And I've talked about the Fearless Fund here before. What's happening, for the most part, instead of panicking and getting rid of programs, companies are auditing their initiatives to ensure that there are no legal risks, says Janine Conley-Daves, a shareholder at Littler. Yes, but 6% of respondents to the Littler survey said they decreased their DEI efforts since 2022. Asked why they cut back, half cited concerns about legal liability and litigation, including reverse discrimination lawsuits. 44% pointed to reduced DEI budgets. 28% cited the Supreme Court decision. Now with this, we have read many articles since this Supreme Court decision on not just Bridge, but other chief diversity officers and other people involved in this kind of work, reiterating that companies shouldn't shy away due to the litigation. They need to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to keep doing the work and how to keep being authentic while also avoiding lawsuits. Because this work is imperative, and you cannot let lawsuits stop you from doing it. They're like keeping reverse because it labels it as white so it can be discounted. Yeah, I had a little rant on that earlier. For now, corporate America still likes DEI. These programs have become an important part of employee relations and talent strategies for companies, Littler points out. The moniker DEI itself, what to watch is the moniker DEI itself. Littler, for its part, used the term IE&D, inclusion, equity, and diversity, to reflect its prioritization of inclusion. We wouldn't be surprised to see more companies move away from the old term, too. Wow. Well, it's almost like I've been talking about that since like January, February. The name is ridiculous. I know. Why would you name your company Littler? It just makes me think of Lil Hitler, man. And then down a little bit further here. Yeah, in their smart brief, they actually unironically have ads from companies in here. It's kind of weird. Cultural competency and DEI initiatives. I know we're going to go a little bit over, chat, but like the Bridge shit, when I get into it, it's important in my opinion. So thank you for staying a little later with me tonight. Project to promote DEI in engineering. The issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion in engineering are the focus of a project by the National Science Foundation to establish a center dedicated to DEI. University of New Mexico School of Engineering researchers are leading the $1.2 million initiative that will take about 2 years to create DEI infrastructure with leadership accountability and a new reward. Structures and cultures in this, a new reward structures and cultures in the school. This is the University of New Mexico. I want to make sure nothing weird pops up real quick. Blah, 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 blah. Wonderful, more crashing planes. Oh, fuck you! Equal, not separate. UNM researchers lead new NSF Center for Equity in Engineering. A group... Wow, this is the second subscribe pop-up. A group of University of New Mexico School of Engineering researchers is leading a new National Science Foundation effort to establish a center that is focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion in the field of engineering. Donna Riley, Jim and Ellen King Dean of Engineering and Computing, is the principal investigator of planning a center for equity and engineering at the University of New Mexico. The $1.2 million project begins September 1st, 2024, and is set to conclude August 21st, 2026.
Well, big 2 years, baby.
Co-principal investigators on the project are Melanie Moses, professor of computer science and special advisor to the dean on educational initiatives. That's a mouthful of a title. Eva Chi, professor of chemical and biological engineering and associate dean for faculty affairs and engineering. And Vanessa Savala, associate professor of chemical and biological engineering and special assistant to the dean for learning sciences. Man, all of their titles are mouthfuls. Riley said that the project aims to build infrastructure for equity through leadership accountability, resource management, data and metric development, partnership enhancement, and shifting reward structures and cultures in the School of Engineering. Drawing on a sense of place as a core value and strength in New Mexico, the project will advance equity knowledge and practice in engineering, forge links between cultural and engineering identities, and engage new concepts of engineering informed by culture and place in both research and education. By changing how we teach to better reflect students' lived realities and local contexts, by enhancing connections between student support services and classroom experiences, by skilling up faculty staff to better serve students of all backgrounds, and by incorporating equity into performance evaluations and reward systems. What a horrific thing to have to read. What a horrific thing to have to read. God damn. Equity in engineering sounds like a good recipe for things to be destroyed or blow up because of idiots. I'd also, even if it's just like the engineering for building like a home and whatnot, right? Like that's more architectural, but sometimes you still might need an engineer depending on what you're developing. It's a good way for them to be not working very well. Like Boeing, yeah, like Boeing is definitely suffering from this kind of thing. Howdy, Raiders. J-Man Dualblade, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. It's supposed to sound like a meaningful position to obfuscate the reality of how useless it really is. True and real. Bruce Lobelvaro, thank you for the 10! Thank you for your hard work. Thank you! Hopefully people will have access to all of these in the articles read on stream thread in the Discord. Inches, thank you for the 10. You're with me. Thank you for giving me all of your inches. We will decrease inequity in student experiences, learning outcomes, time to degree, and graduation rates. How do you suppose they can promise to decrease inequity in student experiences, the time to get their degree, and graduation rates? That sounds a whole lot like, giving things to people who might not be qualified to finish them off. Grading on one hell of a curve. Yeah. Croesus, thank you for the 10 pounds. Love you, Super Foxu. For real, how do you find a super-based woman like me? I don't know. All of us autistic women played MMOs, dude. When a majority of women you meet day to day have been completely psyoped by intersectionalism, I wish I had better advice for you on that one. I don't even know where to meet people anymore. All the men I meet are gay. Said Riley, who also is a professor in the Gerald May Department of Civil, Construction, and Environmental Engineering. Oh boy, the woman who said that they need to decrease the inequity in student stuff here is a professor in the Department of Civil, Construction, and Environmental Engineering. That is horrifying. The project builds on an over 30-year history of UNM as a Hispanic-serving institution, or HSI. I didn't even know that was a term. And a 50-year history of supporting minoritized students in engineering. What do they mean by minoritized? As a school of engineering with majority minority enrollment, you can't do that. You can't be like, yeah, the majority of people enrolled in our school are minorities. That just makes them the majority. What do you mean? Enhancing student success and closing equity gaps will diversify the engineering profession and workforce. As more institutions become Hispanic enrolling over time with national demographic shifts, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? The new center and UNM will be positioned to demonstrate what equity work can look like at an HSI. If the majority of people at this school are already minorities, And if you're saying institutions are going to become even more Hispanic enrolling because of the demographic shift, the equity would then have to go to the non-Hispanic people, because the non-Hispanic people are no longer an underserved minority group at your institution. They are, in fact, the majority group. God damn, is Kirsche reading white supremacist conspiracy theories on stream again? I'm reading progressive racist conspiracy theories. You'd think that, wouldn't you? The structural and cultural changes driven by the Center for Equity and Engineering will transform lives and communities by further increasing the realized social mobility of our graduates and provide a replicable model for other institutions. This whole sentence here, I just don't like that. Like, the dystopian language really gets to you sometimes, man. Like, it just ticks away at the walls in your brain. This should not be a thing. Like, anywhere, but especially in engineering. Like, actually insane. This would be a lot simpler if they just say they don't like white people. Yeah, but they can't say that outright. Like, they already went too far too fast at one point when they were just like, yeah, we are teaching your children that white people are inherently evil. Because they are, duh. And then everybody was like, wait, hold on, wait, I thought it was about teaching real history, and then they had to backstep like 5 paces. Unfortunately, it is a thing. These people exist. Thanks, I hate it. Is there another way to frame DEI? Latasha Morrison, a leading DEI voice, suggests reconsidering the terminology used in diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives to enhance effectiveness. She underscores the importance of strategic language choices, creating a shared vision, and debunking the zero-sum game. Boing! Just make sure nothing's gonna pop up weird.
Make sure nothing's gonna pop up weird.
Alright, so this touches on what I have been screeching about since Finding Bridge. Is it time to rename diversity, equity, and inclusion? Also, Julie Kratz, isn't that the name of the fucking lady we read earlier? Wasn't Julie Kratz the lady with that fucking weird-ass book that we found on Amazon? Am I crazy, or is that the same name? I'm bad at remembering names, chat. Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, it is. Oh boy. Oh boy. We got a little picture here that says identity, equity, diversity, inclusion, belonging. Language matters. If DEI is the right acronym for your organization, don't let the naysayers force you to pivot. If people understand what it means, why it matters, and how the organization is using DEI to create a competitive, sustainable advantage, it is likely a long-term fit. If you're getting resistance where people are not willing to be allies, perhaps pivoting to a word like inclusion or belonging might be a better fit. In my interview with Latasha Morrison, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion DEI thought leader and author of Be the Bridge and Brown Faces, White Spaces, she said, as DEI practitioners, again, this is just more bridge language, we're not married to the current terminology. Our goal is to create a culture of belonging for every employee, regardless of race, gender, or disability. Broadening DEI to include more than one race and gender helps bring more potential allies into the conversation. Regardless of the name we choose for the work does not change. If you're considering renaming DEI, consider these ideas from Morrison first. Be intentional with your language. Create a vision and debunk the zero-sum game. Be intentional with language. Morrison found in her research that words do matter. For example, instead of white fragility, she uses racial literacy. Again, this is just them rolling back the language so you don't realize exactly what they're talking about too quickly. You can't do anything but be called racist if you try to argue with racial literacy. If you bring up that white fragility is in itself a racist assignment, they don't have much of an argument for that besides no white people are evil. So if they change the terminology to make it safer, to make it a more inclusive sounding language, you can get those pesky white men to help you push your ideology finally. They both have similar impacts on people learning more about how to talk about race, but the term racial literacy creates less polarizing responses. The same rings true for diversity, equity, and inclusion. What words best describe the work you're actually doing to support DEI? To facilitate this, Morrison centers her work around bridge building, where people from different lived experiences can learn to talk about social issues and rebuilding systems so they work better for everyone. From healthcare to education to housing, many systems were designed by members of the dominant group, white, straight, cisgender men without disabilities, to work best for the dominant group. Morrison believes if we start with education first, target them kids, we will see the most impact. When we talk with young people about diversity, equity, and inclusion early on, they are more likely to understand the issues and take action later in life. Yeah, you raise those little radicals. If they don't know anything else, they're just gonna capitulate. Rather than shame or blame, teaching about systems of inequity and historical wrongdoings can help keep young people from repeating past mistakes. As Simone Morris and myself have found on our Inclusion School podcast, oh boy, I want to listen to that shit. Having conversations earlier with young people matters. If people want to be better ancestors and leave the world better than they found it, diversity is a fact, and inclusion is necessary. As Layla Saad writes in her book, Me and White Supremacy, Combat Racism, Change the World, and Become a Good Ancestor. For her, the primary force that drives my work is a passionate desire to become a good ancestor. This is like some sins of the father shit, Jesus Christ. In her workshops, Morrison likes to ask the question, how can we reimagine an education system, or any system, where everyone is thriving? You can't guarantee thriving for everyone. This is some commie gobbledygook. Oh my god. Once people anchor to a vision of a world that's more inclusive and better serves the community, they start to believe it's possible and map their behavior to support that future outcome. Once people have an anchor to a vision, this is literally just like, once you fill them with propaganda and they finally start to believe in it, you have a cute little programmed pawn that you can just use. In order to become a good ancestor, you'll create a system which will benefit my descendants as much as humanly possible. Oh, this is just communism with extra words. Once people can imagine a future world that's more inclusive, they can begin to tackle the issues that are preventing that from transpiring. Redlining, property taxes, and other systemic issues that have led to a disproportionate educational experiences, where people in the dominant group are more likely to have access to higher education, thus perpetuating systemic issue. What the fuck do they mean by property taxes? Everyone pays property taxes. I don't think we should. If we eliminate property taxes, it should be for everyone, not just a certain race of person. That's crazy. Debunk... Oh wait, hold on, I think I missed a sentence. By creating a vision and acknowledging the systemic issues, allies are better equipped to take substantial actions like voting, advocacy, and sharing knowledge with others. No, we need those pesky white men to stop feeling demonized so that they become allies with our nice new language. We need their help to perpetuate this. Debunk the zero-sum game. The challenge with the exercise of imagining an inclusive world can be if people default to a zero-sum game mentality, which says if we modify systems to work better for some, they will somehow work worse for others. This loss equation is rarely true. When systems work better for some, more often than not, they work better for all. Come sing this commie shit. This does not make sense. With what we know they're trying to push, this does not make sense. Not if you're allocating limited resources. Allyship requires a mindset shift. You gotta get rid of those unconscious biases, chat. Instead of a zero-sum game thinking, pivot to a more curious growth mindset. Some examples might be, instead of if I win, or if they win, I lose, shifts to if they win, we all win. Special treatment is not fair, shifts to we support people by meeting them where they are. What do we lose? Shifts to what will we gain? This is literally just fucking nonsense reprogramming. None of this makes sense in the realm of what they're pushing. If you lose, you win. Yeah. What was it that Trudeau said? If you kill your enemies, they win, or some shit like that? It is important to acknowledge these fears while pivoting towards a more inclusive, non-zero-sum game language. Once people see the positive results of DEI work, they're usually more happy with higher rates of innovation, profitability, and improved decision-making. I just don't believe you, crazy lady. I am wondering how much we'll see, like, this special, specific programmed language here. He didn't actually say it, but we all know he would. You're listening, you're getting rid of your unconscious bias. They are now very conscious. Oh my god. We're excited. Crack pipe. Back to the brief. We got a SAP staying firm on DEI commitment. And this one... Hold on a second. Because I think one of these articles that I had brought up... Yeah, okay. Okay, I just wanted to remind myself where those were. So back to this. SAP staying firm on DEI commitment. Despite a broader industry pullback on DEI initiatives, SAP is doubling down on its efforts to foster a diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplace. Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer Supriya Jha highlights the importance of embedding DEI into all business aspects to stay relevant with changing workforce demographics. This is, once again, we are reading the Bridge Smart Brief. This is the Bridge language. This is what companies are doing now. DEI is not going away. It is being embedded as a business practice at the heart of the companies. We have not won any battles yet. SAP is heavily used by most industries. When I opened the article, I was just like, I don't know what SAP is, and they didn't explain. Like, I briefly skimmed this to see if they explained what SAP was as an acronym, and I couldn't find anything. And there's like the little logo right here, so I had to go and look up what SAP was. No, I don't need help, go away. The future of AI at SAP CX Live, generative AI is transforming the market. Join us online on September 24th to discover exciting new ways to use it to your advantage. And apparently they are a German software company. It's a big management thing. Yeah, apparently it's a German software company. And they have like enterprise resource, CRM, customer experience, human capital management. They got all that interesting stuff here. And then they have trusted by companies small and large around the globe. You have SMA, Twinnings, the T, ThyssenKrupp, Gebhardt, the WTA, Andres and Hauser, Versoon, Microsoft, the Blue Diamond Almonds, Helvetica, Mercedes, Mahindra, Team Liquid, the esports team. What the fuck are they doing in here? What is happening? New Zealand Rugby, the Coca-Cola HBC, not the almonds. Basically everyone uses SAP. Yeah, I had no idea. I didn't know what this was. Nestle's in here, obviously. Hanes brands. Of course, it's the Germans again. SAP is pretty standard in industry. Yeah, I am learning what SAP is today. Toyota, I don't know what the fuck that logo next to Toyota is. Some, like, weird-looking shark thing. A Grupo Nutresa. Changi? Support Airport Group? I don't know what that is. Mod? I don't know what that mod logo is either. I was like, it's like you guys in chat were saying, tons of fucking companies use SAP. Revolutionize your business, transform. Prepare for anything with ERP. Now, I'm not a DEI consultant, but I feel like you shouldn't use the acronym ERP. I mean... And there was this article, Supriya Jha, driving transformative change in diversity and inclusion at SAP. Supriya Jha, the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at SAP, has been transformative force in the realm of diversity and inclusion. Recognized as one of the Diversity Global Magazine's 2024 Top 15 Chief Diversity Officers. What the fuck is a Diversity Global Magazine? What? How do they have awards for this shit? What is happening? Wait, let him cook. Supriya's career is a testament to her dedication to fostering inclusive workplaces. Her journey, marked by personal and professional health challenges, has shaped her into a leader who not only advocates for diversity, but also implements actionable strategies to achieve it. Oh god, help. This feature explores her career, achievements, and impact she has had at SAP, providing insights and lessons for others in the field of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Your company's been forced to use them because the places you bid for contracts with shifted to using them. You don't have anything to do with bidding, but your coworkers that do have said it's absolute dog shit. Oh, man. Early life and beginnings. I don't really think we need to read this. Leading diversity and inclusion at SAP. When Supriya Jha joined SAP, she was impressed by the company's established foundations in diversity and inclusion. What impressed me most was the tell it like it is attitude of our employees. SAP had a rich history of initiatives, particularly around LGBTQ, inclusion, and autism, spanning over 20 years. What two weird foundational poles to have next to each other. This long-term commitment to diversity provided a robust platform for Jha to build upon. Upon her arrival, Jha identified areas where SAP's DEI strategies could be enhanced. One of her key initiatives was the introduction of the company's first diversity and inclusion report. We launched our first ever diversity and inclusion report, which has completed 2 editions since 2022. The report played a crucial role in increasing transparency and fostering a sense of ownership among employees regarding DEI initiatives. 2022 was when Bridge was monitoring DEI in other companies, and then 2023 is when Bridge 2.0 initiative was launched. I don't have like direct links between the Bridge 1.0 initiative and the Bridge 2.0 initiative. They could be completely separate entities. It could be a coincidence, but it's still an interesting thing to note. Is my neck okay? I had to rub my eye, I'm sorry. Our employees really began to own the topic of DEI in a more tangible fashion. Jha has also been instrumental in boosting SAP's efforts around various employee networks, such as the Interfaith Alliance. This network is focused on creating an inclusive environment for people of all religions and faiths, proving particularly valuable during global crises like the Women's Revolution in Iran and the Israel-Gaza conflict. Wasn't the Women's Revolution in Iran back in like the 70s? Or am I thinking of a different Middle Eastern country? Americans always with their DEI stuff. Well, it's not just here, unfortunately. Under Jha's leadership, SAP has made significant strides in diversity and inclusion. One of the notable successes has been the revival of the Returnship program, designed to help individuals re-enter the workforce after an extended break. Jha has also focused on ensuring that SAP's DEI strategy is integrated into its broader business strategy. This includes applying a DEI lens to areas such as artificial intelligence. When we think of AI, for instance, we apply the DEI lens. SAP's AI Ethics Steering Committee examines every product development effort with an emphasis on diversity and inclusion, ensuring that these technologies benefit all users equitably. On this one, I'm wondering exactly what they mean by designed to help individuals re-enter the workforce after an extended break. Could be something normal. Like, oh, you were gone for 9-month pregnancy leave or something. I don't know. Extended break. Yeah, when they said extended break, my mind immediately went to felony incarceration. I immediately was just like, oh, okay, so this is for, like, criminals, right? They said the thing. That's why the West will never make a truly good AI. Furthermore, Ja has emphasized the importance of accountability in DEI efforts. Going forward with the KPIs that we track, we're going to hold our executive board accountable for our women in executive ranks. This approach includes tying compensation-related goals to the achievement of DEI objectives, ensuring that leaders are committed to fostering an inclusive environment. Compensation-related goals to the achievement of DEI objectives. I hate that this is a thing. Some companies have been like, oh, we're not doing that. And then, like, you look at their fucking, like, fiscal reports, and they're just like, yeah, we're still doing it. We lied. Unequal pay? Don't think of it as unequal pay. Think of it as to each according to his need. Think of it that way. Ja's efforts have not gone unnoticed. SAP's commitment to diversity and inclusion has attracted positive attention from investors and partners alike. Our investors began asking more questions around how we were doing on DEI. The external scrutiny has further reinforced the importance of maintaining and advancing SAP's DEI initiatives. These achievements reflect Ja's dedication to creating a workspace where diversity and inclusion are not just policies, but integral components of the corporate culture. Her work at SAP serves as a model for other organizations aiming to enhance their DEI efforts. Despite the significant progress made, Supriya Ja acknowledges that there are ongoing challenges in the realm of diversity and inclusion. One of the primary hurdles is ensuring that senior leadership remains fully engaged and committed to DEI initiatives. It continues to be a challenge, regrettably, in many places. To overcome this, Ja emphasizes the importance of connecting leaders directly with the experiences of diverse employees. Bringing leaders closer to the actual topic, getting them to see what it really feels like, is crucial for fostering empathy and understanding. Looking ahead, Ja is focused on further embedding DEI into SAP's business strategy and culture. She stresses the need for continuous effort and storytelling to keep the momentum alive. This requires consistent application of efforts over a long period of time. They do not care about profit. They do not care that they are bleeding money right now. This is for long-term winnings in the cultural war. This has been a war for decades. It doesn't matter if you don't want to participate in it. It will come for you eventually. Isn't she the former Twitter lawyer? If she is, I don't know. I'm very bad at names, chat. The weaponization of empathy has truly been the downfall of humanity. I agree. I absolutely agree. I focus on development of emotional manipulation, quote-unquote empathy over merit, quote-unquote success. True. When was the first sign of DEI stuff? That's a good question. That's a good question. Oh, God. Because most of the DEI stuff is basically just another transformation on Marxism, in America, we were in a unique position, and I brought this up before, and people wanted to split hairs about how there's different ethnicities in the Eastern Bloc countries as well. But that is different empirically from the kind of melting pot country that America is. When the Russians implemented communism, they did it mostly based on class lines. They were able to create issues between men and women and between the different classes. In America, they were also able to do this both between men and women, and they were incredibly effective in pitting men and women against each other, making men and women hate each other. But in America, we also have racial lines that we can be divided on. The more ways that Marxism can split people into these different factions that don't care about a shared identity in being an American or having American values, the easier it is to get people to adopt and accept Marxist policy. The world runs on capital. Trying to run your business without money is like trying to live without food. That is the problem with all of these places getting funding from firms like BlackRock, because they have a lot of money, and some of their investments are tied into people's 401ks. They have enough money that bleeding in the short term is something that they have seen as an acceptable loss in order to win the culture war. We are in the plane of normalization right now, which is why we've had years of modern audience talk. The modern audience doesn't exist, it is what they are trying to create with the youngest generation. How can something that was never one be divided? America is one nation. America is one nation, I don't know what you mean. And they get free money from all of us.
No.
Her vision of the future is one where DEI is seen as a fundamental element of business strategy, driving innovation and fostering a supportive and inclusive work environment. Supriya Jha's journey at SAP highlights the transformative power of dedicated DEI leadership. Her efforts have not only strengthened SAP's commitment to diversity and inclusion, but have also set a benchmark for other organizations. As Jha continues to advocate for DEI, her story serves as an inspiration for HR professionals and business leaders alike, demonstrating that with persistent effort and a genuine commitment, it is possible to create workplaces where everyone can thrive.
Everyone!
A few interesting SAP clients are Pfizer, Burger King, DHL, Samsung, eBay, Google, Amazon, Walmart, Dell, ExxonMobil, and IBM. It does not surprise me that some of those companies are in there. Like, Bridge already had a massive conglomerate of huge companies working with them. And so, like, knowing that SAP is also pushing the Bridge Initiative style language, and them being with even more companies, that's not surprising. It's all-encompassing, and I wish I was smart enough to know how to drive it out. It's a different kind of racism.
Anya?
Oh.
Thank you, Binary Mind.
I've had my alerts off, and so Binary Mind alerted me to a
big man,
Mr. Archon. Mr. Archon, thank you for the 123.45. I'm sorry that the 123 slaves didn't get to play. Thanks for the DEI coverage. You know, it feels like Sisyphean, but keep fighting the good fight. It just, like I said when I started this Bridge segment, it feels just incredibly validating, right? To, like, just know that I'm not crazy when I've been talking about this for the past 8 months. Because it's like when people that I perceive to be more in the know than I am, or more up on, like, the political realm than I am, and are more deeply embedded into it, like Robbie Starbuck or like Matt Walsh, it's just like I feel crazy yelling about this stuff, but everyone just, like, ignores it, you know? It's like it makes you feel crazy. So being able to read this kind of stuff that reinforces what I've been screaming about, just, oh god. I wish it wasn't happening. I wish this wasn't real. But at least I know that I'm not crazy. Never stop. Oh boy. Oh boy. And then let me just put this down really quickly.
Really quickly here.
There was we mentioned the Human Rights Campaign, and I want to make sure there's not another article specifically about that. Mary Barra's lead motivates auto industry board diversity. Olympics ads outshine Super Bowl and inclusivity. LGBT consumers favor supportive businesses. Okay, so these three aren't related to what we were talking about specifically, so I can save those articles for another time. But I wanted to bring up Robbie Starbuck said, now the HRC is doing a campaign of texting people to cry about how much they're losing to us. When are they going to realize that we have eyes everywhere? Also, FYI, to the big-brained HRC president, if I decide to do a text and email campaign, it'll blow yours out of the water. And I'll be encouraging companies to verify that every single email from your campaign is actually a real person. Very interested to see the results of that. I would be interested in seeing the results of that, too. The Human Rights Campaign wrote this. It says, tell corporate America Robbie Starbuck is an extremist troll and dropping DEI initiatives is not okay. If I hadn't been reading tons of Bridge corporate schlock for months, I would have been like, there's no way that's a real title. That sounds way too childish, man. Oh, but that's how they type. Far-right extremists like social media influencer and failed political candidate Robbie Starbuck are using corporate America as pawns, demanding they abandon LGBTQ+ people, people of color, women, and the disabled community by dropping commitments to inclusion. We will send your message to corporate executives at Ford, Jack Daniels, Lowe's, Tractor Supply Co., Harvey Davidson, and Deere & Co., who have cowardly succumbed to these anti-business demands. It sounds like someone's a little angry that these companies decided they don't want to participate in your social credit score system no more. It sounds like someone's trying to smear Mr. Robbie here because they're angry that they're losing relevancy. It's working, do it more. Let's fight back loudly, reminding them why equality and inclusion is good for business. Sign your name and let's send a message today. Subject, stand by your LGBTQ+ workers, customers, and allies. And then it's got all this contact data stuff. I'm guessing you're supposed to fill that in. As a supporter of the Human Rights Campaign, I am extremely disappointed in your decision to drop your company's participation in the HRC Foundation's Corporate Equality Index, or CEI, and other diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. You just made a major decision for your company because one internet troll got you scared. LGBTQ+ people and our allies are your employees and your customers, and dropping us will have huge implications on your business, your fiduciary responsibilities, and future profits. Did you know that 30% of Gen Z identify as members of the LGBTQ+ community? These are your future workers and customers. This short-sighted decision you've made will have long-term consequences. Look at how bold they are. Look at how bold they are. These are your future workers and customers. This short-sighted decision. They've already decided that they've won. And they're like, there's no way those silly little conservatives will ever turn back the clock on what we're doing. They're too dumb to keep noticing how we change up our shit. Plus, withdrawing your participation in the CEI only continues to hurt your customers and employees who want to feel that they belong in your corporate family. The CEI has been a leader in creating safe spaces and safe work environments for LGBTQ+ people for over 20 years. In fact, today, over 1,300 businesses participate. These companies are doing the right thing for LGBTQ+ people and for their bottom line. So I urge you to do the right thing. Reinstate your DEI initiatives. None of them said they were stopping except for Tractor Supply Co., including the CEI. All of them did say they were dropping out of CEI. That was the one thing they all had in common. Support your LGBTQ+ employees and suppliers. Welcome LGBTQ+ customers and their allies. And stop listening to manufactured outrage from MAGA bullies. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Whenever I see MAGA, a little flag goes off in my head. It makes me think back to dear old Juicy Smollett and welcome to MAGA country. I don't know. I feel a little weird about this now. Wow, these guys sound insane. Yeah, the Juicy Boy. The Juicy Boy. And then HRC over here was tweeting, today Ford abandoned its values and commitment to an inclusive workplace, cowering to MAGA weirdo Robbie Starbuck. With the LGBTQ+ community wielding $1.4 trillion in spending power and 30% of Gen Z identifying as LGBTQ+, we won't forget this short-sighted decision and its impact. Also, why the fuck does the HR... Oh, Coconut was Kamala's Oshi mark. I forgot that she stole my Oshi mark, that bitch. Heil Ford. I haven't looked into Ford, so I don't know... I don't know exactly what's going on with them. I like how it says accounts HRC follows or mentioned can reply, and they managed to actually get 2 people to reply. I love Ford and have a Ford Ranger. However, since Ford is bowing to theo-fascism, I won't be buying Ford anymore. Hot damn. Look at that fucking ratio. Daniel Sierra, thank you for the $4.99. DEI has been around in fringe circles. A big investment in 2008 began showing its face in 2011, began to spread in 2014. DEI, before it was called DEI, it's been around way, way longer than 2008. Like, way longer. But I do not know exactly how to pinpoint down, like, when the rhetoric started. Theo-fascism, holy fucking shit. That was like, what was everyone's favorite thing to call Matt Walsh? It wasn't a crypto-fascist, it was something else. It was something else, I can't remember what it was. The principles are near ancient, much older than anyone here. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Critical theory is kind of the first touch point you know of for the DEI slop. Your guess was 70s or 80s? Way before that. 70s is when it, like, fucking poured gas on the fire, though. About 100% that each of these morons is a copy of Mao's Little Red Book. Christo-fascist? No. Stochastic terrorist! Thank you, Sparky. That's what it was. Ford isn't bowing. The Ford family who still runs the company have been hard lefties for generations. Help. They rebelled against Henry Hard. Yeah, like I said, I haven't read anything about what Ford is doing. But again, we have a track record of every company that put out that they're getting rid of DEI policies. Doubled down in their notice of saying that they're getting rid... Like, they were like, yeah, we're gonna roll back our DEI policies. And then at the bottom, it was basically just like, just kidding. This work is important and we're gonna double down. The only thing that's really been done with all of these is that they dropped out of the HRC. Why have they dropped out of the HRC? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The best educated guess that I can make, and an educated guess is all I have, is that in current climate, it is too dangerous to have a publicly social score attaching you to DEI. So companies might want to drop out of the HRC so they can continue doing the work without having a social credit score easily findable and attached to it. These people forgot demographic decline in their blackmail calculus. They want a social credit score like communist China. I mean, that's what the HRC has been for corporations for a while. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 2. There's a reason people say the 60s ruined America. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And once again, like, if people are confused when I liken this kind of rhetoric and this kind of subversive language to communism or to Marxism, it definitely takes some hints from Mao as well with the Cultural Revolution nonsense. I would highly recommend searching on YouTube for Yuri Bezmenov's 1980s interview. Everything he said in the 80s has come true. He predicted exactly what was going to happen if we did not reverse the tide of communist tenets being perpetuated in our younger generations at that time. He said even if we started right that second in the 80s, it would still take multiple generations to reverse the damage that communism had done to American values. That's hecka informational. Very hecka informational. I would highly suggest, if you haven't seen it, to watch it. True and real. Every time you hear the work, you think of At the Greater Good from Hot Fuzz. Oh my god. Just in case, have I seen the time? Yeah, it's 8:45. I'll be going off. I got another delicious steak salad to eat today. I wanted to get through a lot of the bridge stuff that touched on changing the language, obfuscating the language, and operationalizing DEI as a business practice, because I think those were very important pieces of information to get out. And I didn't even have much to really comment on them. It's just more informational for you guys, because this is everything in here. If you've been following me with the DEI stuff all this year, this is all stuff we already knew. This is all stuff I've already commented on months ago, but they're just finally coming out and saying it bluntly now. Very bluntly. Gumby flappin' yappin'! Oh my god. Gumby! Gumby! Let's see, who am I touching today? Who am I touching today? You know, I should touch the Pickle woman. Her artwork was very nice. I love the Pickle. I have no more pickles to put in my salad, which makes me sad. Maybe she'll let me cut her into pieces and put me in my salad and then drench her in dressing. Oh my god. Promo. Oh yeah, thank you, Binary Mind. Thank you. Before I send you off to Pickle, one more reminder. If you haven't downloaded Rady Shady Baby from my special link, I would super appreciate it if you did. I need 500 cute little honorable chatters to get to level 25! Level 25! Need that to happen for my goals! I appreciate you guys who spend the time getting to 25 as a free way to help support my channel and keep me off the streets. I'm not meant for the streets, chat. I need a roof and air conditioning. So thank you guys who have already... Oh, someone reached 25. Hell yeah. Thank you for everyone who's already been participating in it. I appreciate you. Don't really want spyware on your phone? Like, install it on fucking enclosure thing on your PC. I forget what those are called. There's something you could do to like isolate programs in a little special box thingy. I forgot what it's called. Without the protein, you can't poo properly. They don't tell you rabbit food makes hard to poo. What? What? Via virtual machine. That's what it is. Thank you. Thank you for the Rady Shady lady. And Nim wants me to turn on alerts.
I found
I don't think you're going to get to play the alert though, Nim, because I think it's going to play back all of the other alerts. Unless you could somehow stop it from doing that. Give more shardos! Oh my god. Use Nim's level up strategy for raid. Yes, if you are unsure how to efficiently level in raid, Nim has provided a leveling guide pinned in the Wallet Bonfire channel. I guess Nim figured out how to kill the alerts, but where's the new one? Monya. It was easy, no worries. Thank you! Moida. We're moidoing. We're moidoing. Monya, monya, monya. I don't know what Nim's doing. I don't know what Nim's doing. Monya! Italian hands, thank you. I'm just kind of rocking. I'd be nyam nyam. Want you to replay slaves? Nim is trying to play a specific alert that he said he just added.
Yasmin's nothing like you. She's black.
Oh no! Having to explain that is going to be interesting. What if that one plays back to back with Kirsche's alert? Oh no. Oh no, we're fucked. What was that? That was from crazy lady reading her book to us earlier. Bless you, Nimothy, for adding that overlap of like people who want to cancel you and people who are your fans. Overlap is true and real. The new combo. Oh my god. Alright, chat. I'm throwing you to the pickle! You're gonna get thrown! Cute idiots. I'm gonna go eat my delicious steak salad. No, Skilky, it's not cheese steak. Not cheese steak either. I'm just sad I don't have pickles. Please, pickle, let me cut you up and eat you in my salad. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you for hanging out with me extra late today. Thank you for slogging through some corporate schmuck stuff. Seeing what's going on with the DEI evolution. I appreciate you guys sticking around. And I will see you tomorrow. I don't remember what I'm doing tomorrow, but we'll figure it out. I'll look at my calendar. Have a good night! Bye bye. Bye bye.